Chapter 201. How to deal with Superman and make 2 sets of plans, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Oh, Stefan, as far as I know, Superman is not what you think. After listening to the blonde elder's doubts, the charming female elder shook her head and said in a seductive voice, Washington, D.C. well-informed people, who doesn't know the chaotic private life of the young lieutenant general? The last time a meeting of elders was held in New York, I heard that he had slept with half a female SHIELD employee. Superman is not only powerful, but in some places it should be far superior to ordinary people. A reliable insider told me that Superman is energetic and hard to fill, and every time 3 or 4 women go into battle. When attending the Paris Peace Summit, Superman stayed at the Moulin Rouge to rest at night, sleeping with a dozen dancers. Facts have proved that, regardless of race, occupation and age, any female creature is full of enthusiasm for gossip and celebrity scandals. Originally, I was talking about discussing the possibility of cooperation with Superman, but it was taken to the side of private life. Those are gimmick rumors for bloggers. Elena. The vampire named Stefan shook his head. He was a little more sober than the female elder who was keen to eat melons and cared about things between men and women. We have investigated the schedule and whereabouts of Lieutenant General Superman. He goes to SHIELD twice a week and holds regular meetings. The rest of the time is spent in the Pentagon or elsewhere. SHIELD's female staff accounted for a quarter, with a total of 329, and half of them, there are also 160. Assuming he sleeps 3 at a time, and each person spends about half an hour, in that month. Stefan is a pure-blood vampire, and he is also a graduate of Carnegie Mellon University of Science and Engineering. Compared with other people of his family who focus on art, literature and other fields, he can be regarded as a very maverick. After all, I have never seen a vampire who likes mathematics and physics, and spends his time working on problems and doing research. If this is the case, the only advantage is that vampires who live long enough may actually be able to show up a few great scientists to benefit the world and mankind. To sum up, unless Lieutenant General Superman is a master of time management, all the time he spends every day for eating and sleeping is used for mating. Otherwise it will not be possible. Stefan used the rigorous thinking of science and engineering to make a simple calculation and denied the rumors that Elena was talking about. Here again, the numbers in your mouth are like you, so I don't have the least interest in understanding. Elena snorted. In real life, she is an art collector who runs a gallery, so naturally she can talk with Stefan of science and engineering. I have proof that Superman Lieutenant General is so close to Playboy Howard Stark. Is he a moral model not close to female sex? Luke himself never imagined that the root cause of his wind critics was Howard. Enough. What is the use of arguing about Superman's moral character at this time? The older vampire elder interrupted. The top priority is how to solve the problem. He glanced at Getaro, who was listening, and he didn't deliberately conceal the original plan. The president of the White House wants power and wants to unite those humans who claim to be the best, and build a huge interest group by his side. The vampire elder flashed a red light in his eyes, and said with a sarcasm, he wants more votes, or a war in his favor. And what we want is a true blood who leads the family and the council. The great ancestor walking in the sun. This is the basis for cooperation between the 2 sides. The Blood Council has something better than an marijuana blood poppy. It can control humans, just like the gang controls those addicts. And the president of the White House, I don't know where he got the original blood of the true blood of the blood race, but that is indeed an important bargaining chip that people cannot refuse. Therefore, there is room for cooperation between the kindred and the White House, and only then has John Stillman as the president's spokesperson. The vampire elder analyzed the recent events and the reasons behind them clearly. He looked at the other 3 young elders and asked in a deep voice, do we have a foundation and space for cooperation with Superman? Do you know what he wants, or what he is interested in? The others looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Stefan of Science and Engineering Thinking took the lead and said, according to the human mental model I designed, I think Superman is a hero with a strong sense of morality and full of justice. So, his behavioral logic is to satisfy his inner salvation plot. Saving more people is his criterion for doing things. I think we can prepare two sets of plans. One is to show a good attitude to prove that the Blood Council is friendly to humans. Most vampires are very kind, and push those evil acts to some restless guys. As long as Superman expresses the idea of communication, we can establish the basis and space for cooperation. Stefan deserves to be a graduate of a prestigious school, speaks eloquently, has a clear thinking, and makes people feel convincing. The only pity is that he mistakenly estimated that this Superman was not from the next studio. Luke didn't even know what moral bottom line and sense of justice were. What about the second plan? The elder vampire came interested. Also using Superman's moral standards, we disclosed the president's conspiracy terrible plan after exaggeration, diverted his attention, put the Blood Council in a weak position, and gained sympathy. A wise light flashed in Stefan's eyes. He was very confident that any young man with a sense of justice and noble morals would fall into this routine. The kindness that those heroes possess is actually their biggest weakness and a flaw that can be exploited. Gaetero, who was listening silently, wanted to add a sentence at this time, that Superman could not even blink his eyes, and could not feel any tenderness from him. Oh, boring proposal, Elena sneered. Have you forgotten that Superman walked down from the battlefield, and his hands don't know how many people's blood was on him? Benevolence, morality, sense of justice. None can be reflected in him. The charming female elder lifted her hair, leaned forward, deliberately revealing a bottomless white ditch, smiling charmingly. The best way to deal with human beings is actually to arouse their inner desires and manipulate them. Their behavior. The stronger the individual, the stronger the desire to possess, and Superman is no exception. He has so many lovers, he must be quite fond of beauty. I don't mind sacrificing myself and paying for my hue. Anyway, it's all for the family and the survival of the council. Stefan looked indifferent, turning a blind eye to the beauty displayed before him, and bluntly said, I don't know why you want to expose your breastfeeding organs. This will certainly arouse human fascination with motherhood and secrete hormones and male hormones. But in Superman's view, it may be just a bunch of useless fat. The bigger it is, the more cumbersome it will be. The simplest example is that we are also elder-level vampires, and I move much faster than you. Elena, the breastfeeding organ you are proud of, you reading www.uukanzu.com will only become a burden to you. And with all due respect, because of your age, you are not as competitive as those young women in terms of flexibility, firmness, and roundness. If Superman is really keen on female sex, he has so many choices. There is no need to look at an older woman over 300 years old. Stefan's outspoken words, like a crit with a knife, chopped Elena to a trace of residual blood. The smile on the latter's face solidified, and he was trying to refute, but he heard the sound of an explosion from above. Boom! A dark red afterimage fell like a cannonball. The gravel is like rain, and the smoke is everywhere. Those cold eyes with crimson light slowly swept across the audience. You are discussing me? Chapter 202? Villain Alliance. History changed. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Boom. The shocking sound was like exploding a gunpowder barrel. The vampire elder who was plotting how to deal with Superman did not expect that the other party would come so soon. The tall and straight figure pierced the ceiling directly, smashing into the conference room like a cannonball. The excessively exciting and sensational way of debut caused the entire room to fall into a short silence. The two vampires who were facing each other subconsciously shrank their necks, hoping that they would become transparent and would not be noticed just now. You seem to be surprised by my visit. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, showing a crimson light. Why, isn't it welcome? The vampire, who has always liked darkness, dampness, and hated the sun, felt like a needle pierced by Superman's sight. They looked at each other, lowered their heads and said nothing. "If you tell the truth at this time, I'm afraid it will be destroyed directly by humanity." Superman, although Luke's uniform and cloak are very distinctive. But out of politeness and not knowing what to say, the older vampire elder still asked habitually. His attitude is quite good, just like a social animal employee meets an unscrupulous boss. No matter how much you complain or curse behind your back, you really want to see each other or smile, respectfully. "Do you guys know the second guy who likes to fly around in a cloak?" Luke complained to himself. He always felt that the cloak was of no practical use. In battle, when you encounter evenly matched opponents, you may be pulled into a windmill. For details, please refer to Superman vs. Bat, Superman vs. Bizarro, Superman vs. Louise. This one is crossed out. It's just that whether you are strong or not is a matter of version, and whether you are handsome or not is a lifetime thing. In terms of personal image, Luke chose to keep the cloak. After all, wearing only tight uniforms may be regarded as perverted. But with the cloak, it's closer to the superhero. Next, I want to communicate frankly with you. I hope that there will be no lies or hostility in the conversation between each other. After Luke scanned the audience, the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he was the master here. He raised his hand and pulled out a complete chair that had not been affected, and sat down slowly. "Mr. Lieutenant General, what do you want to know?" "We will definitely know everything and say everything." Feeling Superman's gaze, the vampire elder's head was pressed against a large stone, and he felt uncomfortable breathing. He decided to adopt Stefan's second plan and sell the president of the White House in exchange for the safety of his personal life. Betraying the president is at best only the family being suppressed, and the future will be difficult. It can deceive Superman, and he may be killed on the spot in the next moment, and he will be wiped out. The two endings, which is the lighter and the heavier, is self-evident. Very good. Willing to have friendly exchanges, this can save me and you a lot of unnecessary trouble. Luke nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Then let's start with the president's deal with you." "That's it." Bang! Before the vampire elder had time to confess, a group of heavily armed vampires smashed through the door of the conference room. "Elder, ill save, sorry, I'm bothering you." The young vampire who rushed in was fierce, but saw the elder desperately winking, and the rest of the people who were honestly shrinking their necks, and quickly swallowed the second half of the sentence. A group of people quickly exited the room and closed the door. "Go on." Luke didn't respond to this little episode. Compared with the relatives of Europe, these pure-blood descendants of Grand Duke Dracula lacked the arrogance in their bones that looked down on humans, and they had more conspiracy and trickery. The advantage is that they are very hard-hearted, know how to respect and obey the strong. The downside is that Luke can't even find a reason to get angry, and he can't kill like he did in the wine club. He originally wanted to clean up a group of vampires so that the Corvinus family led by Serena could expand their territory. In short, that's it. The elders of the vampires gave a full account of the private contact between the Blood Council and the White House. He hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem. He only thinks that the Superman lieutenant in front of him may be pursuing the matter out of a sense of justice or other reasons. According to normal thinking, one is the administrator of the country, the president of the White House. The other is a war hero with a legendary reputation, the Pentagon's Superman Lieutenant General. They are all top existences on the power pyramid, and even if there are contradictions, they will not make trouble too ugly. It's impossible for Superman to collude with the Blood because of the president, and then rush to the White House and punch him to death. That would be too rough. The elder vampire thought so. "I admire your honesty, which helps avoid scenes in the conversation tonight." After Luke listened, the speculation that the president was Kang the Conqueror has escalated into conviction. By the way, an extra reminder. The true of the blood race in your eyes does not actually exist, and don't bother to get the original essence and blood. It will only be futile. Lieutenant General Superman stood up and prepared to leave. leaving behind the vampire elders with a bewildered look. How do they know the true god in their mouths? It was just an Atlantean who signed a contract with the Scythorn and transformed himself into an undead creature. The great wizard named Varna later passed on his power to Dracula, and then there was a family of vampires. The White House, Oval Office. The night is getting darker, and the lights are still on here. The security personnel guarding outside sighed Mr. President's enthusiasm for work and his abundant energy. I haven't rested so late, and I am still immersed in various national events. It is simply the stay-up champion of the White House. Stillman, you go back. The president, who was lying on the table, looked up and said, "Okay, Your Excellency." By the way, about vampires. Stillman, the chief of staff of the White House, said in a low voice, "Just leave it to you. I trust your ability, Stillman, so I don't have to report to me all the time." The president interrupted his confidant's speech. He held the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said softly. The latter nodded repeatedly and exited the office. "Idiot." When Stillman left, the president released the pen in his hand and took off the glasses. He rubbed his loose skin. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face. "I asked you to work with vampires, but you were thrown around by those stupid bats, and you were addicted to blood, so human beings are really fragile creatures in their hearts that can be destroyed by a little bit of desire." The president said to himself. He didn't worry about being heard. The vicinity of the White House is full of hidden perception systems, and any intrusion by a stranger will sound an alarm. By drawing those politicians to your side, you can follow the trajectory of history and set off a Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union for hegemony, and successfully start the three wars. The president's eyes flickered, and he began to conceive his crazy plan. The Supreme Mage left this timeline, and the biggest obstacle in front of him had disappeared. Relying on the familiarity with history and the future technology in hand, it is easy to fool the politicians of the White House and realize their inner ambitions. "You are late." A few minutes later, he put his hands on his chest and stood in front of the window looking at the night. The magic circle cuts the space and pulls out a transmission channel. "Mr. Kang, you have to ask Celine about this. She spent 2 full hours choosing the right clothes and putting on makeup." Mr. Omen walked out of it and sat on the sofa. He glanced at the dressed-up, charming Black Queen. Her face was not pretty. In fact, any man has no patience for this kind of thing. They behaved very gentlemanly, just to win the favor of the woman and to facilitate the next step. It is a pity that Mr. Omen has no sexual interest in this woman. He is quite conservative in his private life, not like a villain at all. Meet the great conqueror. Of course I have to show my best state. The Black Queen sat opposite, raised her long legs, and sneered, "Essex, how can someone like you understand a lady's heart? Hee. I am not interested in women's hearts. I am very good at dissecting and studying mutant hearts." Mr. Omen sneered. "Oh, then you can try to study me." The Black Queen deliberately lowered her chest, revealing a full arc. Although she has a smile on her face, she is charming. But the long narrow eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous light. "Okay, don't smell so strong. Everyone is in the same boat, so it should be more friendly." Kang, the Conqueror, posing as the president, came out to make ends meet. Just like the vampire elder said, both parties must have the space and foundation for cooperation to ensure that the transaction can continue. According to his style, he usually doesn't look for alliances. As a great conqueror, Kang had only the two camps of subordinate and enemy in his eyes. An equal ally, that doesn't exist at all. However, the situation on this timeline is somewhat different. Apart from the Supreme Mage who could threaten Kang the Conqueror, there was also a Superman he had never heard of or seen. The first is that the opponent ended World War II and defeated the Hydra, not Captain America. Moreover, the latter has not yet fallen into the glacier, sleeping for 70 years. This is completely different from the history that Kang the Conqueror knows well. Generally speaking, www.mentalnovel.com, no matter how the timeline changes, some things are destined to happen. For example, Steve Rogers became a super soldier and then became Captain America. This is the unchanging iron law. Kang the Conqueror walked on many timelines, and found no exceptions. Second, the early appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, it should be called the Strategic Science Corps. And then, there are many specious places that make the Conquerors a little crazy. He is a rookie player who clears levels according to the strategy. If there is no future technology, and the understanding of historical trends and key figures in his head, there is no difference from Longerton without gold fingers. Therefore, Kang the Conqueror, decided to erase the unstable factor Superman. Chapter 203? Dog Thief, You Count Me, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The enemy is too powerful. Let Kang the Conqueror decide to be more careful and grow steadily. So he found Mr. Omen and the Black Queen. If they were to face Superman directly and become thugs, the opponent would definitely not be happy. But Kang the Conqueror has ruled so many timelines, and he has long been handy about how to attack the characters in the plot. He knew Mr. Omen and the Black Queen, both of whom were making apocalyptic ideas. One wants to be a second Tophiv boy, stabbing a knife in the back, plundering the latter's power. The other wanted to draw a powerful soul and complete the ascension ceremony. It can be said that each has a ghost, and each has its own needs. It just so happens that Kang the Conqueror and Tanky also have a grievance that has to be said. The latter was once his little brother, but he overthrew his rule. That was the first time Kang the Conqueror hit a wall, and the game of world ended prematurely. Calculated in this way, three people are equal to the same enemies and the same interests. It hits it off, and forming an alliance is a matter of course. The next question that Kang the Conqueror has to consider is how to convince Mr. Omen and the Black Queen to join his anti-Superman alliance and act as a thug. Mr. Essex, I know you have a lot of research on mutants and cloning technology. Kang the Conqueror rolled his eyes and said against the face of the president, as far as I know, Dr. Bolivar Trask of SHI-1. At this time, Superman not only has an increasingly complete gene pool, but also has gathered many mutants. Here compatriots are being domesticated and become lambs in captivity. The diamond-shaped gem on Mr. Omen's forehead gleamed with a strange red light. He is not Neymar, who is in arrears with IQ, and he can hear what Kang the Conqueror said. What the mutants become is nothing to do with me. Mr. Omen shook his head, as if he didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. He is a mutant gene activated by Apocalypse, and he has no sense of belonging to the race. When doing experiments before, I personally dissected the bodies of several mutants. But Mr. Essex, your research requires mutant genes. For you, those are the basis for your strength. Kang the Conqueror knows Mr. Omen very well, and his biocloning technology has always been at the forefront of the times. Collecting mutants and cloning mutants has always been his job. The other party's purpose is also very simple. Use the mutant genes collected to transform yourself into an individual stronger than Apocalypse, or create an individual stronger than Apocalypse by hand. Your Excellency Conqueror, what on earth do you want to say? Mr. Omen tightened his lips. He knew that the president standing in front of him was actually a smuggler from the future. When Kang the Conqueror met for the first time, he told his origins and facts, and showed convincing evidence. This is also the reason why Mr. Omen and the Black Queen agreed to cooperate. Apocalypse is nothing but fish on the chopping board. He is temporarily asleep and has no ability to resist. Kang the Conqueror smiled confidently, with a complete look on his chest. If you want to deal with him, I can help. But before that, we must solve the big problem of Superman. The long legs of the Black Queen stopped shaking. She leaned sideways, lying on the sofa, exuding fatal attraction all the time. Your Excellency the Conqueror wants us to deal with Superman? This is different from what I said before. When you came to the door, you didn't propose to deal with the most powerful man in the world. When Selene heard the name of Superman, his eyes flashed. She had said frankly before that she was deeply interested in the young lieutenant general. I once thought of seduce each other and let Superman help her practice. Put away your undulating spring heart. Selene. There is no woman who died in Superman's hands. Mr. Omen glanced at his ally, and said coldly, if he sees you appear, the probability of bowing under the skirt is very low, and the probability of punching you into meat sauce is even greater. Don't overestimate your own charm. Men's inner desires for women can be satisfied through torture, whipping, and humiliation. In addition to the biological impulse to mate, destroying good things can also give people pleasure. The Black Queen smiled contemptuously and showed the side of an old driver. If that Superman has this hobby, I will definitely satisfy him. Tossing, torture, and rope bonding. These are just pediatrics. Gameplays such as using props or other crafts appeared as early as the 17th century. The British in particular have a strong desire for flogging. At that time, the brothel establishments often offered professional services in order to attract big-name business prostitutes in riding boots and low-cut dresses wielded horsewhips to beat guests. According to statistics from an unknown organization, the number of people who spend money to be abusers far exceeds that of abusers. Among them, most of them are successful in their careers and well-dressed men. They even advertise in newspapers, soliciting hostesses. Many socialites in social salons have to learn first-hand techniques to win the appreciation of men. The British like to whip this spite, but the Germans like to tie up, and heavy tasting props. The French are relatively normal. They are keen to commit crimes before their husbands or be torn. Anyway, in Europe at that time, the scale of play was very large. Moreover, only the upper class can play in this way, and the common people can only express their envy by saying the upper class is so nasty. The Black Queen lived for so long, experienced the Roman Republican era, witnessed the Empire era, and then witnessed the division of East and West until its decline. I've seen a big scene of 10,000 people enjoying the same public baths. The little thing Mr. Omen said was just a trifle. Are you out of the topic? Kang the Conqueror, who is not very interested in female sex, said that some of them couldn't fit into the topic. Your Excellency, Conqueror, it is impossible for us to fight the most terrible opponent in the world for a little profit. Mr. Omen is straight to the point. The meaning is very clear. It is okay to want him to be a thug, but you have to add more money. Yes, Lord Conqueror. There are too many strong men who have encountered Waterloo in Superman's hands. At this time, the Black Queen was on the same line as Mr. Omen. Just like their tit-for-tat confrontation just now, it didn't happen at all. Apocalypse is not enough as a bargaining chip. Conqueror Kang frowned and asked. He began to realize that the two allies he had sought seemed a bit too greedy. Mr. Essex is an alpha-class mutant, proficient in many abilities. Miss Selene is good at black magic and can draw life. Kang the Conqueror, with his arms folded, glanced out of the dark window, and said in a persuasive way, with my high-tech weapons, the possibility of solving Superman is very high. Mr. Omen and the Black Queen looked at each other and shook their heads. Superman's name is too loud, and his record is too amazing. Rushing up hastily, what's the difference between that and giving someone a head? If you are the Conqueror, you are willing to use your space-time shuttle machine as a bargaining chip. After a moment of silence, Mr. Omen made a request. Rule a timeline, a complete world. This is a huge temptation for anyone. It seems that Mr. Essex doesn't want to talk about it. Kang the Conqueror's face turned cold, and he said directly, Superman is already 150 kilometers away and will soon be at the White House. There is not much time left for the two of you to consider. Either form an alliance with me. After this is done, I will hand over the mutant gene bank of SHIELD to Essex and find a suitable soul for Miss Selene to help you complete the ascension ceremony. Either choose to watch and miss this opportunity. But even if I fail, Superman can't kill me all at once. It's different when dealing with you. The two young lieutenants who are too strong have no basis and space for cooperation. Without my help, it would not be so easy to find a chance to deal with Superman. Kang the Conqueror said quickly and urgently. He didn't expect Superman to be so impulsive and directly kill the White House. Even if you have some conclusive evidence, you have to test each other for several rounds, and after fierce games, you can take action. Essex, You stay and fight Superman. Ill. The Black Queen made a decisive decision and chose to run away. Hand a magic circle with your hand to cut the space. The shining spark just came out and went out instantly. I have used the phase space to block and isolate the possibility of using teleportation magic to escape. Kang the Conqueror shrugged. He originally wanted to negotiate seriously. He didn't guess that Superman would kill him directly, and he didn't expect the appetite of allies to be so great. Instead of continuing to play peekaboo and find a new identity, it is better to tie Mr. Roman and the Black Queen to the chariot. You count me. The Black Queen took suffocation and smashed it out with a fireball. Zzz. The electric current makes a noise. Kang, the Conqueror with the face of the president, disappeared instantly like an illusory projection. Miss Celine, are you sure you want to choose in fighting instead of teaming up? Like a teleportation, Kang the Conqueror appeared in another part of the room. After a failure www.mentalnovel.com, the Black Queen knew the other side's immersive projection. According to the character of Kang Kao, the Conqueror, he would not easily expose his real body. I hope you can keep your promise. The Black Queen stopped and said coldly, it is the best choice to abandon unnecessary feelings, think rationally, and cooperate with Kang the Conqueror. Superman won't give her what she wants, and if she can't complete the ascension ceremony, it's meaningless to keep it as it is. The Black Queen has been alive for a long time, and becoming a is her only obsession. He came. The diamond-shaped gem on Mr. Roman's forehead shone with light. His voice fell to the ground, and outside the White House, a figure resembled a supersonic aircraft, tearing airwaves, breaking through the sound barrier, and slamming straight on the green lawn. Chapter 204? The White House has fallen, come to rescue. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Boom! Luke hit the lawn like a cannonball, making a loud noise. The airwaves dissipated, like a strong hurricane. Roll up the smoke and blow the cloak. This shocking movement immediately attracted attention. The White House sirens sounded, and sharp buzzing echoed through the building. Immediately afterwards, the brigade arrived. Field agents wearing firearms in groups of 5. There are also heavily armed guards scattered around the White House. They found the target as quickly as possible and formed an encirclement. Cavill. Lieutenant General, the head of security officer, recognized the intruder. There was doubt in his eyes, as if he didn't understand what the Superman would do in the White House when it was dark. Out of professional habits, he kept a safe distance. At the same time, one hand was behind him, making tactical moves. Behind the bushes and the shade of the trees, the muzzles of the black holes were aimed at the Superman standing on the lawn. It's just that no one dared to pull the trigger or have such thoughts. They more subconsciously maintain vigilant actions to prevent accidents. Mr. Lieutenant General, is there anything wrong with your visit to the White House late at night? Despite Superman's rash intrusion into non-compliance, the security supervisor still maintained a respectful attitude. If you want to see the president, you should make an appointment in advance to arrange the itinerary and meeting time. But Luke's position is detached, and the rules of the Pentagon and the White House are of no use to him. I want to see the president. Luke scanned the White House with supervision and found no figure of Kang the Conqueror, which is strange. When he was flying at high speed just now, he destroyed more than 20 UFs in succession, and those intelligent aircraft groups were obviously beyond the current era. At a glance, you know the future technology from Kang the Conqueror. Maybe half of Washington is covered with his eyes. At this time, the security supervisor said embarrassedly, his duty is to protect the president and the safety of the White House. It stands to reason that an intruder like Luke who broke into the White House without permission should be killed directly, but a bullet can't hurt Superman. The security supervisor is bitter. Even if he issued an order to open fire in an all-round way, it is estimated that he would not be able to break the opponent's defense. He knew that the Superman standing in front of him would have a terrible record of fighting against tanks and destroying the bomber group alone. Unless the National Guard is transferred, he can't stop Superman from doing anything tonight. Your name is Jonathan, right? Luke found that his supervision was obstructed, and his eyes seemed to be covered with smoke. and he couldn't see clearly. Kang, who wants to come to the Conqueror, is fully prepared. He had no choice to escape. Go head to head. Well, Luke silently praised. He expressed his appreciation for this kind of initiative to send his head off. Yes, Mr. Lieutenant General. The security chief nodded. He was a little surprised. It didn't seem that Luke could call out his name, although Superman often enters and exits the White House on weekdays. But the people who came into contact were all important cabinet members and military leaders. A small character like Jonathan can't get into the opponent's line of sight at all. Do you think I am a terrorist and want to assassinate the president? Luke asked in a deep voice. No. How could I think so? Jonathan shook his head repeatedly. He did have this terrible idea in his head, but every time it emerged, it would immediately be pinched out. Then make way, Luke whispered. Lieutenant General. Jonathan was under great pressure. His legs trembled, and he couldn't help but want to do what the other person said. Sorry. I have no time to waste time here. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and the crimson beam resembled a laser, cutting the Oval Office where the president often stays in half from the bottom up. Rumble. The air made a harsh sound like an explosion. Lieutenant General Cavill. What are you doing? Jonathan hurriedly drew his gun. As the security chief of the White House, he couldn't sit back and watch the opponent's unscrupulous sabotage. The only trace of courage left in his heart supported him by pulling the trigger, and the standard 3-shot burst hit Superman's chest. Not surprisingly, the bullet head hit the copper wall and iron wall. Those two obvious pectoralis major muscles didn't even tremble at all. The strong kinetic energy entrained, even that suit cannot be broken, let alone a skin. Director Jonathan. You misunderstood. Luke Yang snatched the pistol and crushed it into scrap metal. According to the secret information obtained by SHIELD, the president was kidnapped by a dangerous person. I was trying to rescue. The Superman Lieutenant General opened his eyes and made up nonsense, exerted force under his feet, and sprinted forward. Boom! The verdant lawn blew violently, and a large hole exploded in the ground. Security Director Jonathan wanted to say more, and was knocked to the ground by the violent air current. This is too scary. He looked at the newly renovated white building. As if encountering a demolition team, it collapsed. The Superman Lieutenant General forced a pedestrian passage, and the reinforced concrete was like paper in front of him. Director Jonathan, what should we do? Those field agents and members of the guard gathered around. They were a little at a loss. No one in the room could stop Superman. I do not know either. Jonathan shrugged. Superman said he was trying to rescue the president. Believe it or not, there is no benefit in blocking it in the past at this time. Talk to the Pentagon, and apply to jump the National Guard. By the way. Jonathan was silent for a while and made a decision. I don't believe in Kang the Conqueror's high technology, which can hide my perception. Luke rampaged, and in a flash, he walked from the lawn outside the White House to the Oval Office cut in half. The desk, given by the Queen of England, has a long history and is crooked to the side. Lieutenant General Cavill, if you blatantly broke into the White House like this, you are trampling the Constitution under your feet. A low voice suddenly sounded. Luke turned his head, his eyes swept across, cutting open the bookshelf that was leaning against the corner. The blazing high temperature ignited piles of books, forming waves of spreading fire. Projection? Luke caught a glimpse of the illusory figure.mtlnovel.com with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. A great king who claims to have ruled countless worlds and conquerors of various myths through time and space. How can he be like a tortoise with a shrunken head? He magnified his perception while being caustic and mocking. It's not the time to meet. To be honest, I haven't figured out where you are from. The projected portrait said. I have inquired about nearly 200 years of history and 342 timelines. Superman does not exist. You don't have any performance in mastering advanced technology, so it won't come from a future later than my age. Luke stared at the projection, turning a blind eye to the raging fire nearby. I came to the place from the light country of the M78 Nebula, specifically to save the people of the Earth. Lieutenant General Superman said nonsense. Chapter 205? Each show supernatural powers, Magic Superman, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. M78 Nebula, the Kingdom of Light. The projection of Kang the Conqueror thought carefully for a few seconds. That is the Messier object, the reflection nebula in the constellation Orion, 1,600 light-years from the Earth. But you don't look like an alien either. Although your body seems to have an invisible position that prevents me from scanning it with a machine. But judging from your appearance and biological signs, you are obviously an out-and-out human. Based on Luke's answer, Kang the Conqueror analyzed seriously and got the result. Even in the future, he has never heard of the Kingdom of Light. I only know that the Skrulls, the Kree, the Shia. These are the well-known civilized races in the universe. My homeland is called the Kingdom of Light. It was later destroyed by a terrifying monster called Beria. My parents were helpless and sent me to a spaceship. The spacecraft lost its direction and landed on the planet of the Saiyan, a famous fighting nation in the universe. I grew up there, received a period of basic education, and then came to Earth. Luke opened his mouth and made up a whole set of nonsense life experiences. Because it contains too many elements, it makes Kang the Conqueror somewhat dubious. After all, he really didn't know enough about the origins of Superman. To be precise, it is almost ignorant. The fighting nation of the universe, Saiyans, the Kingdom of Light. Kang the Conqueror wrote down these keywords. Be prepared to search the database later to see if you can gain something. By the way, Kang the Conqueror, do you plan to stay in a stalemate like this, or do you want to wait for the National Guard to come and kill me? Luke walked out of the Oval Office and into the corridor outside the door. After the previous huge movement, the security agents and service personnel in the White House ran away. With a hot sight sweeping from bottom to top, Superman cut the whole White Building in half like a cake. The White House, which was renovated not long ago, was instantly reduced to ruins, and no one dared to stay. Boom! Luke heard the sound of explosions from time to time. Probably the blazing high temperature ignited some flammable items. The fierce flames, like a violent wave, spread quickly, licking everything around. In the dark night, across a long distance, people can also see the White House, which symbolizes the center of national power, with thick smoke rising from the ground. In the eyes of the uninformed, I am afraid that this was a terrorist attack, or a historical repetition of the burning of the White House in 1814. During the War of Independence, the current Washington, D.C. was broken by the British Expeditionary Force and successfully occupied. Put it to the torch. I want to talk to you, Superman. Kang the Conqueror behaves very sincerely, and Luke is closely followed by the illusory projection. Presumably you have heard of some of my deeds, but after 3 or 4 people relay the facts, the meaning will be completely different. What Guy told you may not be the original truth. We don't have to be enemies. I may not be unable to meet the conditions that the Supreme Mage can offer. Luke raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, let me guess, will you be going to give your own behavior next? It seems reasonable, but there are no logical excuses. For example, what is wars are provoked on different timelines, in fact, to carry out a huge sociological research project or something. Although you pursue hegemony and dictatorship, because of your own selfish desires, you have messed up the whole world, but you are still a good person who loves democracy and freedom. Kang the Conqueror, is there a fellow named Donald among your ancestors? Otherwise, why are you so skilled? Kang the Conqueror had prepared a generous statement that was stuck in his throat by Luke's series of jokes, and he couldn't spit it out. He has indeed fooled many people with this set. Those superheroes are always easily moved by the bright future and justice partners. It's just a high-sounding rhetoric, a righteous excuse, and it seems useless to face Superman. The other party was nothing like a personal beacon, the incarnation of justice, but showed a villain temperament similar to his own. Your Excellency Conqueror, do you know the only thing I have learned from the short life of mankind? Luke suddenly stopped. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he whispered, The more you play tricks, the more you will find that the individual's abilities have limits. Those who want to hide behind the scenes and manipulate everything, they will eventually face the fate of being overturned and pulled to the front of the stage. Found you. Lieutenant Superman's eyes condensed slightly, catching the unusual hidden breath. He moved violently to the right and smashed through the fragile wall. The palm stretched out and clenched into a fist. Boom! The powerful force that propelled the aircraft carrier was condensed in the front. Then, the surging waves that turned into mountains and tsunami poured out. The entire room was turned into ruins in an instant, as if it had experienced the violent destruction of a 12th typhoon. Sofas, tables and chairs are directly cut and shattered by the strong airflow. The wall supported by reinforced concrete is like a thin cardboard. All of this was turned into powder under Superman's fist style. By Mr. Omen, who was hiding in it, only had time to explode a foul language, and the whole person was like a baseball that was hit hard, rolling out roundly at a very fast speed. He originally wanted to use the invisible technology of Kang the Conqueror to surprise Superman with a righteous backstab. As a result, he didn't expect that the other party's senses were so keen. The invisibility cloak given to himself by Kang the Conqueror can distort the light and hide the biological signs, deceiving human perception without any problem. How could someone find out? With such doubts, Mr. Omen quickly drew a parabola and smashed it into the lawn outside the White House. You are too nervous, so your heartbeat will speed up. It can't hide from my ears, Luke said lightly. Then he exerted force under his feet and stomped hard. The upright body tore through the viscous airflow and caught up with Mr. Omen, who fell to the ground. He smashed a punch without hesitation. Boom! The harsh sound waves dispel the airflow. The energy shield on the surface of Mr. Omen lasted only a second before it was completely blasted away. This guy is still human? Mr. Omen, who was directly defeated in a round, was shaken in his heart. He has never played head-on with Superman. He only knows that the opponent is very strong, but he didn't expect to be so strong. Kang the Conqueror asked me to hold Superman. How can this be done? Mr. Omen realized the danger and quickly used the mind power to push Superman away and pull the distance away. But he felt like a child hit a copper wall and an iron wall. He tried all the time, and his unfavorable motivation for thinking did not cause any hindrance to the other party at all. I heard that you have many abilities. Apocalypse has given you the gift of being immortal, regenerative and healing, as well as the powerful power of mind control and moving objects in space. Seeing the shocked expression of Mr. Omen, Luke whispered. The terrifying body that was already a heavenly father could easily break free from the interference of that thought power. Alpha-class mutants pose no threat to him. Luke clenched his fists, and was in a trance when he was about to slam it down again. Mind manipulation? He sneered and got rid of the influence. The template of the magic Superman itself has strong resistance and is immune to spiritual prying and control. Ah! Mr. Omen screamed. www.untilnovel.com. Wisps of blood flowed from his eyes. He wanted to control Superman's actions, but was countered by the opponent. The spiritual power that manipulates the soul is like a raging wave hitting a hard rock. This is the strength of Superman? No wonder the president said that the lieutenant general is a nuclear weapon for action. Jonathan, who stayed outside the White House, witnessed this brief battle with his own eyes. He first saw a violent explosion in the room of the East Hall, and then a figure slammed into the ground, plowing a deep gully. Before the weird man with diamond-shaped gems inlaid on his forehead got up, Superman, who was rushed out of the White House, punched him back into the pit. The lawn of the White House splashed with mud, like an earthquake. Jonathan shook his body and quickly stepped back. Ordinary people like him can't even get close to the battlefield. Chapter 206. The Earth bursts into the sky. The Jedi comes back. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. How so? Mr. Omen looked at the tall figure of Superman, with a touch of fear in his eyes. He finally experienced Naima, Sebastian Shaw's painful feelings. The feeling of oppression that came from Superman. Like a mountain collapse, the flood bursts its dike. For no reason, it makes the other party extremely frightening and difficult to face. Just relying on the violent breath, it almost broke the mental defense of Mr. Omen. Too frightening, thought Mr. Omen. He had this feeling only when he faced Apocalypse, the mutant who has almost no weakness and has never failed. With an aura similar to Superman, it is daunting, kneeling and surrendering. Your mental abilities seem to be inadequate. Luke watched Mr. Omen, who had suffered a backlash and had blood dripping from his eyes. If you want to interfere with yourself mentally, you must at least be at the level of Professor Charles. Don't think the latter is just an alpha-level mutant, and its spiritual power is far more powerful than that of the White Queen of the same level. This is probably equivalent to Luke being a heavenly father and Odin is also a heavenly father, but let them be one frame. The former's winning rate is actually not too high. There is also a gap between the same level. If the bald professor adds the brainwave enhancement machine, he can fully display the terrifying power equivalent to the Omega-class mutant. Measured by ordinary alpha level, it will definitely suffer a big loss. How can a person have such a terrifying body and such a terrifying spirit? This is the level that humans can achieve. The whole body was in severe pain, as if Mr. Omen, who had been run over by a banging train, was full of doubts. In his mental vision, Superman is like an unshakable stellar celestial body, emitting a dazzling light that makes people unable to look directly. One's own spiritual abilities can't go deep at all. Can't just wait and die anymore. Mr. Omen received a punch from Superman, the solid body comparable to a super soldier, as if falling apart. His eyes were round, and the diamond-shaped jewel on his forehead flashed a strange red light. In an instant, it condensed into a very penetrating horror ray. Ah! Luke tilted his head blankly, avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, he raised his foot and stepped on it. Boom! Jonathan, who had been hiding far enough, felt that the ground had been plowed by a bomber. The strong air current is like a hurricane swept across. Fly away the dirt and dust. The lawn in front of the White House seemed to have been scrubbed by a round of saturation firepower of howitzers. The ravines are vertical and horizontal. Shocking. Potholes are everywhere. It runs very fast. Phase space transfer technology. Luke stepped on him, and did not let Mr. Omen die on the spot. At the last moment, there was a faint fluctuation in the space, which moved the guy away. To be honest, I don't have so much patience to play the boring game of cat and mouse with you. There was a sharp light in Luke's eyes, and he walked to Jonathan's side and said softly, "Take a step back. Please." By the way, tell the people on the budget committee that they have to build another official residence for the president. As the security chief, Jonathan was taken aback. He didn't understand what Superman meant. I saw the opponent's feet lifted off the ground slowly. Dark red cloak, hunting and eloquent, like a waving flag. The god of the world. The word flashed across Jonathan's mind. That was the new name given by the newspaper when Superman appeared on Liberty Island to preside over negotiations with the Atlanteans. At this moment, the Superman who opened his hands and got rid of gravity is the who descended to the world. Lofty, indifferent and powerful. Boom. 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 Luke, who rose to midair, shook his hand. The air seemed to ignite the explosives, and there was an astonishing loud noise. After he was upgraded to LV2, he fully opened the biological force field for the first time. The entire White House, including the lawn outside, was shrouded in nearby streets. Suddenly, the invisible pressure covers everything. I see where you can hide. Luke clenched his fists, his eyes cold. The upright body, with bulging muscles, like a hill, it outlines unparalleled lines of power. Thack. Standing underneath, Jonathan, who looked up and watched, burst out a foul language. Afterwards, turned around and ran. He finally knew why Superman wanted to stay away from himself. The scope of this battle is too wide. After a violent demolition of the white buildings standing on the ground, only half of the houses remained uncollapsed, and the rest were reduced to rubble. Thick smoke rose up, and the fluttering flame spread arbitrarily. When Luke's biological force field was fully covered, the raging flames suffocated him. As if the air was drained, it turned into a vacuum environment, and quickly extinguished. Then, above the earth, appears to be gravitational disorder and out of balance. Large tracts of ruined walls, broken bricks and shingles slowly floated up. Rumble, rumble. After a while, the half of the white building stood on the ground, as if being pulled out forcefully by an invisible big hand. He rose to the sky a little bit. The surrounding bushes, trees, fountains, stone bricks, everything was pulled up. The Superman standing in the night sky is like an open black hole, attracting all matter. The fleeing field agents and security guards were panting. They looked up at this incredible scene, filled with shock. Is this still human? A guard stammered. Everyone has heard of the legendary deeds of Superman. Everyone knows that Superman is powerful. In the gossip that circulated, overturning tanks, shooting down bombers, pushing aircraft carriers. As long as it is news about Superman, it can occupy the headlines of all newspapers every time. But it is the same thing to have heard and know. It's another story to witness that with your own eyes. The upright figure above the night sky perfectly interprets what is powerful. Jonathan gasped hard, his eyes full of admiration for Superman. This is the only feeling that the weak and the weak have towards the strong. Where else can you hide now? Luke looked down at the devastated ground with indifference in his eyes. It is impossible for Kang the Conqueror to leave this area. If he wants to conduct a super long-distance airstrike, there is no need to leave Mr. Omen to delay. Because, no matter what kind of precision strike, it is useless to face a human creature that moves at the same speed as a supersonic aircraft. No matter how powerful it is, it must be able to hit directly. Besides, what kind of future weapons does Kang the Conqueror have in his hands that can pose a threat to Superman? It is impossible for him to borrow any water droplets, towwave foil, and the like. Therefore, he must have other plans. Just the three of you? I thought there would be a little more. After a thorough clearance of the White House building and heavy demolition, Kang the Conqueror could no longer hide. Mr. Omen, who recovered his life, the Black Queen who appeared in the front, and Kang the Conqueror hiding behind, were completely exposed to Luke's sight. The Anti-Superman League is just such a small number of people, it makes me lose face. Luke said coldly. His eyes condensed slightly, and a red light beam laced out. Selene, hurry up. If you drag on, we will all die here. Mr. Omen, who had seen Superman's strength, was completely anxious, and while urging the Black Queen, he manipulated the diamond-shaped gem on his forehead. The mysterious red light turned into a ray of death. It just hit Superman's crimson beam. It's like a cluster of faint flames. When it encounters a raging fire, it is directly swallowed up. How so? Mr. Omen's face twisted. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead is of extraordinary origin, capable of absorbing biological energy and emitting rays of death. This was originally a secret weapon used to deal with the apocalypse. www.untilnovel.com. I was willing to use it at a critical moment. Every shot would cost Mr. Omen's vitality. As a result, he fought back with his own life and couldn't even stop Superman. This cruel fact greatly frustrated Mr. Omen. Do you think it's easy to summon the Dimension Demon God? The Black Queen was holding a book and said weakly. Her head was like a waterfall, with long black hair that spread to her waist and hips. Instantly lose its luster, like clumps of withered grass. At the same time, a long and narrow crack appeared in the space enveloped by the biological force field. Dark energy surged out, invading every inch of territory outside. The underworld Scythorn. Luke raised his brows slightly. Chapter 207? Scythorn, am here to negotiate terms. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. As early as billions of years ago, natural life gave birth to a group of ancient gods. Scythorn is one of them. The Earth at that time was still in the primitive age. There are no rules, and no wisdom. Civilization was born. Those incomparably powerful ancient gods follow the instinct for survival, begin to kill each other and devour each other. In the eyes of later generations, it was undoubtedly a savage dark age. In order to end this situation, Gaia, the mother of the earth, combined with the god of life and gave birth to Yatam the God Eater. As the heirs of two ancient gods, Yatam was born as a heavenly father. Relying on his incomprehensible devouring ability, he treats the demonized ancient gods as snacks after a meal, and eats them alive. The underworld Scythorn, who sensed that something was wrong, hurriedly joined forces with the snake set, and wanted to fight the God-Eater Yatam, but he was not an opponent at all. After several rounds of confrontation, Scythorn saw that the situation was not good, and decisively sold the leading zombie set. Quickly leave the Earth, exile to other dimensional worlds. And the unlucky snake set, lucky enough to save his life, but also badly injured, went to a broader multi-dimensional dimension alone. This is the reason why the ancient gods gradually disappeared and no traces were seen. Either they were eaten up by Yatam the God Eater, either choose to run away and get away with it. Scythorn, who has become the demon of dimensionality, still misses his hometown all the time, and wants to return to the Earth to make trouble. It was just that at that time, the Supreme Major Gamoto was born, and there were two ancient gods behind him. Scythorn, who didn't want to suffer another fiasco, secretly wrote a dark god book, while harvesting the soul of the fallen, while trying to reach out into the material world. Like Hell Lord Mephisto, the dimension of the dark dimension, these juniors have borrowed Scythorn's power. The of black magic is very generous, likes to bless others the most, and the rewards he asks for are not so harsh. For example, Varna, the great wizard of Atlantis, summoned Scythorn, the underworld god, hoping to have a long life that is immortal. The latter readily agreed, and immediately turned Varna into a cold-blooded creature, which is now a vampire that has multiplied into a huge race. The price is that this great wizard will always suffer the curse of bloodthirsty, and is full of strong impulses for the blood of any creature. And the Scarlet Witch, who will become the host of Chaos Power in the future, is also Scythorn's spokesperson. All in all, Scythorn is a powerful dimensional demon who likes to hide behind the scenes and engage in secretly. He is always very active in responding to the call of the caster, giving strength and taking away the soul. Success. The Black Queen panted quickly, with a hint of joy on her face. She is a well-known master of black magic, and she has signed contracts with Damam in the Dark Dimension and Scythorn, the of Underworld, alone. Because he can absorb fresh vitality, there are souls of others. Therefore, the Black Queen can always pass on the cost of casting spells, so that she will not be affected. Compared with the combat effectiveness of other mages, it is more than one way higher. Are you sure this projection of Scythorn can deal with Superman? Mr. Omen raised his head and looked at the night sky. The previous fight with Luke left a deep psychological shadow on him. Just one punch and one kick completely knocked down Mr. Omen's self-confidence. If it weren't for Kang the Conqueror, use phase space technology to move him to a safe place in time. That foot was actually stepped on, enough to trample himself into a pool of bloody, sticky mud. Who do you think Scythorn is? He is the great underworld manipulating chaos, the ultimate source of dark magic. The Black Queen, who paid an fifth of her life force, said in awe. The cage created by the biological force field, with Scythorn's coming, cracked a gap. The breath of chaos magic. Luke frowned slightly, and he felt a strange energy that distorted reality and tampered with matter. As the narrow and long crack gradually expanded, the surrounding space resembled a broken mirror, reflecting the magnificent colors. Those brick walls and rubble floating in the air are inexplicably twisted into weird organisms with a vivid breath. They are in the shape of locusts, densely packed, like dark clouds covering the sky and the sun. Buzzing, buzzing. The manic sound stimulated the eardrums, and the sudden emergence of insect swarms hovered and flew, engulfing Superman. Ah, Luke sneered, and the biological force field opened again, forming a translucent protective cover. His figure flickered, as if he had ejected a supersonic vehicle that started off, directly crashing into the black and crushing swarm of insects. Instant time. The air current shoots make an amazing explosion. The violent air wave, like a sharp knife, cut the rushing insects to pieces. A large number of residual limbs fell like rain and turned into a pool of dead rubble. This amount is not enough to stop me. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and a crimson light appeared. Two high-temperature light beams that evaporate flesh and blood appeared in the dark night sky like sharp swords in the hands of the gods. With each wave, it will sweep out a large area of space. Scythorn ... projection. Seeing the drift was still expanding, Luke's eyes were cold. The whole body's muscles are twisted into a ball, like a twisted steel wire. Close the palms and throw a punch. Rumble. The air was directly blown up. The terrifying fist wind crushed the insect swarm into minced meat. Like an atmospheric dragon raging and raging, dissipating the impact of the accumulated dark clouds. Half of the dark night sky of Washington, as if torn off that layer of gauze, became much brighter. After that, the remaining force of that punch was unabated, and it rushed straight into the rift. Who is it? It's alarming. Me. Click, click. After a while, the space is like a fragile mirror. Thick cracks opened, staggered into black spider webs. It's really rare to be so young. Heavenly Father. The voice containing the strange power suddenly came out from the crack. Bang! The voice fell. The vast night sky seemed to be torn off by a person, and a huge face made of pitch-black demon flame came out. I can smell the breath of the Supreme Master on your body. Are you a believer of Emperor Waishan? The magic flame rolls, reflecting the night sky brightly. Not yet, Luke replied frankly. The heavy pressure emanating from Scythorn is like a waterfall venting wildly, impacting his spirit all the time. With the spiritual immunity of the magic Superman, the terrifying aura of the Dimension Demon God did not cause any unbearable negative effects on Luke. It's terrible. My spirit is about to melt. The Black Queen standing underneath shivered, her eyes showing a hollow feeling. She was originally just summoning Scythorn's projection, but she didn't expect that Luke shocked the real body with the punch, attracting the big magic shadow hiding in the dimension world. This is not good news. As the Black Queen www.mentalnovel.com as a spellcaster, she can't afford that huge expense of summoning a dimensional demon. In short, Scythian's body is about to be hollowed out. The loss of power is so fast. The abundance of magic power disappeared quickly like a flood that burst a bank. The charming face of the Black Queen turned pale in an instant. That long black hair like a waterfall, like dry grass meeting Mars, was suddenly burned in half by the black magic flame. I lost half of my vitality. The Black Queen was so angry that she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her head was a little dizzy. In the contract spell, it clearly says summoning projection. Why did you get the real body? Just when the Black Queen was puzzled, Luke, standing in the night sky, said, Scythorn, let's talk about the terms. Chapter 208? Become a spokesperson. 3 ancient powers, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Talk about terms. The huge face formed by the pitch-black demon flame fluctuated, seeming to let out a scornful laugh. Humans, even though you have been promoted to the Heavenly Father level, at this level, being young often means being weak, lacking experience and background. Scythorn unscrupulously absorbed the magic power of the Toolman Black Queen. With this power, he broke through the rules of the material world and prolonged his stay time. The annoying fellow of the Supreme Mage used the 3 major time and space nodes to form a solid defensive line. Every dimensional demon who wants to break the restrictions and descend on the material world must be suppressed by the rules of this planet. The tyrannical strength of the Earth shattering, smashing the planet, can't play a few percent at all. The stronger the Dimension Demon God, the greater the pressure it will bear. This is also the reason why Cetoluk, Damam, and Scythorn are rarely seen on the Earth. Who would like to carry a planet around without problems? It's a lot of pressure. Really? As a dimensional demon who has lived for billions of years, you seem to be unable to beat the thousands-year-old Supreme Major Gamodo. The corners of Luke's mouth cocked, and the taunt mode was turned on. The strongest person in the Marvel world doesn't care about what gets stronger the longer you live. Even the Dimension Devil, the 5 great gods, and such bigwigs as the Court of Life, Often it is not defeated by an existence older than itself, but by the hands of the wall. For example, Damam of the Dark Dimension. Directly by Doctor Strange, who had just learned magic and had not graduated, he almost became a ruthless repeater with a set of unlimited monthly readings. Another example is Thanba, the director of the Universe Family Planning Commission on a certain timeline. Strengthening the power of higher dimensions to the level of fighting the five gods and kicking the court of life is nothing like a cosmic administrator. So, this is a world that is more ruthless than anyone else. Fortunately, Luke thinks that his plug-in is far above the others. Hey, human beings, it is not a wise choice to offend the dignity of a dimensional demon god. Scythorn sneered. The dark magic flame swept out like a raging frenzy. Luke didn't change his face. He also studied at Carmitage for a while. He was not so afraid of Scythorn's black magic. He closed his hands together, and the complicated formation was fleeting. The lines gleaming with magical sparks are intertwined, embedded like ears, forming a complete structure. In just one breath, the defensive spell Seraphine's shield was condensed. Boom! The terrible magic flame that burned the body and spirit was firmly blocked. It's unwise to offend a dimensional demon, but it's not in your chaotic dimension now. Luke didn't give face at all. Relying on Seraphim's shield to block the offensive, his figure was like a hard rock standing in the heart of the river, without the slightest sway. Scythorn is the most powerful of dark magic in history. Almost all fallen wizards on the earth will learn the powerful spells that are circulated in the Dark Book. But it is a pity that any of his black magic has countermeasures in Carmitage's Book of Emperor Wai-Shan. However, Luke himself happened to be a 3D introductory, 5-day graduating, able to write down the full text of Emperor Wai-Shan's art, and recite the magical genius. Sure enough, I am a believer of Emperor Wai-Shan. What a disgusting guy. Scythorn's huge face, trying hard to break free from the gap in space. Countless dense tentacles turned into dark magic flames were overwhelmingly grabbing towards Luke. The shape of Ekern. Luke chanted the mantra quickly, and with a few slurred syllables. His whole body was like a thousand-handed guardian, with countless arms in different postures. This is the shadow avatar technique. The corners of his mouth curled up, making a slight curve. When the night sky was full of magic flame tentacles, countless Superman suddenly appeared. They are not phantoms that are broken at once, but entity clones that can cast spells and endure damage. Kai Kai. Kai 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 Kai. Numerous Supermen surrounded Scythorn's head. All of them fired their gazes. The terrifying heat is like a burning knife. Cut off the demon flame tentacles that came from the culling, and annihilate them into ashes. Human, you don't seem to have signed a contract and can't borrow the power of dimensions. Scythorn didn't care about the shredded tentacles. He noticed the key, and was more interested in Luke himself. This year, I want to find a caster who hasn't signed a contract, and he's a very talented one, which is comparable to scouring gold in the gravel. What? Luke, who thought it was about to usher in a big battle, couldn't help but froze for a moment. Could it be that you fell in love with me? When I think of myself meditating, the huge stars projected represent different dimensional demon gods. Among them, there seems to be the Scythorn. Since you are not a believer of Emperor Wai-Shan, and you have not been confused by the crimson light of Cetoluk, and you are not a servant of the serpent set. Would you consider being my spokesperson? Scythorn's majestic voice suddenly slowed down and became quite peaceful. You want to give me chaos power? A touch of surprise appeared in Luke's eyes. What is this turning point? Everyone said they wanted to join if they couldn't fight, but they didn't fight yet. Why did they start to win over themselves? I didn't even choose Emperor Wai-Shan, Crimson Ruler, and Snake God. Why should I be your spokesperson? Luke restrained his distracting thoughts and assumed a calm posture of sitting on an equal footing. Anyway, Scythorn can't break through the restriction, so it's okay to flirt. If you want to come to the material world, you must break the 3 major time and space nodes and disintegrate that solid line of defense. What Domam couldn't do, Scythorn, nicknamed the Great Demon Shadow, naturally couldn't do it. Those fallen wizards who have obtained the Dark Divine Book, none of them is not a famous person, a powerful legendary person. Scythorn's demon flame face, with slight ripples, seemed to be proud. But the Dark Book is only part of my research on magic. I have something better. As long as you become the spokesperson of the Chaos Dimension, you can get the powerful power to distort reality and tamper with time and space. Although Scythorn said it temptingly, it seemed that as long as he became his little brother, he could immediately reach the pinnacle of life. But Luke didn't fluctuate in his heart, and he didn't even want to laugh. The Marvel Universe has 3 extremely powerful ancient powers. Anyone who obtains them can instantly have the hope of becoming a heavenly father and being a single entity. For example, Mutant King Gray's Phoenix power represents life and emotions, the embodiment of the original cosmic energy. If it can be completely absorbed, time and space can be manipulated almost infinitely, and matter can be changed. Also, the power of chaos in Scythorn's words. The characteristics are destruction and creation, which can easily rewrite reality and distort thoughts. The Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff was its host. The most debut record performance was to wipe out 90% of the mutants in the world in one sentence. Finally, www.untitled.novel.com. There is another kind called fairy power. Similar to a planetary devourer, the host will have a sense of hunger that can never be satisfied, thus devouring all real things. These 3 major plugins are all the most powerful people who can easily start the Heavenly Father. But there is no free lunch. Everything needs to be paid. The power of the Phoenix will make people feel strong, and if they feel a little dark inside, they will face the risk of blackening. The power of chaos can rewrite reality, and it can also affect the host and cause mental problems. As for the power of the Goblin, it is estimated that no one would want to experience the cruel feeling of being hungry forever. This is indeed a very exciting proposal, Luke squinted, and after a pause, he whispered softly, "However, I refuse." Chapter 209 Crimson Dominates. Happy to send away Superman of American manga. Find the latest chapter. Human, you don't know good or bad. For the first time, Scythorn was furious. In the long and endless years, the ignorant humans who hungered for strength and longed for strength all bowed to themselves and worshipped the words great, omnipotent, and eternal, which symbolize power, are always accompanied by his name. Every fallen mage is chasing the dark book of the underworld Scythorn. He occasionally leaks a little bit of cold and cold from the gap between his fingers. Those people are like picking up precious treasures, carefully preserved. Even those ridiculous guys, in order to compete for magic knowledge, do not hesitate to kill each other, exposing the darkest and coldest side of human nature. This is a good way for Scythorn to pass the time in boring days. A sufficiently brilliant performance can often give him a long aftertaste. But now, this young to a bit too young mankind in the Heavenly Father level in the short time of more than 2 decades, in the eyes of Scythorn, who is always in the unit of thousands of years, can only be regarded as a blink of an eye at best. He turned down himself. This caused Scythorn to rise in violent anger, but also with a hint of doubt. Does the other party know what is the power of chaos? It is not a popular product like black magic, but an ancient power that is coveted by the dimension demon god. Human, you have to think clearly. The dark face made of magic flames stared straight at Luke, as if to see through his heart. Become the spokesperson of chaos. You can get more powerful power. No longer limited to Heavenly Father, but to climb to a higher level. I can see that you are a person who pursues strength and desires to be strong. So, are you sure you want to reject this gift? Luke remained expressionless and unmoved. The Dimension Devil is never a philanthropist. They are more like hunters or fishermen. Set up traps and catch prey. Or throw a big net, fishing for delicious souls. Scythorn used the Dark Divine Book to deceive fools blinded by power. Those fallen mages who flourished for a while, after decades of becoming legends, their souls will basically be corrupted and returned to chaos. As an old rival, Seth, the snake god, also cast a snake crown specially. As long as you put it on, you will be able to inspire in an instant, comprehend boundless wisdom and boundless power. The price is to become a tool man for the snake set, and honestly work for the other party. Once it is unfavorable, it will become a petrified statue. Even the most Buddhist, the most casual Crimson dominates Satolak using his rubies will also face the risk of being brainwashed and putting on the aura of lowering wisdom. Until the end, he was completely reduced to the ultimate wagerner who enjoyed the blessings of 007. Everything has its price. Luke is well aware of the nature of these dimensional demons. They separate their strengths, not because they want to accumulate virtue and do good, and are keen to share careers, but to find tools. Afterwards, from among the many tool men, he picked the thugs Martzai who invaded the main universe. Guy's future disciple, Kazlas, was so fooled and became Damam's leading party. Later, the invasion of the Dark Dimension failed, and the hapless Kazlas was eaten and wiped out, leaving nothing from the body to the soul. You only said what I can get, but you didn't mention what I was going to give. Liu Qiang took out a parchment paper contract, and the words on it lingered red, seemingly containing peculiar power. In the human world, this behavior is usually the beginning of a scam. Among the multiple dimensions, are there any good things for nothing? Scythorn was silent for a moment. He usually progresses to the previous stage, when he wants to give strength. Most people are ecstatic, and a few will be cautious. But in the end, they will all surrender to their feet. Can you resist your own spiritual influence if you are a mere heavenly father? Scythorn thought it was weird. See you next time, Scythorn. Luke waved his hand and said goodbye. At that time, maybe I will introduce you a suitable spokesperson. The parchment contract was instantly burned to ashes by the hot sight. The words imprinted on it twisted like a living thing. As if the attached force was excited, a crimson beam of light was shot out. The crimson dominates Ceterak. Scythorn saw this scene, furious and furious. The violent and messy mental impact directly blasted into Luke's consciousness. The latter was not afraid, silently chanting long spells. That is a temporary contract. Can summon Crimson Dominator Ceterak. As the dimensional demon, the most Buddhist and the most eccentric. The method for Setoluk to invade the main universe is very simple. It is to randomly drop a deep ruby into each timeline and each world. He has always been too lazy to engage in conspiracies, and trading conditions are always straightforward. Use my power to become my shape. The more you get from the deep ruby, the deeper you will be assimilated. In the end, it became a puppet of power. Dedicated both hands to the Crimson Sovereign of the universe in which you live. It sounds terrible, but because Setoluk is more Buddhist, he almost never comes to collect debts. So, as long as he doesn't touch his ruby, there is almost no problem. A mage like Karmatage likes to borrow the power of this boss. For example, Ceterak's Scarlet Chain is a common magic used by high-level wizards. Would you rather lean on the dull and boring guy Storak than become the spokesperson of Chaos Force? Seeing Luke take out the parchment contract, Scythorn felt inexplicably being NTR in front of him. In terms of power, he is not lost to the master of the Crimson Universe by much. Regarding the degree of gift, I will give a gift package of chaos power when he comes up. If I changed to other people, I would be grateful and willing to sacrifice my life and soul. But for what reason? Luke finally chose Setoluk. Isn't this bullying the honest people? JPG, nonsense. With so many dimensional demon gods, only Ceterak can use the temporary contract and does not force the caster to pay. Luke showed contempt for Scythorn, who was inexhaustible in his heart. Raising his hand, countless avatars waved the scarlet chains, and tied the head of the billowing demon flame into a Zongtsai. Compared with the previous use of only white magic and defensive spells, after reaching a temporary contract, Luke fully utilized the advantages of Magic Superman. A steady stream of power is absorbed into the body. Like the infinitely expanding sun, a terrible breath erupted. This is the power of the Crimson Universe? Luke only felt that his body was filled with a burst of power, and the crimson light was enveloping his entire body. Want to assimilate the spirit? The crimson light covered the whole body like flowing water, and the only thing that was not contaminated was the head. The magic Superman is immune to mind control, so it repels the aura of wisdom that can turn people into fools. There will be a period later, the great underworld Scythorn. Luke closed his fingers together and threw a punch. The crimson light burst like a raging wave. The night sky of Washington, D.C. instantly turned red. The dense light invaded the clouds and the stars and moon. Click, click. The space is like a fragile mirror, broken directly. Before Scythorn could break free of the scarlet chains, he forcibly suffered a terrifying iron fist. Moreover, it has changed from pure physical attack to magic penetration plus physical crit, and the damage is directly full. Humanity. Scythorn's head. www.mentalnovel.com didn't say the classic villain line "I will be back," so it was blasted back to the chaos dimension. The gap in the expanding space closed instantly. Luckily I know magic and I have high resistance. Otherwise it would be really troublesome to deal with Scythorn. After Luke got rid of the influence of the crimson light on the spirit and sent Scythorn away happily, he smashed to the ground with a boom. He didn't learn Iron Man, and came to a classic superhero landing, which was too costly. Anything else? Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and he was ready to take the 3 kills with a hot sight. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 210. Crimson dominates. Happy sending away, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 210. The event ends. 616 Universes. Superman of American manga. Find the latest chapter. How can I fight this? 3 people off the court had such thoughts at the same time. Even the summoned Scythorn was blasted back to the chaos dimension with a punch by Superman. Seeing that scene, Mr. Omen and the Black Queen have completely lost their fighting spirit. The latter is actually a little grateful to Luke. If the head of the Scythorn had existed in the material world for a longer time, she would probably be sucked up. I am innocent, Your Excellency Lieutenant General. The Black Queen, whose legs were weak and almost unable to stand up, kept winking at Luke, making a pitiful look. The body also deliberately leaned forward, exposing the evening gown that was already considered a low cut, more thoroughly. After Scythorn's request was endless, the Black Queen basically lost the ability to fight, and all her magic power was completely consumed. Besides, even if she is in her heyday, facing the Superman with the power of Crimson Dominator Storak, she still doesn't look enough. Scythorn, the most powerful of black magic, was defeated, but the Black Queen, who had only learned a few spells from the Dark God book, could resist a few more rounds. Miss Celine, I can see countless wailing poor souls in you. Luke is unmoved. There is no gender on the battlefield. When he faced Sieglind, the battleship class of the Axis, he was not half-hearted. If you are willing to abandon the dark and cast the light, change yourself. Your Excellency Lieutenant. I am willing. The Black Queen answered simply and neatly. She immediately distanced herself from the projection of Mr. Omen and Kang the Conqueror. In this critical juncture, keeping one's own life is the most important thing. However, I don't really believe in your surrender to Miss Celine. Luke looked at the barely clothed Black Queen, Scythorn's dark magic flame, almost burning the evening gown clean. Amazing scenery, graceful curves, and snow-white mosaics are looming in the air. I can show my sincerity to you. The Black Queen straightened her chest, and the round curve almost jumped out, giving people a sense of excitement. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Luke smiled slightly and continued, a beautiful woman like you, I punched it over, so I should cry for a long time. Seeing Superman's figure flashing, he approached behind the Black Queen in a blink of an eye. He didn't want to kill. A hand knife quickly cut the opponent's neck. Oh, it seems to be confiscated and stop. Originally, I only wanted to knock the Black Queen out, but the intensity did not seem to be accurate, and he almost chopped off the opponent's neck. I hope people are okay, Luke thought silently. He saw the Black Queen's eyes turn white, her neck slumped and crooked to one side, as if her neck bone was broken and losing support. The whole person fell to the ground softly. If it weren't for the sound of a heartbeat, Luke thought that the other party had died suddenly on the spot. Mr. Essex, how do you choose? Luke moved his gaze and set his gaze on Mr. Omen. The latter met Superman's eyes, and as soon as he touched it, a sense of horror arose in his heart, as if he had been penetrated by a sharp sword. If I choose to leave at this time, do you agree with Lieutenant General? Mr. Omen asked hesitantly, although his heart is full of pride. He wants to replace Apocalypse and become a new generation of mutant gods. But now it's important to save your life, and temporarily bow your head and get soft, just for better development in the future. That will definitely not work. You stand on the wrong team and make the wrong choice, and you have to accept the punishment you deserve. Luke shook his head, his eyes indifferent. Mr. Essex, you must also understand that you must be merciless when dealing with the enemy. I have shown a rare kind of mercy, but you are stingy with a little sincerity. This is not justified. Mr. Omen is in a dilemma. On the one hand, he does not want to bow his head too much and abandon his dignity. But on the other hand, the cold reality is in front of him, and he doesn't have any bargaining chips in his hands. The Superman's strength is obvious to all. Even though the Black Queen has performed supernormally, summoning the real body of the underworld Scythorn, it still doesn't help. The other party is like an unfathomable ocean, making it impossible to explore the true power behind it. Then what do you want me to do, Lieutenant General? After thinking for a while, Mr. Omen slowed down and asked in a low voice, I heard that Mr. Essex has a lot of research on cloning technology and mutant genes. I just need a high-level scientific researcher. The corners of Luke's mouth raised. He is a very reasonable person, and it's best to not do it. Mr. Omen seemed to be a little heart-stirring, but the tiny communicator in his ear heard the voice of Kang the Conqueror. Ziz, Your Excellency Lieutenant, I forgive me for not agreeing. After a while, Mr. Omen gave an answer. He decided to finally trust Kang the Conqueror once the other party said he was sure of getting Superman. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead flashed at the same time, emitting a death ray. Oh, this is not a wise decision. Such an obvious provocation is naturally intolerable for Luke. He stepped on his feet and shot out. Under the palm of his head, he seemed to press Mr. Omen's head and crush it. A violent aura rushed toward his face, and the latter had only had time to retreat 2 steps before being forced to him by Superman. The turbulent air current hit the face. Like a knife, Mr. Omen felt painful. He closed his eyes subconsciously, as if death's sickle was about to be swung down. Buzzing. A terrifying shockwave instantly enveloped Luke's body. Enough to withstand machine guns, the hard body of the tank's main gun gave rise to violent ripples. The eardrum was about to explode, humming and screaming. Ultrasonic transmitter. Kang the Conqueror learned the method from Batman on the next studio. Luke grinned. The biological force field expanded, and the heavy pressure directly destroyed the transmitter hidden nearby. Kang, the Conqueror, came from the 42nd century, and the future technology of that era indeed had its merits. But this can only hinder his footsteps for a short time, and does not constitute a specific threat. Luke took a step, as if to activate a switch, and the ground collapsed abruptly. Ziz, as if the current is switched on. The extremely powerful gravitational field instantly captured him and fixed it firmly in place. Boom! Superman's steel body seems to be carrying a mountain. Taking a difficult step, like an earthquake, shakes the surrounding neighborhoods. Laugh. Seeing Luke trapped, Mr. Omen quickly sent out 2 death rays. Are you underestimating me too much? Luke's forehead bounced with blue veins. His hands clenched fists. The breath of terror is like a volcanic eruption. Rumble. The viscous air turned into a frenzy visible to the naked eye, and the small gravitational field enough to capture hundreds of thousands of tons of weight was instantly broken away. Bang! Holding two death rays forcibly, Luke rushed in front of Mr. Omen. He made a fist with his right hand and blasted out suddenly. This is not. Before the words of Mr. Omen were finished, the diamond-shaped jewel on his forehead exploded directly, forming a strong protective cover. Click. The terrifying fist wind hits an eggshell like a hammer. Destroy it without pressure. Flesh turned into powder. Mr. Omen with strong vitality, half of his body was torn and crushed. I said, Mr. Essex. Luke glanced down at the hole in his chest. It was the place hit by the death ray, which was slowly healing. The more people who play conspiracies and tricks, the easier it is to be restricted and forget what true power is. Mr. Omen, who was only half of his body, had strong fear in his eyes. His vocal cords twitched, making no sound. Ultrasonic vibrations and gravitational field constraints are all very good gadgets. Luke raised his head. His sharp gaze swept the neighborhood. How far can you hide? Kang the Conqueror found you. When Luke uttered the last word, his figure resembled a charged cannonball, smashing the ground straight, breaking a safety door made of heavy alloy. This is the temporary command center of the White House. It is specially used to prevent the outbreak of the 3 world wars and the launch of a nuclear bomb. Once the localization is in ruins, the president and cabinet members cannot be transferred in time. They will retreat to the underground temporary safe house, which has enough food reserves and daily necessities. A guy with blue skin and a purple helmet appeared in front of Luke. Wait a minute, I have something. Kang, the Conqueror, who replaced the president's face and restored his original appearance, saw Superman rushing in and spoke quickly. With his hands behind his back, he seemed to be preparing for some surprise. I don't want to listen. Luke didn't stop. His eyes swept left and right, and he cut off Kang the Conqueror. Due to the high temperature, no blood was ejected from the wound. Snap. Luke walked over, stomped his lower body into mud with one foot. In his eyes, the new mankind of the 42nd century was as fragile as the present mankind. Now, you can speak. Luke looked down at Kang the Conqueror, who had only felt the pain at this time, and smiled. Superman, let me go. Bang! Luke didn't wait for Kang the Conqueror to finish, and stepped on the head. The blue head with a frozen expression burst like a watermelon, spouting a turbid liquid mixed with red and white. It's too old-fashioned. Begging for mercy must be new. You don't even have the desire to make me listen to it for a while. Luke shrugged. He didn't plan to give the other party time to say his last words. After confirming that Kang the Conqueror was completely dead, Luke had time to observe the reformed safe house. Various technologies beyond this era appeared in the room. For example, the spliced projection screen shows live broadcasts from all over Washington. There is also a picture of SHIELD Bureau. Laser weapons, exoskeleton armor, various miniature launcher buttons. If you lay out Kang the Conqueror, it might really bring yourself a little trouble. This is a spaceship. Luke saw that in the corner on the right, there was a semi-arc-shaped metal platform with a pyramid-like energy crystal on top. He wandered up and saw the countdown at the bottom jump from 1 to 0. At this moment, the dead body of Kang the Conqueror, holding the button in his right hand, made a drip sound. A burst of blue light trickled out, and Luke, standing on the metal platform, disappeared as if swallowed in. 616 Universe www.untitled.novel.com years. Looking at Nick Fury, the female Commander Hill, who turned into flying ash in front of her, she quickly took out an old-fashioned communicator. As soon as he dialed and sent a call message, he was also turned into fly ash. However, before Nick Fury completely lost consciousness, his one eye saw a blue light flashing, and the tall man walked out of it. Mom fucking. Nick Fury, who didn't know what happened, disappeared before finishing his classic lines. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 211. Event ended. 616 Universe, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, Please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 211. The Pot is Great. Iron Man appears. Superman of American manga. Find the latest chapter. If, as you said, as Luke guessed, the president is pretending to be Kang the Conqueror, is this guy on TV real or fake? Howard asked solemnly at the Stark Mansion on Long Island, Manhattan. His gaze was on the Turnitin TV, and the Mr. President on the screen was giving a speech in a painful tone. The main content is the official explanation of the attack on the White House. After all, there was such a big noise. Can be seen by half of the residents of Washington, D.C. It is too difficult to hide. The Pentagon does not have the kind of black technology that can erase memories by clicking on someone. How you look at it, in terms of tone and appearance, it's the president himself. If I don't know the truth. Howard muttered and turned off the TV. He briefly summarized the content of the previous speech. All this is most likely a conspiracy carried out by the Soviet Union. They want to assassinate the president and undermine the stability and prosperity of the country. Thanks to Superman, who saw through the tricks to come to the rescue, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. For the United States to be great again, for freedom and democracy. When the president talked about the rise, he couldn't help but danced and played the accordion. If Luke were here, there would definitely be a strong desire to complain. To throw the pot to the Red Bear on the Siberian plain is the basic operation of the Lighthouse country, whether it is now or in the future. They are always very good at setting up an imaginary enemy target of an evil country for themselves and for the people. Then turn all the mistakes, all the serious consequences caused by the mistakes, into bullets and hit the bull's eye. At present, the Red Bear standing on the other side of the world has played this role. Therefore, the White House exploded and burned to ruins. The murderer was found. It's the Soviet. A slight earthquake occurred in Washington, D.C. The world changed color, and anomalies appeared frequently. That was also done by the Soviets. It is difficult for me to make correct judgments about the identity of the president. Nick Fury shook his head, frowning tightly. However, judging from this overly bizarre statement, there is a high probability that it may be false. According to the director's instructions, he found Howard Stark, who was addicted to work and couldn't help himself. He also told the other party all the Blood Council and Luke's analysis. However, before Howard could do anything, worse news came. The White House is in ruins, and Superman's whereabouts are unknown. The director went directly to the White House. He didn't give anything special before leaving, so I don't know what happened later. There was a hint of worry in Fury's eyes. He only now knows why the Chief of Staff would investigate the White House Chief of Staff and his private collusion with the Blood Council. This is not just an exchange of interests led by politicians. There is also a bigger conspiracy behind it. It involves the identity of the president and the future direction of the world situation. According to Luke's character, if he kills directly to the White House, it proves that he is completely certain of the original guess, and he has enough evidence on hand to be confident that he can solve everything that happened later. Howard stepped on the carpet in his pajamas. If you add a pipe to him, you can play a cameo of Sherlock Holmes. But why did he disappear? At this time, 6 hours have passed since a fire broke out in the White House and riots broke out in Washington, D.C. The fish belly was white on the horizon, and the faint light of the morning dawn rushed out of the horizon, spewing out the breath of life. Howard stared out the window, frowning. This is where he can't figure it out. The White House is reduced to rubble, and the riots in Washington, D.C. must be the aftermath of the battle between Superman and Kang the Conqueror. If you look at the ending, it seems that Superman lost, because Luke's whereabouts are unknown. It is life or death, all in an unknown state. I have never seen Luke fail. Howard found a pipe and spit out a cyan mist. For him, nicotine helps thinking. Even if Kang the Conqueror is a future man in the 42nd century, it feels not so easy to defeat Superman, and it also allows Luke to have no chance to escape and is directly erased. This is simply the most unlikely thing to happen. That kind of situation. Howard had never doubted the strength of Superman. Luke Cavill, the young lieutenant general and leader of SHIELD. His strength is based on victory after victory, not false propaganda or exaggerated rumors. Those opponents who ended up miserably, such as the Red Skull, Aryan Superman from Berlin, Germany, Namor, Lord of Atlantis, and Sebastian Shaw, the Black King of Hellfire Club. They use their own personal experience to tell others that when they confront Superman and become enemies, they often don't have any good uses. Mr. Stark, if you think in the worst direction, the director is likely to have encountered some kind of bad situation. The strength he showed is enough to ignore the 90% fatal danger, and even us, it is difficult to find a powerful enemy on this planet who can defeat Superman. But Kang the Conqueror is from the 42nd century. He has a variety of high-tech weapons. He may not be able to erase Superman from the physical level. But what if kill is replaced with captivity, or exile? Nick Fury guessed boldly. It's possible. Anyway, it's more reliable than the answer given by Mr. President. It's the evil plan of the Soviets. Howard nodded and applauded the dark-skinned young man. Mr. President said that the disappearance of Superman is actually an evil plan of the Soviets. Nick Fury remembered the unreliable statement on the TV. Howard provoked a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Yes, the Soviets are afraid of Superman's strength. They are worried that one day Luke will fall from the sky and appear in the Kremlin, then drag those people out and hang them on the Red Square. In order to prevent the imbalance between the East and West camps and prevent the expansion of the United States to dominate the world. So, the Soviets prepared this raid plan. On the surface it was to assassinate the president, but the real goal is Superman." Nick Fury's mouth twitched, and he finally saw the shameless face of a politician. It is estimated that the Red Bear does not know what happened. People grow corn in Siberia, and the black pot hits their heads. But what method did the Soviets use to get Superman out? Nick Fury thinks this excuse for throwing the pot is awkward. It is Superman, of the world in the new era. In North America today, some people may not know who the president is, who is the governor, and who is the mayor. But I believe everyone knows Superman. Such a legendary existence. How can it be said that it is gone if it is gone? I just called the Pentagon and they said that the Soviets had studied some kind of proton bomb and were going to destroy Washington, D.C., and New York. In order to save tens of millions of innocent people, Superman is going to send the bomb into outer space, sacrifice himself, and then ... he is gone. The more reliable guess is that the eruption of the proton bomb opened the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which led to the disappearance of Superman. No one was born, and no corpse was seen. Howard shrugged and said that Mr. President was really imaginative. It is recommended that after retirement, you can write novels. The Soviets have proton bombs. Why don't they directly use them as weapons? They send people to secretly sneak into the cities on the East Coast, launch them in one fell swoop, destroy the defense line, and then send a fleet to attack. Nick Fury, adhering to the professional habit of serious thinking, asked inexplicably, "You have to ask the Soviets about this. I can't figure it out. If they can study that thing and make it into a weapon, it is necessary to assassinate the president." As a scientist, Howard felt ridiculous about the lies fabricated by the president. It is completely possible to apply related technologies to rocket technology, launch space races, or use it as an ultra-small and ultralight high-energy generator of various systems. In this way, they can press the launch button in the Kremlin and they will be able to transfer North America. The mainland exploded into ruins. Nick Fury didn't understand, but that didn't prevent him from nodding in agreement. "So, what should we do now?" He looked at Howard, whose hair was like a chicken coop, was dressed in a sulky nightgown, and had a pipe in his mouth. There may be only two of them who know the identity of the president. Must come up with a practical plan to deal with the coming crisis. First of all, we seem to have done nothing. Strive for stability, and continue to participate in the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Howard rolled his eyes and began to think. Secondly, the top priority is to determine Luke's situation. That guy has a big life, and there should be nothing wrong with him. If it is really imprisoned by Kang the Conqueror, or falls into a trap and cannot get out of it, I will find a way to bring him back. Having said that, Howard glanced at the black guy and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "Nicholas Joseph Fury, a new agent of SHIELD, and Chief Cavill's driver," Nick Fury replied. "Can I trust you, Fury?" Howard asked again. "As long as you don't let me betray my national interests, I will definitely obey, Mr. Stark," Fury said seriously. "That's good." Howard beckoned and motioned for the other party to follow. "I wanted to give Luke a surprise." Who knew he would have such an accident? Howard opened the workshop in the basement and entered a long string of passwords. "Cats, cats." The sound of the machine ring rang. The gears bite, driving the chain. The heavy iron gate was raised, and the inside was dim, and the concrete scene could not be seen clearly. Howard walked in, followed by Nick Fury. "This is my the first generation machine." He pressed the switch, and the light above his head lit up, reflecting a huge thick steel armor. Clumsy head, stout limbs. The unpainted silver-white shell, with a machine gun on his shoulder. The core of his chest flashed with dimmer light. "With this, we are more able to deal with enemies hidden in the dark," Howard said confidently. "Iron Man, I like the name Luke gave me." Earth 199999 Universe www.untilnovel.com New York. Is this the timeline that Thanos snapped? There was a flash of blue light, and Luke walked out of it unscathed. There was no thunder and lightning like the Terminator debut. Then, like a metamorphosis, a strong body was exposed. "This is Nick Fury's corpse." Liu Kang held a handful of floating dust. Just as the in-the-eyed chief saw his arrival, he also witnessed the disappearance of the other party. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 212. How to Shake the Pot. Iron Man appears, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends. QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 212. Box Theory, Universe Number Superman of American Manga. Find the latest chapter. "So, I can't go back now?" It took about a few seconds for Luke to organize his thoughts and figure out the situation. He didn't know whether the guy Kang the Conqueror prepared a time-space trap in advance, or wanted to run away in advance, but he used it. Anyway, Luke came to this strange and familiar future world through the space-time teleportation device. A world that has not been affected by Superman and has developed in accordance with the original trajectory. This is probably the timeline of the movie universe. Thanos has finished snapping his fingers. Luke stood on the street, watching the helicopter that fell from midair and crashed into a tall building. With a bang, the fire broke out. The shocking movement, like a terrorist attack, did not cause the slightest panic. Many cars suddenly lost control and slammed into stone piers on the side of the road or rushed directly into shops. Bang, bang. A series of rear-end collisions occurred, and smoke billowed, followed by explosions. This may be the messiest and worst day ever. Luke spread out his palms and scattered the little ashes left by Chief Eye-eyed. He looked down the street. The cars on the road were jammed into a long queue of steel, and there was no end in sight. In many drivers' seats, there was only a handful of ashes, not even a figure. Some people died silently, and their bodies were wiped out. The other part of the people looked horrified. Their faces were blank, and they didn't know what was going on. "If the time of the shuttle is coming a little earlier, maybe I can prevent this disaster." There was a glimmer of expectation in Luke's eyes. He thinks he is facing Thanos. A conservative estimate should be a 5050 situation. The power of the movie universe is not so exaggerated. "Sir, what happened? Help me." A pedestrian grabs Luke's arm, and the other person may see his Superman suit and think it is a certain superhero. "I'm sorry, I can't do anything for the time being." "But don't worry, you will be back soon." Luke shrugged. and a few seconds later, the poor guy was wiped out in front of his eyes. By the way, will I be affected by the rules of this universe? If half of the creatures have been wiped out, I wonder if I was included in it. The director of the Universe Family Planning Commission, dedicated to destroying the crazy titan of the population, according to a random method, erase half of the creatures from each planet. This is the delete on the rule. So, those unlucky guys who were unfortunately chosen at random, directly turned into ashes and disappeared. The body is gone with the wind, and the soul is dead. The only thing that counts as good news is that there is no pain in this way, equivalent to euthanasia. But Luke has a question, whether he will be affected as a traveler in other universes. According to Marvel's cosmic level, the infinite gloves of this world may not be able to take effect on oneself. This may not be known until you encounter Thanos. Luke thought silently. Kai. An out-of-control car ran into him, but before it hit it, it was cut in half by the hot sight. As more and more lives were erased by that snapping finger, the scene seemed to become more and more chaotic. Compared with the end of the world, when the world is falling apart, snapping fingers seems to be a little more frightening. Luke himself was quite calm. He waited for a long time, but he didn't feel any strangeness. Obviously, either he was lucky and was not selected by random probability, either he is completely unaffected. At this time, the US team and Thor's delegation are in Wakanda. Iron Man and Nebula are on Titan. Who should I go to? Luke's primary goal is clear, and that is to find the direction of home. Space-time transmission is actually quite complicated. In other words, any scientific field linked to quantum is always confusing. The Marvel Universe is equivalent to an infinite box, and then there are small boxes with different numbers inside. The timeline where Luke is located is a small box located under the 616 main universe, and the timeline he is currently in is in another small box numbered Earth 199999 universe. There is a subtle connection between different small boxes. For example, Nick Fury in the movie universe is black, but in the 616 main universe, he is actually a white man. For another example, Loki in the movie universe is the second prince of Asgard. But in other universes, it may be the second princess. Everyone's gender, skin color, pros and cons. It will change with the difference of the small box. But the general character will still exist, unless they are forgotten and thus deleted. In summary, Luke wants to find his way home. You must accurately locate the small box where you are originally located, and then start a smooth time and space shuttle from the small box where you are. It sounds very simple, but you need to use specific parameters of the relevant world, coordinate positions, and data such as time and space anchor points and landing points. Even a genius like Tony Stark feels a headache when he sees it, because this is not a time shuttle back and forth in a small box. But from this box, jump to another box. The difficulty has risen exponentially. By the way, my little box hasn't been named yet. Luke suddenly remembered this. Each box under the main universe has a corresponding number. Well, of course, the world he is in should also have a series of representative numbers. Universe 1024. Luke pondered for a moment and gave a standard answer. If there is a chance in the future, he plans to stamp his box. There are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets, and more ashes are flying in the sky. Without knowing it, Luke walked to Times Square as the crossroads of the world. This is the place with the largest flow of people in New York. But now there are no people in sight. There are only scrolling billboards and colorful neon tubes, which proves the excitement before. Wakanda's Captain America is probably still immersed in the sadness of his teammates and base friends. Thor may be regretting, why didn't he hack at Thanos' head.metalnovel.com? The only two survivors on Titan, one without Spider-Man, one without his sister Kamara. This I shouldn't be in the mood to listen to my story. Luke smashed his fingers and calculated, and found that it seemed that except for the Thanos who knew Jayagishan, everyone else might not have time to pay attention to him. The reunion was almost destroyed, and the superhero suffered heavy casualties. As the big villain, Thanos reached a plan and took the outcome in a desperate direction. They need a hero. Luke breathed the air of the 21st century and whispered softly, but before that, I'm going to find someone first. Since the Avengers and the superheroes are unreliable, he can only find an old acquaintance who can understand his situation. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 213, Box Theory, Universe Number, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 213, New York Sanctuary, Ancient One Soul Superman of American Manga. Find the latest chapter. Greenwich Village, Brick Street. The only person in this universe who can understand his situation without much explanation. Probably only the Supreme Mage who travels frequently to observe the future. Of course, Luke was not talking about Doctor Strange who was directly erased by a snap of his fingers. After the guy finished watching the spoilers, everyone was gone and he couldn't help at all. The person he was looking for was actually Guy, who took the opportunity to retire. I don't know how many people are still alive in Carmitage. Luke directly pushed open the door of the New York Sanctuary, and it was silent and silent. The flames in the fireplace rose. The teacups on the table were still warm, and a few books and some magical artifacts were scattered on the ground. It's like everyone was chatting happily last second, discussing where to eat later. As a result, the next second was gone, and it was too late to say goodbye to each other. Only the lit fireplace, the unfinished tea, and the flipped books prove everything that has happened before. It's terrible, Luke said with emotion. Fortunately, the three major spatio-temporal nodes still maintain basic operations. Those dimensional demons could not take the opportunity to invade the world. However, for them today, it is also a heavy loss. Thanos wiped out half of the life on the Earth, and the souls of the dead could not fall into the hands of the Dimension Demon God. The drastically declining population, to them, who are essentially no different from capitalists, is equivalent to the disappearance of half of the means of production. This is a huge loss. I don't know how long it will take to make up for it. The death of half of their lives means that for a long time in the future, the gang of Dimension Demons will have to face the embarrassing situation of deflation. Because, for the Dimensional Devil, the Devil of Hell, and the Angel of Heaven, the soul is a universal currency. The former is a way of borrowing, establishing a mature system, and harvesting wealth. The latter two use contracts and beliefs to divide the human soul into two pieces of cake. Regardless of the means, a huge population base is a necessary condition for maintaining this market. However, Thanos, who wanted to contribute to the family planning in the universe, directly reduced the entire market by half. If Ceterak, Scythorn, and the Snake Set can enter the material world, they will definitely rub Thanos on the ground. Luke curled his lips and entered the hall unimpeded. Go up the stairs and come to the third floor. Mage Guy, are you there? Well, Strang Cheeto, let me bring you something. Luke stopped in front of the window of the world, bent his fingers and tapped it twice. As a seal imposed by Emperor Wai-Shan, it also functions as a communicator. Who are you? Strange should be no longer in this world. Luke patiently waited for about half a minute, and Guy's body suddenly appeared, holding a small sandalwood fan in her hand. She looked at the strange intruder with scrutiny, and broke the other's obvious lies. Well, I don't know Stephen Strange yet, Luke admitted frankly, and continued, but I do find you in a hurry. Master Guy, it's really strange, I have never seen you, but I can feel the breath of Emperor Wai-Shan from you, the scarlet light of Ceterak, and even the chaotic power of Scythorn. Guy looked suspicious. Generally speaking, it is enough for one of these dimensional demons to provoke a headache, but the young man standing in front of him seemed to have had contact with all three. To tell you the truth, I have read the book of Emperor Wai-Shan, used the temporary contract ruled by the Crimson, and was favored by the underworld Scythorn, and almost became the spokesperson of the power of chaos. Luke's face was calm, and he told a series of legendary experiences. It's not easy for you to be alive. Yi didn't doubt it, but looked at Luke's eyes even more weird. She obviously didn't know each other, but she had a vaguely familiar feeling. Mage Yi, introduce myself, I come from another universe, the past time when everything hasn't happened yet. Luke said directly, because of some accidents, I came to this universe involuntarily, and everything has happened in the future time. The Superman Lieutenant General was a bit convoluted, but Yi still understood. So, do you know me in that universe? You have also entered Karmatage and studied the Book of Emperor Wei Shan. Wouldn't you be the next Supreme Mage I chose? The former Supreme Mage behaved very calmly, without making a fuss. You do seem to be a lot better than the strange mean physique. I suggested before that he should spend more time exercising. A qualified mage needs a strong body. The ancient pair of universes was an infinite box, with one layer of theories nested one after another, and I had a general understanding. Therefore, she can quickly accept the facts, Luke said, and ask questions. If you change to Doctor Strange, you will definitely have to spend time explaining what is called another universe and what is past time. It hasn't been long since the guy was on top, and he was completely unskilled in the business process of the Supreme Master. I need your help, Master. Seeing that each other can communicate normally, Luke opened the door and made a request. He was still worried before, whether the Supreme Mage after retirement would have talked and laughed with the Eternal God. Fortunately, Yi still stayed on Earth and did not leave. I'm afraid I can't help much. Yi shook his fan and said softly, half of the creatures in the universe are wailing and weeping. Their souls are dead, their existence is completely wiped out, and I am just a long dead person, can only watch silently, wait quietly, and can't do anything. Luke raised his eyebrows. He knew that Yi at this time had lost his physical body, and was currently appearing in the form of a soul. As early as in the previous plot, the opponent used the Hand of Casillas to feign death and escape and successfully retire early. Hand over the position of the Supreme Master and the responsibility of guarding the Earth to Doctor Strange. You chose Strange. He saw the exact ending from countless futures. Luke suddenly remembered that the 6 gems of this universe have been gathered, so he seems to be able to complete the task ahead of schedule. Everything can be changed and corrected, and the Avengers will complete this difficult task. I am willing to help, so that they can avoid detours and sacrifice. But as a reasonable return, I hope Master Yi can tell me the coordinates of this universe and some detailed parameters. This is why Luke sought out Antiquity 1 for the first time. If it is said that the deep secrets of this universe are most likely to be in the hands of someone, it is definitely not the Supreme Master. Emperor Wei Shan is the ancient god, and they are closely related to the Eternal God. Luke removed the number of this small box and knew nothing about it. To carry out a smooth space-time transmission again, he needs to know the cosmic coordinate data to facilitate the establishment of models and calculations. The rest of the work must be done by Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. Well, I now completely believe that you are a traveler from another universe. Yi was slightly surprised. It stands to reason that, except for the holder of the time gem, the Supreme Master who can use the Eye of Agamotto, it is impossible for others to know the future direction. However, based on Luke's few words, Yi was able to judge that the other party knew nothing less than her. By the way, what's your name? The former Supreme Mage, whose attitude became more and more relaxed, asked. Luke Cavil, my universe, everyone likes to call me Superman. Luke replied. I can agree to your request. After thinking for a while, G nodded. The death of the physical body has no effect on an archmage like her. As long as his soul is immortal, Yi can still travel the universe with the help of astral projection. This is much more free than the forced life of staying at the post every day and not being able to leave without permission. Strange, and the Avengers, they will lead this terrible ending to the only right choice. Yi had a solemn expression, and said solemnly, Luke, you are an insurance to ensure they complete their tasks. In exchange, I will tell you what you want as a reward. There was a smile at the corner of Luke's mouth. Whenever he gave a reasonable statement, Guyi was always the best person to speak. Then see you next time. Mentalnovel.com. Master Guyi, I will complete this transaction. He casually borrowed an ownerless ring from the table on the third floor. Draw a magic circle skillfully and open the transmission channel. I'll go to Wakanda first and talk to Steve, hoping that he can treat me as a friend, not an enemy. Guyi's spirit stared at Luke as he walked into the transmission tunnel, with a strange brilliance in his eyes. A visitor from another world. I hope it won't make things worse. She stopped in front of the window of the world, staying for a few minutes. The illusory soul burst out with a burst of strong light and disappeared. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the collection below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 214, New York Sanctuary, The Ancient Soul, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends. QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 214, Coming to Wakanda, Unfriendly Meeting Superman of American Manga. Find the latest chapter. Wakanda, capital. Just like New York, just like what is happening all over the world, here also ushered in a death ending that was wiped out by the snap of your fingers. The tribal warriors of Wakanda, they didn't know what happened. They turned into ashes. Just like Thanos said, absolutely fair, absolutely random. With a snap of his fingers, this mysterious transition inhabiting the African continent was wiped out from the common people to the king. Leading figures, except for General Oko, who was trusted by Black Panther T'Challa, there were few left. The moment the death sickle falls, you will not be treated differently because you are a king or a hero. As for the Avengers, the death list is a long list. What Winter Soldier, Falcon, Wanda, Vision, all are on it. Only a few veteran figures survived. Fortunately, we failed. Captain America with a beard said weakly. He sat next to his visionary body, watching the terrifying wound on his forehead. Thanos abruptly pulled the soul gem from the latter's head. Just half a minute ago, Captain America saw the Winter Soldier Bucky disappear in ashes and died. The sadness in my heart is beyond words. That's a friend who fought side by side with him, a friend who grew up together. Reunited after finally being reunited, it ended up being gone. Thanksgiving succeeded, and his goal was achieved. Thor was extremely remorseful, and his heart was full of emptiness. He should use the storm axe to chop off the head of the purple sweet potato essence. This can stop everything. Stop the other party from snapping that finger. Can you contact Tony? What's the situation with him? The War Machine asked. After an uphill battle, everyone was at a loss. No one knows what to do. Some of them have lost their relatives, some have lost their lovers, some have lost their friends, and some have lost their king. The sacrifice was huge and costly, but the final victory was still not won. The ending is not like in movies and novels, where heroes defeat villains. Everyone embraces and cheers, bringing the story to a happy end. I don't know, Tony, and the talkative little bug, the master of tricks in cloaks, they are all on Thanos donut spaceship. Banner, who couldn't switch to the Hulk mode, wanted to say something which to liven up the atmosphere. But seeing his friends downcast, even Captain America, who has always been determined and never discouraged, showed a trace of confusion, and swallowed the untimely jokes. Do you have any plans, Captain? The Black Widow thought of Clint the Hawkeye, who knew nothing about life and death, and a worrisomeness appeared in her eyes. The snap of Thanos is erasing half of the creatures on the earth. The Clint family, I don't know how many will survive. Captain America was silent for a while, and then worked hard to sort out his mood and once again became the calm leader. Go back to New York first and contact the Pentagon if those acquaintances are still alive. With their strength, The list of casualties will be counted as soon as possible. We must not allow the social order to collapse. We must stabilize the situation as soon as possible to avoid riots. SHIELD will also generate momentum to assist governments of all countries to resume operations. Also, find a way to find Tony. We need him. Captain America briefly listed a few plans to be implemented. The entire world dropped by half the population, which was equivalent to a huge machine that had been operating steadily, and suddenly stopped. The impact is too great to imagine. In some families, parents may be wiped out by snapping their fingers, leaving only young children behind. This requires proper placement. In some countries, senior leaders may be unlucky. A snap of a finger wipes out most of them. There is a vacuum in power and internal turmoil. This needs to be stabilized as soon as possible. All in all, as the world's population shrinks drastically, whether it is the government or superheroes, they have to face many problems. Sol, what are your plans? After clearing up his sad emotions, Captain America looked at Thor, who was carrying an axe and wanted to chop something to vent. Asgard has disappeared, destroyed by the flame giant. His people also lost their lives on the spaceship. Almost no one survived. Of all the superheroes, Sol is the one who has lost the most. I want to drink, Sol said painfully. Hatred supported him to the present. The death of the people and the death of Loki made him think about how to hack Thanos. But with the snap of the opponent's finger, everything disappeared. Even if he held the Storm Axe in his hand, he still failed and couldn't stop all of this. If any of you knows the whereabouts of the purple sweet potato essence, please inform me as soon as possible. Sol pressed the shoulders of Captain America, and there was a vague flash of thunder in his eyes, which was a jump of anger. No matter where he hides, I will rush over as quickly as possible, and then cut off his head. I swear in the name of Odin. Calm down, Sol. You should stay with us. SHIELD will need your power, and the Avengers will need your power. Captain America is very good at doing ideological work and calmed down the grumpy Thor in a few words. He looked around, looking at the few remaining teammates. Gears of War, Black Widow, Banner, Rocket Raccoon, and a General Oko. Tony, Strange, and the Chatter are all in a state of uncertainty. We have failed, we are facing the worst situation, and we also need to face the hardest moments of life. Captain America's voice is not high, but it seems particularly powerful. But no matter how gloomy tomorrow is and how unacceptable the reality is, we have to take that small step, regroup, and find our way. Future. Boom. It seemed that a cannonball hit the ground, splashing fierce dust. The dark red cloak stirred endlessly. A figure appeared in front of everyone in such a sudden way that, "Excuse me," a gentle voice sounded, and its owner had a young face. "Can you give me some time?" As an uninvited strange guy who suddenly appears, the first thing you should do is to proactively report your name, Thor said in a deep voice with a guarded look. Other superheroes reacted similarly. They have just experienced an uphill battle and faced one of the most powerful enemies in history. At this time, any bit of wind and grass can easily arouse vigilance. I know that you lost your dear brother not long ago, and there is no irritable sister, loving dad, mother who loves you, and a bunch of people who follow you and embrace you. But so well, I don't want you to spill your anger on me, understand? Luke, who rushed to Wakanda and then flew to this dense forest, said lightly. On the surface www.mtlnovel.com his attitude seems to be to keep things quiet. But according to this speech, no matter how you look at it, you are all in the minefield. Ha ha, great. Thor grinned furiously, thunder rolling in his eyes. Finally, stepped forward, able to let me punch him a few times. No matter who you are or what you are called, wait until later when you beg for mercy. Rumble. The storm's tomahawk lingers with lightning, and the sky is covered with dark clouds. Thor clenched his weapon tightly and locked his eyes on the who dared to provoke him. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 215, Coming to Wakanda, Unfriendly Meeting, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 215, Physically Calm and Violent Persuasion, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman, Sol. Captain America looked at the stranger and wanted to persuade him to avoid a meaningless battle. But the Asgardians are like the fighting nation of Siberia. There is only drinking and fighting in his eyes, and his martial arts style is quite strong. As the Prince of Asgard, Thor is even more so. When he led the war, he never asked how many enemies there were, only where they were. Later, he ran to the earth, was deprived of his divine power, and became immortal. After the tortuous test, his rash and reckless temper became a little less. Captain, I can't wait to beat up this bastard, and he will know how wrong and stupid it is to provoke an Asgardian. Thor roared, and the storm axe in his hand drew the thunderlight and blasted straight out. The violent current pierced the air, emitting a burnt smell. The surroundings were blazing white, extremely dazzling. Asgard's infinite divine power, coupled with weapons more powerful than Mjolnir, gave Thor enough confidence. He could cut Thanos to a sigh of relief, not to mention the humans in front of him. Zizzy. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and his gaze shot out. The high-temperature light beam that evaporates flesh and blood is like a burning red blade, cutting open the horrible lightning flashes. Boom! Hot sight bombarded Sol, who couldn't dodge. The armor on his chest was hot and red. It seems to have been heated in a steel-making furnace. Click. In the sound of cracking, the piece of hard armor covering his chest was directly broken into several pieces. And Thor was also knocked out by the strong kinetic energy and hit a few thick trees. After several tumblings, he was able to stop. I sympathize with your experience, but if you have to find a beating, I can't help it. Luke shrugged and said helplessly. He just said the other party's experience in a declarative tone. Who could have thought that Thor would react so much, and put himself in a posture that he wanted to fight him hard? Well, Luke admits that he deliberately angered Sol. It's not that he looks at the other person upset, or other personal grievances. There is no Superman on the timeline of this universe. So, whether it is Captain America or Iron Man, they have some doubts and some vigilance towards themselves. Next, if the two sides want to cooperate, it will definitely involve the key issue of who has the final say. They are the veterans of the Avengers, with prestige and connections. What about yourself? A newcomer who has just arrived. How to get enough weight to speak? In most cases, it is natural to fight side by side, from birth to death, so as to establish a strong bond and friendship behind, or establish one's own position through victories again and again. However, Luke is just a player who has no patience and wants to pass a copy. In his own 1024 universe, there are still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. How could he waste time here? After thinking about it, Luke finally thought of a quick and effective way. Beat Thor, the highest combat power in the Avengers. Hulk, who could not transform into the Hulk, has been kicked out of the ranks of the strong. The big green man gave Thanos a set of military punches and got down. Basically, he never showed the power of anger anymore, but gradually became Buddhism. Generally speaking, strength is the best way to demonstrate status. Luke is a kind of more egoistic character. He can't obey the leadership of Captain America or Iron Man and act as a thug. So, unfortunately, Thor became the hapless stepping stone. Oh, very good. You make my desire to squeeze you even stronger. Thor, who was blasted into a rock, abruptly printed a deep humanoid silhouette. The small electric current lingering all over, with a bang, burst out loudly, like a large amount of TNT explosives being ignited. the amazing power and a huge shockwave crushed the rock into powder. I heard that Asgardians are good at fighting and are quite brave. Luke smiled slightly. He could even subdue the harsh and poisonous Howard, let alone Thor. But Sol, you don't seem to show such characteristics except for speaking cruel words. Even your brother with the blood of the frost giant, Loki, he is more like a warrior than you. It's another extremely accurate minefield jumping. I don't allow you to mention that name. Thinking of Loki's tragic death, Thor picked up the storm axe and roared like a berserker. With force under your feet, you stomped a big hole on the ground. The Thor at this time has not yet become a fat house in the future. The movements are vigorous, and the movement speed has not slowed down. The storm axe swept across with lightning. Boom boom boom. The atmosphere makes a loud noise, as if the space has to be cut away. It was almost instantaneous. The storm axe, which almost hacked Thanos to death, slashed in front of Luke. The biological force field that he fully opened, like an eggshell, was directly cut open. Even the infinite gloves with 6 gems couldn't block this artifact, and Superman's biological force field naturally didn't work either. Yo, underestimated this axe. Luke's reaction was also very quick, red light surging in his eyes. The hot sight burst out, blocking the rotating storm tomahawk, and the high temperature collided with the electric current, triggering a violent energy reaction. Boom. Thor, empty-handed, followed closely behind him, with lightning like silver snakes lingering all over his body. He smashed his fist towards Luke's face. The latter opened his palm and easily blocked it. As a midget, your physical fitness is good. Sol was a little surprised. The opponent's strength didn't seem to be weaker than him. As an Asgardian, you are like a weak nymph. Luke simply changed the sentence and returned it to Sol. Can this be tolerated? Sol has never scolded a mother-in-law in his life. Die to me. The furious Thor stretched out his right hand, and the storm axe flew back. He slashed without mercy, and the sharp axe that radiated cold light slammed into Luke's front door. Luke raised his hand to block the opponent's offensive. His knees pushed up and hit Sol's abdomen. After being upgraded to a LV2 fighter, he thought he had never feared anyone in close combat. I'm not a Kansas farm boy who can't even fight. Luke thought silently. It hurts. Thor, the thick-skinned Thor, let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but arched his waist, but his many years of fighting experience was still working. Holding the storm axe in his right hand, he thundered again. Want to take this to prevent the opponent's attack? It seems that your dad has not taught you to concentrate on fighting and avoid these bells and whistles. Luke was not afraid of it, and chose the terrifying lightning that was hard to resist magical damage. At the same time, he stretched out a hand, held Sol's head, and slammed it down. Bang! There was a big hole in the ground. Sol put his hands on the ground, trying to get up, but again got an iron fist. That angry face made close contact with the soil. It belongs to me. Luke then got up and raised his foot, stomped on Thor's right hand and snatched the storm axe. Although he clenched tightly, he refused to let go. But in the face of the power of superhuman terror, resistance is of little significance. Give me back. Boom. Luke didn't even look at www.metalnovel.com, raising his elbow and hitting Sol, who was struggling to get up, in the face. That handsome and brave face can fascinate many women, and the right cheek is swollen. You can take it back now. Luke closed his palms and held tightly the struggling storm axe. The strands of violent current hit him, but it didn't cause any harm. He picked up the battle axe, passed it forward, and stuck it on Sol's neck. Tell me, young king of Asgard, can you give me some time for us to communicate in a normal way? Luke's eyes were calm, and he held the arm of the storm axe without trembling at all. It seemed that as long as Sol said no, he would cut off the opponent's head without any consideration. Can? Thor's face flushed, and then he squeezed the word out of his teeth abruptly. Chapter 216. I come from the past and can reverse the future. the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Say it earlier and there won't be so many things. Luke smiled at the corner of his mouth and changed into an elegant and easygoing look. The storm axe held tightly in his right hand, then left Thor's neck. This made the latter breathe a sigh of relief, and the feeling of being cut off at any time was really uncomfortable. Actually, I am very reasonable, and I hate abuse of violence. If I can solve the problem through normal communication, I will never want to do it with others. Luke didn't shed Thor's artifact, and directly returned the storm axe to the opponent. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is not easy to start in full view. What you say is different from what you behave. The young king of Asgard snorted, his eyes still full of anger, but he did not attack again. He has seen Luke's power, and even if there is another fair fight, the chances of winning may still be relatively low. So, even though Saul wanted to defend the glory of the Northern God, but out of strategic considerations, he temporarily gave up the reckless idea of fighting again. It's a complete failure. The storm axe combined with the power of thunder was no match for an unarmed midget. Such a heavy blow made Saul feel very frustrated. He originally wanted to go to Titan and cut down Thanos' head with an axe. Used to pay tribute to the people of Asgard, as well as his younger brother Loki. But after Luke's brutal beating, his fighting spirit was immediately reduced by more than half. Saul, are you all right? Captain America asked with concern. The golden shield in the shape of melon seeds faced Luke, seemingly worried that the other party would suddenly attack him. The classic line of "I can play with you all day" is ready. As long as Luke launches an attack, Captain America will be able to say it, instantly boosting the morale of the team. Someone can beat the hunk of Thor. It really makes ... I can't believe it. The furry rocket raccoon said in an exaggerated voice. Maybe it was because of the loss of Groot, the little tree person. It only uttered a word and didn't turn on the poison tongue mode. Shut up, little rabbit. I just didn't ... fully use my strength. Sol subconsciously retorted. He could not accept the fact that he would easily lose to a midget. Come on, Sol. You were almost beaten into a pig head by this ... unknown hunk. The rocket raccoon was ruthlessly dismantled. When the battle was over, the superheroes who acted as onlookers joined the crowd. To be honest, they all expressed some surprises about the result of Thor's defeat. Thor and the Hulk have always been the two most powerful forces in the Avengers. Now, the latter is hiding in Banner's body, unwilling to come out again. The only reliable top thug is Thor, who has caused severe damage to Thanos. But Sol, who was invincible and unstoppable on the battlefield of Wakanda, lost to a stranger inexplicably. And it's still the kind of crushing feeling that doesn't fight back. Find a time, let's have another fair contest. Thor grinned and sent out an invitation. His swollen right cheek seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, completely destroying his original heroic appearance. Even if the Asgardians are physically superior, they may not get better for a while. No problem. I always welcome this near-known duel between real men. Luke shrugged and nodded. Sol, who had fought with him, spoke better than before. So, I want to win the favor of the fighting nation. Either drink or fight. This is the most effective way. Let us return to the subject. This ... Sir, who are you? Where are you from? What are you going to do? Captain America, currently the leader of the team, looked at Luke vigilantly and asked three philosophical questions. Speaking of it, this may be a long story. Luke pondered for a moment, and after deleting and modifying his bizarre experience of accidentally traveling through time and space, he explained it in a more acceptable way. You mean, you come from another universe? And it's from time in the past, like Terminator? No, it should be Back to the Future. After listening, Colonel Rod of Gears of War took the lead in asking questions. The other superheroes all have a shocked expression that is too informative and a bit indigestible. To be more precise, it is not a simple time travel, but a parallel time and space shuttle, Luke corrected. By the way, I didn't cross over in that DeLorean car either. Captain America frowned slightly and asked again, do you have any evidence? This young man, who claimed to have come here from another universe, in the past. That is to say, the Avengers are used to all kinds of bizarre events, Otherwise they will definitely regard the other party as a neurosis. Steve, your mother's name is Sarah. She lives in an old house in Brooklyn. You used to put newspapers in your shoes. Your first kiss was a blonde girl from the Strategic Science Corps. Her name is Marguerite. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly, taking Captain America's past experience one by one. I don't think it will be said in the museum. Now, it was Captain America's turn to be silent. Maybe we can believe this guy. Staring at Luke for a long time, Sol put away his doubts, and said solemnly, he knows Loki's life experience and seems to know the prophecy of Asgard's twilight. These are secrets. I haven't even revealed the Avengers, but this guy said it. Except that he is really a time traveler, I can't think of any better reason to explain all this. Captain America thought for a moment, and could not help nodding in agreement. As a legendary hero during World War II, it is impossible for him to live in Brooklyn in the museum. Especially put newspapers in your shoes. This kind of embarrassment is only known to him and Bucky. You just called me Steve. Do you know me in that universe? Captain America is keenly aware that Luke's name for him is different from everyone else. Not only we know each other, but we actually have a good relationship. Remember that there was a Jamie who always bullied you? I beat him one day, and then we became friends. Luke looked at the bearded face and chuckled. Bucky and I have made fun of you before, saying that we can't imagine what the little Steve Rogers would look like with a beard. In my world, you didn't get on that plane or sleep for 70 years, Steve. Captain America's eyes flashed, and there was a look of nostalgia. What Luke said are indeed secret past events. Well, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Luke, I believe you can tell those stories now. Captain America temporarily put down his vigilance and extended his hand in a friendly manner. It's just that we have also encountered a little problem, and we may not have time to help you find your way home at the moment. Thanos used a snap of his finger to erase half of the life in the universe. If the mess is not cleaned up as soon as possible, riots will erupt in various countries on the Earth, forming a bad chain reaction. Out of careful consideration of the overall situation, Captain America decided to give priority to dealing with the mess of the Earth. As for how to rescue Tony and help everyone heal the pain in their hearts, he has no clear idea. I'm not so worried, Steve. In fact, regarding Thanos, and the partners, relatives, and friends you sacrificed, I happen to be able to help. With a smile on Luke's face, he finally got to the point. I mean, have you ever thought that everything now can actually be rewritten? Chapter 217, Ant-Man, what? My whole family is dead. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. When Luke told the surviving superheroes, the snapping ending they faced could actually be changed. Those innocents who turned into flying ash, and those who sacrificed their partners in this infinite gem battle, may be able to return to the time of resurrection. Everyone was stunned. There was silence in the tropical rainforest of Wakanda. Those superheroes who used to face the villains, murderers, and evil villains, have turned into wooden sculptures and clay sculptures. It's not that their mental capacity is too bad, but the news that Luke said is too shocking. Do you know what you are talking about? The ending is something that has already happened and is doomed. How can we rewrite it? Captain America deserves to be the leader, with excellent psychological quality, and is the first to react. There was a bit of uncertainty in his eyes, as well as a trace of strong expectation. Of course, Steve. This is not a prank or joke. Luke threw this blockbuster lightly, and saw that the Avengers were emotionally excited, and the corners of his mouth could not help but cocked slightly. After fighting Thor, and then explaining his origin, he temporarily gained part of the trust of superheroes. The next thing to do is to covertly and actively guide the situation. The tyrant put on infinite gloves, collected 6 gems, and finally hit the ultimate snap that wiped out half of the life in the universe. Everything he did was to maintain the balance of the universe, delay the decline, and eliminate the war. At least himself thinks so. Luke, like a replay, helped the Avengers carefully analyze Thanos' behavioral logic and motivations. With an infinite glove with 6 gems, Thanos can easily erase half of the life in the universe. If we get it, maybe we can bring back all those who died. In theory, there is no problem, is it? Hearing this statement, Captain America's eyes brightened and his brilliance bloomed. The originally slumped heart seemed to be injected with a heart strength medicine, and the whole person became refreshed. Yes, as long as we get the infinite gloves, we still have a chance to come back. He followed Luke's thoughts. The rest of the superheroes also seemed to see hope, with a trace of excitement on their frustrated faces. They were immersed in grief before because they lost their direction and goal. Thanos came too suddenly. Even if Banner returned to Earth in advance to inform Doctor Strange and Iron Man. But the Dark Order moved quickly and had a clear goal. Not only did they take Strange away, they almost snatched the Soul Gem from Vision. In contrast to the superheroes of the Earth, from the very beginning, Captain America and Iron Man have been fighting each other. One stayed on Earth, and one was forced to go to Titan. In terms of information, the two parties are fundamentally in an unequal position. They don't know much about the enemy, and even after their defeat, they don't even have a place to seek revenge. Taking back the infinite gloves and snapping your fingers again, will you be able to bring back those ... people? The Black Widow's voice trembled. But she watched Wanda and Winter Soldier turn to ashes one by one. That feeling is really desperate. Theoretically so. Luke nodded. He has found a direction and goal for these superheroes. Using 6 infinite gems, bring back the half who had been wiped out. But we don't know where Thanos is. Saul frowned and asked. His Stormax was already hungry and thirsty. Can't wait to quickly chop 1 or 2 purple sweet potatoes to practice. You are wrong. The problem is not Thanos. He has completed his mission and is probably staying on a certain planet, ready to live a peaceful pastoral life. Luke didn't plan to go to the director of the Universe Family Planning Commission, at least not necessary at this stage. He has already lived a retirement life, just as it was promoted in the original plot, wearing a straw hat and planting fields every day, sitting in front of the house and watching the sunset. What a beautiful day. First of all, he was struck in the chest by Thor's Stormax, and he was almost split in half, already suffering a severe injury. Luke said calmly. Furthermore, using infinite gloves also takes huge damage, and the snapping of his fingers is enough to make him hard to heal. In other words, Thanos is in an extremely weak state at this time. Thor squinted his eyes, and subconsciously squeezed the Stormax. A flash of electric light flashed across the surface of his body. He interjected, "Isn't this just right?" When that was at its weakest, we launched a beautiful raid and cut off his head. Well, I know this sounds a bit despicable, but he is Thanos. Do you still need to talk about moral rules when dealing with a guy like him? Luke exhaled and said softly, "This is exactly what I want to say." Thanos is a guy who will never change easily after determining his goal, and he also has a strong executive power, whether it is sending the Zetarians to attack New York, or letting Rocky steal the cube of the universe. These are enough to show that he has long coveted infinite gems, and he has long planned. After the Dark Order descended on the Earth, without additional action, it directly found Stephen Strange, as well as Vision and Wanda. The tyrant is not interested in destroying the Earth or ruling the universe. He has a more extreme paranoid idea, neither for power nor for the idea of chasing power. Captain America furrowed his brows, seeming to understand Luke's meaning, and hesitated. "So, you want to say that Thanos may behave beyond our expectations? Because his thinking cannot be judged by common sense?" Bingo. If I were Thanos, after completing the final mission, in order to prevent accidents, I would inevitably choose to destroy the infinite gems. This is the best way to prevent us from turning over. Luke snapped his fingers, causing the others to react violently. They now have a serious psychological shadow on the action of snap fingers. As long as the infinite gem is gone, everything that happens in this universe will become the predetermined ending. Hearing Luke's words like this, Saul's blue veins throbbed on his forehead and said angrily, Aren't we just let Thanos live our lives and do nothing? Of course, I just suggest that you don't waste too much time and energy on the option of killing Thanos. Luke glanced at Thor, the resentful Thor, and added, if it's out of personal grievances to vent your emotions, whoever wants to hack Thanos with your own hands, then I have no objection. According to that, Thanos will destroy infinite gems, so how do we rewrite the future? Bruce Banner, who stayed in the anti-Hulk armor, asked the most critical question. Speaking of which, I have to mention a guy named Scott Lang. Luke's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. 5 hours later, the Avengers, who were lucky enough to survive, mobilized the power of SHIELD, finally found the Ford Brown van parked on the roof of a building. Are you trying to say that there is a way to save the world in this van? The superheroes looked at Luke, with doubts in their eyes. The van on the market that sells for tens of thousands of dollars, except for the complicated instruments connected to it, looks mediocre in other places. Yes, Luke nodded. Some of you should have heard of Hank Pym. He was once a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pym particle, that technology that can freely change the size of human bodies and objects. Bruce Banner said in surprise. Hank Pym was also a rare genius in the 1990s. The other party's achievements in biochemistry are as famous as his bad temper. No matter how good the temper is, working with Hank Pym can't stand it for long. Fortunately, someone can answer it so that I won't be too embarrassed. Luke beckoned and motioned for Banner to come over and operate the instrument. The Pym particles he discovered, as long as they are reduced to the subatomic level, they can enter a microcosm called the quantum realm. Before he knew it, Luke began to take over the leadership of the team. He seems to know everything and can always answer other people's questions. The countdown begins. Fortunately, the instrument connected to the van is not difficult to operate. After all, even a mouse can be turned on, let alone Bruce Banner, a famous genius in the Marvel world. Banner kept moving his fingers, preparing to open the tiny tunnel in the back of the van. 1, 2. The 5-second countdown ended, and the mini tunnel of the van began to spin. In the next moment, a figure grew from small to large, ejecting like a cannonball. Hey, you guys! Dr. Banner, and Captain Rogers, rolling awkwardly on the ground twice, Scott, in an Ant-Man uniform, got up and said hello. You must be Thor, I saw it on TV. He played his good habit of smashing his mouth and shook hands with everyone one by one. You are? When he walked in front of Luke, Scott was a little confused. This was a raw face. Luke.metalnovel.com. You just call me Luke. Luke, who saw the second generation of Ant-Man for the first time, said with a smile. Do you know what happened outside? Scott looked dumbfounded when he heard such a strange question. The time lapse in the quantum realm is very different from the real world. 5 years have passed in the original plot, but he just felt that he had waited 5 hours. Is there anything wrong? Oh, yes. Where did Hope and Hank go? I waited in there for a few minutes. Originally, this was just a test. Something that can be done in half a minute. Scott started to talk again. He noticed the weird atmosphere, and couldn't help becoming nervous. I'm sorry to tell you this news. Your girlfriend Hope, and her parents, they are all unfortunately killed. Luke cleared his throat and said the shocking news that made Scott stupid on the spot. Chapter 218. Quantum Realm, Captain Marvel. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. If we say, we have to choose a superhero who is the most unlucky in Thanos' snapped fingers. Probably not a generation of Ant-Man Hank Pym. He alone, plus the wife who just got back, and the dear daughter. With a snap of your fingers, it directly becomes a family bucket luxury package, which turns into flying ashes. The second generation Ant-Man Scott, the cheap son-in-law, escaped by chance. By the way, his daughter was fine. This weird random probability and luck problem. You mean, an alien named Thanos came to the Earth and snatched what infinite gems, then put them on the gloves, snapped his fingers with a snap, And the population of the Earth is it half? Scott is emotionally unstable. He is constantly pacing back and forth on the rooftop as if he is suffering from anxiety. In fact, it is difficult for anyone to calm down after hearing such bad news. Eyes opened and closed, and found that the female ticket was gone, and the father-in-law and mother-in-law also hung up. Who can stand it? To be correct, it is the population of the entire universe, Luke corrected. This is unscientific. Why is it necessary to snap your fingers? Isn't it okay to stamp your feet and wave your hands? Also, why must the population be wiped out? For the alien civilization entering the interstellar age, the Malthusian trap should be no exist. And I heard that there is a control method called family planning in the East, which can be effective. Scott began to enter the crazy mode of chattering. His mouth was like a cannon, and he kept spitting out various words outside. This is a kind of stress response. If the psychology or physiology is greatly stimulated, there will be this kind of performance. Of course, for ordinary people, they tend to be more direct. For example, fainting past. Mr. Lang, you have too many questions. I don't know which one to answer first, Luke interrupted helplessly. He can understand the mood of the second generation of Ant-Man. But the other party was almost incoherent. It seemed that the female ticket family was wiped out, and it was a huge blow to Scott. Besides, you can't count on Thanos, a Titan, who is familiar with the population theory of Earth civilization and knows what the Malthus trap and family planning are. Luke held the shoulders of the second generation Ant-Man to prevent him from jumping side to side. In fact, the so-called Malthus trap means that population growth is increased in a geometric progression, while survival resources only increase in a arithmetic progression. The increased population will always be eliminated in some way, and the population cannot exceed the classic theory of the level of agricultural development. It was originally proposed by a British priest named Malthus. He believes that excessive population expansion will trigger competition for resources, leading to war and destruction. This coincides with the idea that Thanos insists on. The purple sweet potato also believes that the rapid increase in the population of the universe will cause various contradictions. So, randomly erasing half of the lives with the 6-Jill infinite glove became the best way to avoid disasters. Of course, this was only in his opinion. If you want to get it right once and for all, and solve problems in a rough way, you can only taste the bitter fruit yourself. And do not evaluate whether the random extinction of half of the universe's population is against the humanitarian spirit. You know, when Malthus proposed his population theory, the Industrial Revolution had not yet arrived. Therefore, his views have the limitations of the times. He also didn't know that the subsequent technological explosion caused mankind to turn from the agricultural society to an industrial civilization with the roar of machines. Malthus' prediction did not come true, or even the opposite. According to statistics, the phenomenon of low fertility in developed areas is often more serious. The amount of survival resources is no longer a shackle that restricts population growth. If Thanos had a deeper understanding of Earth civilization, he would probably understand that simply erasing life would not end the Malthus trap, because the population will always grow when the critical point is approached. Do you have to snap your fingers again? Compared with the rude ways of tyrants, family planning and real estate economy are the real way to regulate the population. Kathy. By the way, Casey is all right. After Scott talked to himself about Chase, he suddenly thought of his daughter. If Hank Pym's family were gone, it would be wiped out by Thanos' snaps. Isn't it possible for his lovely daughter, the naughty Casey? I have confirmed before I came, your little princess is very lucky, not the one who disappeared. Luke pacified. Mr. Lang, we will let you meet your daughter later, but before that, we need your help. No, it should be the Earth needs your help. Seeing this young face's serious tone, the same is true of Captain America standing next to him, and the other Avengers. Scott took a deep breath. He tried to adjust his mood and asked curiously, I'm just an insignificant little person, what can I do to help? Mr. Lang, how long have you been in the quantum realm just now? Luke asked straightforwardly. A few, just a few minutes. About a minute and a half. Second generation Ant-Man. Scott scratched his head and replied uncertainly. He thought it was Hope at first, and the prank prepared by Hank, trying to scare himself. Unexpectedly, when he came back, everyone was gone. It seems like a world away. In fact, it's been more than 9 hours since Thanos snapped his fingers. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly, bringing the second generation of Ant-Man and the Avengers into his own rhythm a little bit. In other words, the microcosm in the quantum realm is actually not the same as the flow of time in the real world. If we can find a way to collect the infinite gems before Thanos snaps his fingers, and then return to the current point in time, with another snapping finger, maybe we can bring everyone back. Completely rewrite this ending. Scott frowned slightly and listened carefully. He has a master's degree in electrical engineering, and he follows Hank Pym to learn how to be a good Ant-Man. So, I quickly understood what Luke wanted to express. Wonderful. After a long thought, Scott gave the word a thumbs up. This is indeed feasible, and it is the only way to save the situation. But we need top talents and time shuttle machines. This can't be done with a few hammers. Luke beckoned back when he heard the words. Wearing a sweater, Bruce Banner, a scholar with a strong sense of breadth, walked over. We already have one of the best geniuses in the world. What we need to do next is to bring another genius back. Luke has more confidence in Bruce Banner than the latter has confidence in himself. For him, the only pity is that he probably didn't see Banner turning into a Hulk. Thor has already beaten Thor once, and if Hulk, who is not angry enough, is added, this time travel can be considered complete. When Luke introduced Banner, Captain America also came over. Before he said anything, Scott, who was a fan, grabbed the opponent's palm. Captain Rogers, meet again. You know, since the last time I broke up at the airport in Germany, I have often seen it on TV. During the Civil War in the Avengers, the second generation of Ant-Man and Captain America were in the same camp, and they were considered acquaintances. I have to sigh, the fans of Captain America are everywhere. There was former SHIELD agent Coulson, and later the second generation Ant-Man Scott. With the addition of Falcons and Spider-Man, you can form a football team. Scott, I have to ask you this time. Dr. Pym has been erased. No one knows the complete formula of Pym particles except him. Captain America showed perfect leadership qualities, which is his greatest strength. The Pym particle on you is our only and last hope. No problem. Wrap it on me. Scott patted his chest and said. Luke stepped aside and shook his head and laughed. Wanting to compete with Captain America for the leadership position in a universe where Superman has never existed is simply whimsical. The personality charm of the opponent and the halo of the leader are enough to crush any superhero. Even the same veteran Iron Man www.mtlnovel.com can hardly be compared with him. Fortunately, no matter which universe, Captain America is always willing to listen to the opinions of others. Luke thought silently. This has to be replaced by the Batman on the next studio, let alone adopting the suggestion. He may not even have a little trust. That's a guy who treats everyone as an object of suspicion and will never let go of his defenses. So, is the next step to save Tony? Captain America looked at Luke with his arms folded and asked softly. Yes, but before that, you have to welcome a new member. Luke lifted his chin, and his supervision caught a small black spot breaking into the atmosphere. That is Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. Chapter 219. Fat House Thor, Titan Rescue, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Find the second generation of Ant-Man Scott, and the Avengers are ready to return. Captain America, Luke, and Thor, the three people, are preparing to return to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the north of New York. They have just received a message from NASA United States National Space Agency that a UFO has entered the sky over New York. According to the image taken by the satellite, it is suspected to be a humanoid creature. Carol Danvers. How many secrets do you think Fury still keeps? Captain America repeated the name, with a helpless smile on his face. According to the information provided by Luke, the other party was once a military pilot, later captured by the Kree civilization, one of the three empires of the Milky Way, a series of wonderful stories happened. Simply put, it can be understood that the young woman named Carol Danvers belongs to them. Rather than how many secrets Nick Fury hides, I'm even more curious if you know everything, Thor asked Luke next to him. This secret is an SHIELD, and no one has heard of it except Nick Fury. Even the Black Widow, as a veteran, as well as the trusted Agent Hill, are very unfamiliar with the name Carol Danvers. But Luke knew it. Not only can he tell his name, but he also knows the experience of the other party. Huh? Luke raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "You mean I know all about superheroes, or in other aspects? I declare in advance that I don't know much about the next lottery numbers or the World Cup matches." Captain America laughed blankly, and Luke's serious and humorous appearance reminded him of Tony. That guy always likes to be cynical and frivolous. You are not like a visitor from another world traveling through time and space, but rather similar to the three goddesses of fate in Asgard. They are just like you. They always speak with a godlike temperament when they speak. Saul is very interested in this midget, not only because of the opponent's strength and amazing origin, but also because of his curiosity. If you say we will also exist in your universe, can you tell me what Saul will become in the future? There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. I thought I might recombine with Jane in the future, or rebuild Asgard. An older single who likes to drink heavily, is addicted to games, and is not very skilled, and can only rely on offline force to threaten others and win the game. Luke replied blankly. Luke can guess that the tall and brave Thor in front of him is likely to become a stubborn old single fat house with a beer belly for 3 or 4 months in the future. In addition to junk food every day, it is fried chicken, beer, playing Fortress Night online. Many people have dreamed of eager to have the figure of Thor, but they would not expect that this dream will be fulfilled one day. Oh, nonsense. Saul naturally refused to believe it. How could this body with strong muscles and a perfect figure full of masculine air become a useless cellulite? Him from Asgard, a powerful fighter who will never admit defeat, always meet the challenge, and face the cruel fate. Saul thought so. In his life dictionary, there is no word fat at all. If you don't believe it, after everything is over, you can stay on Earth for a while and experience the charm of pop culture, Luke said lightly. Even Asgardians, adding alcohol to carbonated drinks every day, overeating with high calories, will still degenerate into a fat house. Weight and fat are not transferred due to ethnic differences. Captain America ignored these two idle guys and began to assign tasks. Because of Thanos' erasure of snapping fingers, the superheroes faced an embarrassing situation of insufficient manpower. Therefore, as a leader, Captain America can only sort things according to their priorities. He asked Banner and second-generation Ant-Man Scott to pack the van to the SHIELD headquarters base. There is a channel to enter the quantum field, which is a key prop to rewrite the future. Natasha and Rod, you are responsible for communicating with the government. Colonel Rod, Gears of War, is himself a member of the military. The Black Widow turned from dark to light in SHIELD, after Nick Fury retreated from the position of director, has always served as a diplomat similar to the role of foreign institutions in contact. Both of them have official legal status and are undoubtedly suitable candidates. At this time, Captain America himself is still an important criminal wanted internationally. After each assigned the task, he beckoned and said, "Let's go." There is already a transport plane waiting at the airport. Saul curled his lips, squinted the storm axe in his hand, and said with his head upright, "I can fly over by myself, and it's much faster than sitting there. I can actually fly, so." Luke shrugged and chuckled. In the past, he rode in cars and planes like a normal person because he was not in a hurry. Well, I take back that sentence. Captain America gave a wry smile and said, "Then I'll be flying by myself." Do you have to be able to fly to be a superhero these years? He couldn't help but miss the situation during World War II, when there were not so many flying, omnipotent guys. After an hour, Captain America, who returned to the SHIELD headquarters, walked into the lobby and saw Luke and Thor, who were having a good chat with the Goldilocks. The former mostly talked about the interesting experiences of the stars in the universe, while the latter talked a lot about the grievances and entanglements between himself and the frost giants, dark elves and other races. All in all, the atmosphere is pretty good. Carol Danvers. Seeing the arrival of Captain America, the brave Goldilocks stood up. I received Fury's message and rushed back immediately, unexpectedly. It was still a step too late. There was a touch of self-blame on Carol's face. Strictly speaking, she was not a superhero in the Earth region, because Captain Marvel often wanders around the galaxy, acting as a cosmic policeman. Help some disadvantaged racial civilizations to resist tyranny, power, or rebuild their homes. You are welcome to join. Carol. Captain America saves the redundant introduction. He already knew the identity of the other party from Luke's mouth. The title of Avenger they have has a relationship with Carol. The plane she was driving was called this. Captain Rogers. Hello. I read comics about you when I was a kid. Captain America is worthy of being the most well-developed superhero in the surrounding area, with fans all over the world. Even Carol can't escape this law. After all, if anyone hadn't bought Captain America's cartoons or watched Captain America's educational videos when he was a child, then his or her childhood is definitely incomplete. Do you have any plans? I mean, is there anything I can do? Carol belongs to the kind of straightforward activist. It hasn't been long since returning to Earth, and he doesn't have any thoughts of rest. He just wants to do something practical. The tyrant is a notorious thug. Over the years, he has led the dark cult under his hand to ravage the galaxy and rampage. Every time he goes to an occupied civilized planet, he will slaughter half of the local population. Not long ago, the Dark Order descended on Xanar, and the New Star Legion that was resisting was almost completely wiped out. There is also the ignorant land owned by the Defan group, which was not spared and was ruined. Besides, Idavi, where the dwarves live. Captain Marvel is worthy of being a superhero active in the stars of the universe. He is well informed and understands the civilizations of various planets. It seems that during this time, the universe is not at peace. Captain America said with emotion. According to Carol, Thanos is simply the #1 terrorist in the universe. It just happens to be useful for you. Carol. Luke interrupted. Our top priority is to bring Iron Man back. He has not forgotten Tony Stark. www.untilnovel.com and Nebula is still on Titan. Without the form or algorithm and model, these superheroes cannot reverse the future. Where is he? Carol asked. Titan. Luke raised his hand to the rocket raccoon nestled in the seat, and said, "This little rabbit probably knows the coordinates. Right? Hi. I've said it many times. You, and that silly big hunk. My name is Rocket." The alien raccoon said fiercely. If we want to go to Titan, we must at least have a spaceship capable of making a space leap and flying at the speed of light. Luke turned his chair, looked at Captain Marvel, who was holding his arms around his chest, and said with a faint smile, "Carol must have a way about this." Chapter 220. Kang-style fighter, sailing at the speed of light, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The real name of the rocket raccoon is actually Experimental 89P13. It is a citizen of a half-world planet. After extensive neuromechanical transformation and genetic enhancement, it was a rather painful experience. Later, I met Peter Quill, Camera and others, and they formed the Guardians of the Galaxy. In essence, they are actually a bunch of cosmic villains, but they have a bottom line: collect money to do things, and rarely do such bad things as Black and Black. Like the Rocket Raccoon, in addition to a terrible personality, a greedy nature, a strange collection of biological organs and other unbearable minor problems. Ignoring the above problems, it can barely be called a good teammate and helper in other aspects. After all, this alien creature that looks quite similar to the Earth raccoon, it is a real spacecraft piloting expert, a mechanical maintenance master, and a prison escape genius. Eyes. The Rocket Raccoon has a legendary experience of escaping 22 prisons. Few prisons can hold it for more than a month. Even the Clint prison, known as the most rigorous prison by the New Star Army, was turned upside down by Rocket Raccoon and Peter Quill in less than 24 hours. Hand over the wrench. I heard Saul say that if you get angry, you will become a big green man. The Rocket Raccoon carried a hammer and wrench, and knocked wildly at the Untitled Fighter of SHIELD. The superhero on Earth is going to transform it into a space fighter that can make space leap. Anyway, Captain Marvel himself was regarded as a light-speed engine, enough for the Untitled Fighter to reach sufficient speed. It used to be like this, but Hulk has no plans to come out during this period of time, Banner said angrily. If you want to choose the most frustrated person among the Avengers, it should be him. As the team's top combat power, the Hulk only appeared once when Thanos was on the stage, and was knocked to the ground by the latter's army. Later, Hulk refused to play, turning Banner into a funny character. To this day, he still remembers General Loco in Wakanda, with that disgusting look in his eyes. It hurts too much. Well, without a big guy, you are still a bit of a brainy earthling. Rocket Raccoon is not good at comforting people, and can only try to say something that sounds less unacceptable. Thank you, little rabbit, Banner said, moved. Go away. I'm not a rabbit or a raccoon, Rocket. I searched on Google some time ago, and I knew what kind of animal Rocket the raccoon is, and I was very resistant to what others call it. Okay, little rabbit. Banner passed the pliers. One person and one raccoon clamored to transform the Untitled Fighter, while Luke and Carol stood behind them, acting as overseers. I can bring Tony Stark back by myself. There is no need to spend so much time, Carol said confidently. She is probably the only superhero who can survive in space among the Avengers. In the original plot, Captain Marvel brought Iron Man and Nebula back to Earth. According to the formulated plan, we will not only bring Tony back this time, but also plan to find Thanos' position and let him pay for it. Luke shrugged and explained, although this is actually useless, and there is no way to return the lost lives. But as Saul said, this is a personal grievance, a deep hatred of grievance, and it is the best way to vent your inner emotions. Carol thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I can see that Thanos' final victory was a big blow to them. Everyone will feel that it is their own fault. If you work harder and do everything, will you be able to stop the other party? Maybe you can overthrow Thanos and end that guy's life, and the Avengers will be completely depressed. Come out. Carol flexed his hands, eager anticipation in his eyes. She did not participate in the last battle. This time, how can you tell the other party to know how powerful Female Fist is? If it goes well, we will be able to go to Titan in 2 days. Luke leaned on the pillar behind him, calmly watching the busy Rocket Raccoon and Dr. Banner. 3 days have passed since he came to this universe. Everything is being executed according to the original plan. The next step is to open the door to the quantum realm, use Pym particles to go back in time, get 6 infinite gems, and rewrite the future direction. As long as this step is reached, even if Thanos in the past crosses to the present, there is nothing to worry about. Having finally mixed the plot, I hope nothing goes wrong. Luke thought silently. By the way, I heard Saul say that you descended from the past time of another universe to the present of this universe. Carol looked at Luke, who was lost in thought, and chuckled. Then do you know me from the past? Not yet, but there will always be a chance to meet, Miss Danvers. Luke deliberately joked with a more formal address. I believe we will get along more happily when the time comes. Carol raised his eyebrows and asked softly, is this a flirt? You think it is? That is. Luke's complexion remained unchanged, but he sighed in his heart that Captain Marvel was indeed a daughter of steel. Saul said you can fight very well. He is the most powerful human on Earth he has ever seen. Carol raised his fist and offered an invitation. Are you interested in discussing with me? I'll talk about it later if I have a chance. Luke replied perfunctorily. He is not interested in fighting in this literal sense. If it is a close hand-to-hand fight in other aspects, it might be a bit interesting. 2 days later. I have a question. None of you have been to space. The Rocket Raccoon in the driver's seat turned his head and asked. Next to it is Luke, and behind it sits the surviving Avenger. This time, it can be said that all members are dispatched. Then don't spit it out on my spaceship, Rocket Raccoon warned. The Avengers, except Thor, no one has ever been in a spaceship. Carol, you can start to speed up. Luke ignored the episode. He picked up the communicator and contacted Captain Marvel outside the spacecraft. The opponent is equivalent to a human-shaped light-speed engine, capable of accelerating the aircraft to a degree sufficient to make a space leap. Well, remember to give Captain Rogers and them a plastic bag to prevent vomiting. Carol's voice came from the communicator, and then a violent pushback firmly pressed everyone on their seats. This is even more exciting than the fastest super sports car in the world, which accelerates to the top in an instant. Distorted rays of light appeared around the modified Con-style fighter. The dark outer space glowed with blurred brilliance. Start a space leap, Luke reminded. This is also the first time he has experienced the speed of light of a spaceship. It's just that the extremely strong physical quality ignores those bad feelings by itself. Boom. Carol mobilized all his strength to push the Con-style fighter. As the speed gets faster and faster, countless polygonal grids appear in the void, which is the visualization of spatial coordinates. The Con-style fighter successfully passed through under the operation of the Rocket Raccoon. It seemed that it was just a blink of an eye, or a long time passed. When the Avengers opened their eyes, they had already reached Titan. An intense desire for vomiting breeds, and the undigested food scraps are tumbling, pouring out of their throats. Especially Colonel Banner, Scott and Rhodes. They are no different from ordinary people in terms of physical fitness. Seeing everyone rushing to the bathroom, Rocket Raccoon gloated. I said it earlier, a rookie like you should prepare a bag. Carol and I will go down and take a look. Luke loosened his seatbelt and whispered, maybe Thanos will ambush or not necessarily. Rocket Raccoon opened the hatch, and he jumped straight out, standing firmly in the void. Feel good. Luke perceives that invisible radiation flows through the body. www.metalnovel.com. The harsh and cold environment, coupled with the high energy particles released by stellar objects, undoubtedly makes it difficult for people to survive. He opened up a layer of biological force field and wrapped it on the surface. Let's take the lead first. Luke is like a fighter jet diving down, directly breaking through the atmosphere on the surface of Titan. Captain Marvel followed closely, and the two quickly landed on the ground. What happened here? An extremely terrible war. The axis of rotation was shifted by octaves, gravity was extremely unstable, and there were a lot of ruins. Carol stepped on the deserted ground, frowning tightly. It's just a catastrophe. Luke picked up Super Sight and scanned it like a radar, looking for the location of Iron Man. It seems that his condition is not very good. There are few breaths left. Chapter 221. You should call me a godfather. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. In the ruins where the Titans collapsed, a red-painted spaceship docked. It was the Milano of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Now it has become the home of Iron Man, Tony Stark and Nebula. Hi. Tap, tap. At the open hatch, Tony let out a scream that made people think. However, the real scene does not have any ambiguity. Playboy Stark, that was a long time ago. After a series of crises and growth, Tony got rid of the cynicism and self-centeredness of the past, and no longer indulged in the degenerate life of beauty, alcohol and drunkenness. Of course, this time disappointed New York newspapers. You know, the lace scandal of Tony Stark alone can feed most of the paparazzi. And now, they have to find a new darling of the headlines. Thanksgiving almost pierced your lungs with an nanometal dagger. You are in a terrible situation, Stark, Nebula said solemnly while treating the wound for the other party. Internal bleeding, large contusions, and slow healing penetrating wounds, as well as incidental blood loss and malnutrition. Although you have performed low-temperature hemostasis on the wound the first time, It will also cause damage to the surrounding muscles. As a semi-mechanical creature whose body has undergone a major transformation, it does not require food and drinking water. Nebula's arm is very stable, accurately and effectively removing the necrotic muscles and completing the stitching work. She and Iron Man are the only two people on Titan. The rest of the superheroes, such as Guardians of the Galaxy and Doctor Strange, were wiped out by Thanos' snaps. Barren land, vast ruins. There is also a harsh environment with alternating hot and cold and extreme temperature differences, which is simply a Jedi that makes it difficult for people to survive. The severe tests that need to be faced are more than these. Since the chattering bug turned into fly ash, Iron Man has become very silent. He seemed to blame all of this on himself. When will the spacecraft be repaired? Tony asked grinningly. There is no anesthetic on Titan, and there is no medical first aid kit. Nebula only found some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs on the Milano of the Guardian of the Galaxy, and gave him a fatal wound near his chest, and did a simple effort. The fuel tank was affected during combat. There are many minor cracks that need to be repaired. This may take several days. Nebula's tone was so plain that he couldn't hear any extra feelings. As for the idea you proposed, using the ion battery in the storage room to reverse charge the spacecraft, although it is very feasible, it can only get at most 48 hours of flight time, without the power of the engine to accelerate, and it is still unable to make a space leap. When the battery runs out of the last trace of energy, we are equivalent to being trapped on the spacecraft. In addition to waiting for rescue, there is no other way. Tony curled his lips. The look in his eyes turned bleak. He was very clear about the current situation. The Titan star was away from the Earth, and he didn't know it was thousands of light years away. Rather than sit back and wait for the Avengers to find a way to come to the rescue, it is better to try to save yourself. No matter what, it's worth a try. We can't stay on Titan and wait to die. Well, of course, I may only be starved to death due to lack of drinking water and food. You should have other ways. Tony looked up at Nebula, and said to himself, I knew I should turn myself into a consciousness like Ultron, or just as good as you. I have much more survivability, and I don't even need to breathe air. Nebula didn't say a word, and reached out to help him up, then got into the spacecraft and continued to search for the necessary materials and parts. In fact, she also admired the tenacious will of this human being, and was trapped in a strange and deserted dead planet at the same time as the stranger. It is not known whether the teamed mates on the planet are still alive, nor whether family and friends are spared. It's easy to collapse just because of mental suffering. However, apart from the above, he still suffered from physical torture. Iron Man is seriously injured and tends to be infected. In addition, the energy of the ion batteries stored in the spacecraft is insufficient, and survival materials and oxygen reserves are in short supply. Leaving Titan is actually a risky decision, because once it loses power and the spacecraft stays in outer space, it basically has to wait for death. Regarding all kinds of factors, Nebula believes that this smart Earthling must know all about it. But the other party insisted on taking off and separated from Titan. The more I hold on to the hope of survival and stay on Titan, the more desperate I will be when the bubble phantom waiting for rescue is broken, Tony said calmly. He leaned against the cabin door to rest for a while, and climbed into the spacecraft to collect the intact ion batteries and prepare for the subsequent charging work. Stark, come here. Not long before the daily life of the difficult survival, Nebula called Tony over. On the operating platform of the cab, a radar-like safety system issued an alarm. There are other creatures approaching. Nebula picked up the long sword and energy weapon at hand, with a trace of vigilance in his eyes. Titan has experienced a huge catastrophe, and the civilized race has long since disappeared. It stands to reason that there should not be any movable creatures besides them. Maybe it is the captain who came to save me. Tony's pale face forced an optimistic look. He has run out of nano-armor materials and is seriously injured, making him currently out of combat effectiveness. If you want to deal with the enemy, You can only rely on Nebula. The only good news is that this blue-skinned alien chick is actually stronger than most warriors. You stay in the spaceship. Nebula left the cab and closed the door. Tony didn't say anything, but silently watched the other party disappear into the deserted world. I am willing to use half of Stark Industries' shares in exchange for a large hamburger. Leaning on the seat, Tony's thinking began to diverge. He remembered when he came back to New York after escaping from the cave and saw Pepper. At that time, he said that he only wanted to do two things, one of which was to eat a hamburger. If Xi actually is still alive, I hope she won't be too sad. I mean, she can live with grief for a few weeks, and then, perhaps because of lack of water or hunger, Tony felt that his consciousness was getting blurred and his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He wanted to just fall asleep like this, and when he opened his eyes again, everyone reappeared. That good neighbor in New York, a cute little bug with a broken mouth, looks arrogant, but in fact it is also such a Doctor Strange. There are also some unusually boring guys from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone returned to Earth in a spaceship together, and then the Avengers gathered around. Tony would talk about this wonderful cosmic journey in a proud tone that is always very unpleasant, and feel their enviable and curious eyes. That would be nice. I want to sleep for a while, the tired Iron Man said in a low voice. That won't work. A gentle voice with a smile rang in his ears. If you hang up here, how will I explain to Howard when I go back? Although you are not his son in the universe in a certain sense, you are always Stark. Who is speaking? Tony opened his eyes hard, but his eyelids became heavy and heavy as if they were filled with lead. What happened to him? The voice questioned. The high fever caused by the wound infection. There are too few medicines available on the spacecraft, and he can only survive it by gritting his teeth. Nebula replied. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Mentalnovel.com. The voice said again. Tony wants to know who that guy is. Why did Nebula come back? Didn't she go to search for movable creatures that broke into the spacecraft? How long has passed since? Question after question appeared in Tony's head. He was confused and his head was dizzy. The eyelids barely squeezed a gap, only to see a young face. Who are you? Tony asked. According to seniority, you should call me Godfather. The man replied. Chapter 222? The veterans gather, the heroes gather. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. When Tony opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the life-sustaining capsule soaked in nutrient solution. A warm feeling envelops him, as if a baby is returning to his mother's womb. Am I dreaming? Otherwise, why are you lying in the survival capsule of Stark Industries? Tony's pale face with excessive blood loss showed a hint of confusion in the groggy head. The memory is scattered and fragmented, like a badly edited movie clip. He saw the alloy hatch on it, and there was a familiar logo similar to the letter A in a prominent place, which was the logo of Stark Industries. With a light touch with his hand, a virtual interface suddenly appeared. Tony was familiar with the operation, and it didn't take long for the nutrient solution covering the body to gradually recede, and the lid of the life-sustaining capsule opened automatically. Are you awake? It happened that a young man walked into the room, and he saw Tony, naked and skinny, throwing a bath towel casually. It's a few minutes faster than I expected, and you seem to be fine. Tony caught the bath towel and wiped it clean to absorb the volatile nutrient solution residue. Then, take out a new set of clothing from the storage layer under the life-sustaining cabin. He seems to know the layout and facilities of the room very well. Who are you? Why did I appear here? If I remember correctly, this room seems to be the regeneration cradle incubation room I designed before. Tony had a lot of questions in his heart, and he touched the hideous wound under his chest. The originally infected pus was cleaned up, leaving no trace of scars on the surface of the skin. If it weren't for Tony to remember clearly, he might have thought he had a terrible nightmare in the fierce battle with Thanos on Titan. In fact, nothing happened. The snap of erasing half of the life in the universe, the sacrifices of Guardians of the Galaxy, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange are all just a reflection of inner fear. I said, according to seniority, You should call me Godfather. The young man who brought Iron Man back from the Milano was Luke. He found the nebula at first, and after identifying his identity, he entered the spacecraft. Immediately afterwards, he found that Iron Man's physical condition was not optimistic, and quickly sent the opponent to the Constile fighter. Fortunately, before setting off, Luke had anticipated that Tony might be in a weak state, and specially prepared Dr. Zhao Hailan's regeneration cradle system. The vibrating body created by Ultron back then, and later the idea of Iron Man's nano armor, all came from it. Godfather, to be honest, you might call me Uncle Stark. Tony put on a fitted uniform, and he felt like he was reborn. I know a high school student with a broken mouth. You don't seem to be much older than him. Just graduated from college this year. Tony obviously doesn't believe in the so-called Godfather. I am afraid that it is difficult for anyone to accept a Godfather who is much younger than himself. Well, every time I meet someone, I have to explain my origins to them. This is almost annoying to me. Luke opened his hands and smiled and said, Tony, I know your father Howard Altdorf. He is your father in another universe, but no matter what, you all have the same blood flowing in your body. The K family's innate narcissism and pride, as well as a genius mind. Even though you have not been born in my universe, Howard has agreed to let me be your godfather provided that he can really get married before the age of 35. I don't know what your mother Mary is, what a charming woman she is, but Howard can be responsible and take care of the family. I have to say that this is really an amazing thing. Seeing Luke's familiarity, talking about his father and mother, Tony's brain couldn't help but crash. He tried to analyze the meaning of each passage of Luke, but the effect was not satisfactory. Different cosmic time and space, different time nodes, these contents that ordinary people cannot understand, want to quickly digest and accept. It is a big problem for anyone. Even Iron Man is one of the top geniuses in the world. But without knowing Luke's identity, he still showed a confused look on his face. That is to say, this guy, oh, no, he should be my dear godfather. He comes from another universe, time and space. Not only is the captain's comrade in arms, but he also knows my dad. By the way, you can stand alone. It's really amazing to beat that big guy in Seoul. Half an hour later, Tony, who was chewing on compressed biscuits, drank tons of Fat House Happy water, finally cleared his mind. Hey, I just didn't take it seriously, Saul said dissatisfiedly. He hated being mentioned repeatedly about the defeat. Well, I just didn't say anything. Tony waved his hand, regaining his physical strength and spirit. He became the energetic Iron Man again. That's back to the subject, Luke. Do you want me to call you Godfather or Uncle Cavill? Luke heard the teasing in the words and shrugged his shoulders. Did you know that although parallel universes do not interfere with each other, there are exceptions to everything? Tony, the universe you gave me back hasn't been born yet, and your dad isn't married. In other words, it's very possible that you weren't born, causing a chain of accidents. I believe you who have watched Back to the Future should know what I'm talking about. Tony swallowed the last bite of the compressed biscuits, made a gesture of surrender, and said, okay, then call you Uncle Cavill. After the bickering between you and me, the atmosphere in the cabin of the Constile fighter gradually became serious. Tony, everyone is happy if you are okay. Captain America opened his remarks with such a sentence. After the fiasco of Thanos, each of us has lost a lot. The hapless Quill, Camera, and Drax's idiot Rocket Raccoon sat on Thor's shoulders, sniffed, then wiped it clean with Thor's cloak. The Guardians of the Galaxy now only has its single seedling left, and the rest of the members have been wiped out by snapping their fingers. Such a mortality rate is simply astonishing. Look at the Avengers. All the senior members are fine. It can only be said that the absolute fairness and random chance that Thanos said may be the will of the universe. Then do you have any plans, or specific plans, Captain? Tony asked, biting the straw. Because of Luke's existence, he did not look at Captain America with antagonism. If everything has a chance to be restored, then go hand in hand and fight together is the most important goal. We are going to find Thanos directly, then take back the infinite gloves from him, and kill the bastard." Captain America glanced at Luke, who was sitting next to him, and said in a deep voice, "Wow." Captain Rogers said swear words. "Did any of you hear it just now? Please write it down for me." Tony yelled exaggeratedly, with a strange look of yin and yang. "No way. Who called the Avengers had an action before? Iron Man just cursed shit, and then he was educated by Captain America. Therefore, Tony will certainly not let go of this opportunity." Captain America smiled helplessly, and continued, "Nebula mentioned that Thanos has a retirement plan. When he completes his mission and achieves his goals, he will return to a planet called Garden. Banner has studied gamma rays before, and he may be the expert who understands cosmic energy best." "What a wise man." "You plan to scan the energy residue of the infinite gems with the Earth as the center, and then find the traces of dispersion, so as to determine the location of Thanos." Tony made it through at one point and instantly understood what Captain America really meant. "Yes, when Thanos left, he used the space gem to open a portal. As long as the energy is released, it will inevitably leave traceable clues." Captain America nodded. This method was an idea that Luke and Banner came up with after discussing. "So, did you find it?" Tony's face turned serious. Mentalnovel.com Thinking of the terrible guy who wiped out half of the universe's life, the healing wound in his chest was aching. After comparing the range of energy radiation, as well as the intensity of the energy response, and the results of a wide range of scans, we finally determined that Thanos may be on this planet. Captain America draws out the projected picture. "It is a beautiful planet." "Then what are we waiting for?" Thor, the impatient Thor, couldn't wait. Captain America tightened his lips, looked around, and asked in a deep voice, "Everyone, are you confident to fight again?" The superheroes nodded one after another, with a determined look in their eyes. "Well, the Avengers rally again." Captain America and Iron Man looked at each other and shouted the classic slogan. Chapter 223? Beheading Action, Infinite Gloves, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The Avengers are assembled. As this sentence fell, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Luke, who was a melanating crowd, echoed symbolically. In his own universe, no Avengers were born yet. Even if there is a superhero group in the future, it will have to go through Luke's hands. Who said he was the first director of SHIELD, or maybe the last? It is not that difficult to get Superman to retire. 20 minutes later, start the space leap. Captain America set a time, and the Avengers called this mission Operation Beheading, because they just cut off Thanos' head and regained the infinite gloves. After the meeting, the superheroes dispersed and returned to their rooms. No one said anything. Those impassioned speeches, or exciting speeches, were actually meaningless. Everyone on the scene is very clear that what awaits them will be a difficult battle. Thanos holds an infinite glove, which is inlaid with 6 infinite gems. Since one snapping finger can wipe out half of the life in the universe, if he is willing, another snapping finger will eliminate the remaining superheroes. But no one wants to shrink back, or be afraid. To use Sol's words, we have nothing to lose. Either bring back everything before, either it turns into fly ash and disappears with it. Apart from this, there are no more options. I was relieved to hear that Pepper was okay. In the cockpit hall, Tony continued to replenish nutrition and reached out to open a box of canned beef. He hadn't eaten meat in a while. On the Milano ship of the Guardians of the Galaxy, only some small amounts of artificially synthesized and extremely poor-tasting refrigerated food were left. According to calculations, it can support one person and 1 month's consumption at most. Nebula is a semi-mechanical life form, which can be used without food for a long time. But Tony can't. He missed the burgers, cola, and burritos on the Earth during that time. Dreams are in high-end restaurants, enjoying the wine and food that I have eaten before. Anyway, I have already recorded a video as a farewell and last word. If I unfortunately die by then, you remember to give it to Pepper. Iron Man, who was eating and drinking, said lightly. He prepared for the worst. This is a dangerous battle concerning the destiny of the entire universe, and someone has to sacrifice. You don't need to fight, Tony. There was a trace of worry in Captain America's eyes, and he discouraged. You are now in a weak state, and your physical strength and spirit have not recovered to the fullest stage. Participate in a battle that is destined to never return. This is not necessary. Furthermore, Pepper is still on Earth waiting for you to go back. Before we set off, we promised her that we will definitely send you to her in full. This does not mean putting your body under a flag and throwing it at the door of Stark's house. Captain America made a rare joke, using a humorous tone to ease the heavy atmosphere before the war. Captain, when you used to fight, you would leave your teammates because of your injuries, watch them go to the unknown journey of life and death, and then walk down the battlefield silently. Tony chewed the beef and shook his head. Men of the Stark family have never been a deserter. I can testify about this. Luke, who was lying on his back in the chair, interjected with his head in his hands. Howard has always maintained a very positive attitude whether he is on the battlefield or in love. To be honest, he is not sure if his arrival will have a subtle impact on the original plot. It stands to reason that Luke did not deliberately change anything. It only shortened the time for the Avengers to go to the Garden Planet and accelerated the process of Iron Man being rescued. As for the butterfly effect that this produces, what kind of change it will cause, it is impossible to know. My dad also likes to chase those beautiful girls. It's surprising. I think he always looks serious, thinking that the old man is actually like Captain Rogers. Tony wipes the corners of his mouth. In his impression, his father rarely expresses his true emotions, and he has no connection with the image tag of Playboy. The Captain America, who was lying with a gun, shrugged. His love history is simple. Apart from Pepper, there is only her niece, Sharon Carter, who is Agent 13 of SHIELD, and many more. Aunt and niece. Well, this is not easy. When every man plans to get married, he will bid farewell to his past self. The corner of Luke's mouth turned upside down, and he whispered softly, when you are born, learn to crawl on the carpet, knowing that when a radio is disassembled and reinstalled, Howard is already the senior person in charge of SHIELD, Stark the #1 helm of industry and the chief scientific advisor of the Pentagon. He needs to be responsible and family, so occasionally it is indeed a little more rigid. Tony was thoughtful. He was more rebellious when he was young, and his relationship with his father was not harmonious. I remember Howard told me that when he was a child, he also hated his father's discipline, the trouble that can't be solved without a belt. Every time he remembers, the look on his face is always unpleasant. Luke said lightly. So, he often tells me that he will never be so harsh on his son in the future, and will work hard to show his father's love. Tony curled his lips and complained, he has never done any of the above. You know, the first time I went to the park was 17 years old, when I just graduated from MIT. I was with a girl date. As for what sits on my father's shoulders, there are surprise toys on my birthday, and rewards for getting good grades. Either none, or my mother made them. Luke crossed his fingers and smiled. Then, when I return to my own universe, Howard must be a good father to make up for the fatherly love you have missed. The guy who feels father's love is not. Forget it. I have no dissatisfaction with my dad. He left me Stark Industries, Arc Reactor, and New Elements. Tony shook his head, with a nostalgic smile on his mouth. Unconsciously, Howard had already paved the way for his son to become Iron Man. You said, what will Thanos use to greet us? Another snap, or call a fleet? Thor, the of Thunder stroking the storm axe, joined the conversation. He has no interest in family education, and Odin, the king of Asgard, has always failed in this regard. The eldest daughter, Hela, is too rebellious, and his adopted son Loki is keen on power. Sol, the only proper Orthodox heir, was an arrogant man with his head full of muscles a long time ago. It can be seen that Asgard's teaching to the crown prince is quite bad. No matter what Thanos uses against us, You just have to remember to face his head next time you swing the axe," Luke quipped. Many people blamed two people for the reason Thanos succeeded in snapping his fingers. One of them is undoubtedly the Starge, who has been wiped out in ashes. The other party succeeded in turning this story that should have gone to a happy ending into a tragedy in which almost all the staff sacrificed. And the other one, naturally, was Thor, who caused the greatest damage to Thanos, who told him that the storm axe that he threw out only slashed the former's chest, not the purple potato-like head. Otherwise www.mentalnovel.com. How can there be so many things now? I won't miss it again. Sol vowed to promise. I hope so. Luke closed his eyes and waited for the next space leap. Thanos' garden. A beautiful planet in a thatched hut next to the mountain and water. Thanos, who had been disarmed and returned to the field, sat at the door. He wears an infinity glove on his right hand with 6 intact gems on it. Thinking of the upcoming life crisis, the unwilling superheroes showed a coldness in Thanos' eyes. He squeezed the infinity gloves, and the real gems filled with red light lit up slightly. Chapter 224, Reality Changes, Butterfly Storm, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. What shall we do later? The Kun-style fighter made a space leap and took a few breaths to reach the garden planet where Thanos was. Sol was holding the storm axe and couldn't wait to ask. When everyone sees Thanos, do they want to rush up, hack him to death, cut him to death on the spot, or put a few words on each other and condemn each other about his sinful behavior? Looking at his cold expression, he is obviously more inclined to the former. Captain America frowned slightly and replied, Sol, this is not an ear-known duel, let alone a boxing match in the ring. You need the referee's permission before you can start punching. In the face of Thanos, the only battle plan for the Avengers is not to talk about any rules. All in all, it's done. That's right. I agree with Captain Rogers that when treating Thanos, even a superhero does not need to speak morally. Tony nodded, rarely reaching an agreement with Captain America. Let the little girl outside who can fly and shine, as a pioneer, attract Thanos' attention, and then we will wait for the opportunity to move. As the only superhero who has played against Thanos for more than 2.5 minutes, Iron Man is very experienced. He knows that he can't give the other party any chance, otherwise the Avenger will always suffer. Yes, absolutely no more snapping fingers from that guy. We limit his left hand and limit the power of infinite gems. This task is left to Sol. Captain America agreed and added 2 sentences. The 6 infinite gems, no matter which one, has the powerful effect of rewriting the rules and subverting reality. If Thanos is prepared to take the time, everyone will be for nothing. Carol, can you go scouting first? Luke, who was listening silently, turned on the communicator and said to Captain Marvel, who was staying outside the spacecraft. The latter has no opinion, and directly turns into a stream of light, breaking through the atmosphere of the planet's surface. The remaining superheroes prepared their own preparations. After Tony added enough nanomaterials, he was covered with Mark 50 armor again. Captain America clenched the vibrating shield in his right hand. This side was produced by the royal family of Wakanda, not the previous one. In the past few years, because of the Superhero Registration Act and the situation of international public opinion, the situation has become increasingly tense. The Avengers have a civil war incident and are divided into 2 camps. Captain America and Iron Man parted ways, and the Golden Buckle, especially built by Howard, was finally abandoned by the former. Thor, the of Thunder, leaned on the storm axe and looked at the beautiful planet exuding vigorous vitality. There were wisps of lightning in his eyes. Banner left the cockpit, ready to put on anti-Hulk armor. Without Hulk's combat capability, he can only rely on his own brain. Rocket Raccoon and Nebula, one is filled with ammunition for energy guns, the other wipes the sword in his hand. The air in the cockpit seemed to condense into ice, and everyone remained silent and said nothing. The anger and strength in their hearts are slowly accumulating like a rushing torrent. There are no satellites, no fleets, and no ground defense forces. Everything is normal. 20 minutes later, Carol replied after scouting. She circled high in the sky, making sure that there was no ambush. It looks like Thanos is really planning to retire. He lives in a thatched house next to a field, and his life is simple and peaceful. Captain America and Iron Man looked at each other, anger flashed in their eyes. How did that do it? With a lot of blood debts of half of the lives in the universe, he can still live an ordinary life like an ordinary person. Isn't he indifferent to those crying souls and wailing voices? It's time to let Thanos know that he owes us an unpayable blood debt to the Earth and the entire universe. Tony stood up, thinking of the ashes of Spider-Man on Titan, Guardians of the Galaxy and Doctor Strange, the slightly pale face, as cold as steel. Let's go. This is a revenge, a final action to save us, save the Earth, and save the universe. Captain America replied. Superheroes with unprecedented emotions got up one after another. They took small landing ships in batches and dropped them down one by one. Break through the planet's atmosphere and land on the ground. The target is in that thatched hut. Don't make any noise when we approach, so that Thanos will not detect the danger. Tony, who was covered in nano armor, scanned the vast plant field from midair, and found no traps. Let Danvers go first. Banner, you activate Veronica, which is the anti-Hulk armored burrowing form, and lurking under the ground. The whole body radiated light, and the Captain Marvel, who was like a supernova, made an OK gesture. After a while, the body covering the uniform turned into a stream of light and blasted straight towards the thatched hut below. Rumble. The atmosphere makes a loud noise. Carol's hands were raised, like a powerful turret bursting with flames. The amazingly powerful cosmic energy smashed out like no money, and instantly tore a big hole in the thatched hut. Thanksgiving. Carol was like a heavy cannonball that had been in force for a long time, knocking Thanos in the house to the ground. Then, a violent uppercut punched out, hitting the thick chin of the opponent's coconut shoes. Thanos felt that there was a loud bang in his brain, and he staggered back. Then, the floor cracked. A huge figure suddenly appeared, accurately and powerfully grasping Thanos' left hand. At the same time, the war machine landed beautifully, smashing through the thatched hut that was about to collapse, turning on the maximum power and locking the opponent's right hand. Don't let him move. Captain Marvel kicked behind Thanos' knee to keep him in a kneeling position. He hugged the purple potato-like head tightly with both hands, and fixed the opponent's body with the technique similar to a naked twist. From Carol's attack to Banner and War Machine's support, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. The action was exceptionally smooth, and they succeeded in restraining Thanos. No matter how strong the physique of any Titan is, it can't move for a while. You guys. The director of the Universe Family Planning Commission, who had completed his mission, had not yet spoken harsh words, and a red afterimage fell from the sky. Thor held the storm axe, clenched both hands, drawn a sharp arc, and cut off Thanos' left hand. Boom! The arm wearing the Infinity Glove fell to the ground. At the door of the thatched house, Captain America, Iron Man and others walked in. This will fall in the eyes of the uninformed, who may think that Thanos is the innocent victim, and the superheroes are actually a bunch of villains, relying on the large number of people, bullying the helpless poor old farmer. No. Infinite gems. Gone. The Rocket Raccoon turned over that arm, and there was nothing in the hole where the Infinity Glove was inlaid with gems. Where did you hide those 6 infinite gems? Captain America was expressionless, looking at Thanos with his broken arm. I advise you to answer his question better, otherwise this is the sword on Titan. Iron Man raised his right hand, the nano armor turned into a short sword, and pierced Thanos' chest directly. The universe needs to be corrected. When it returns to the correct position, the infinite gems will have no other effect except to add temptation and create chaos. Thanos took a deep breath and made a throbbing sound. His tone was so natural, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Such a bad attitude angered Banner, who was in the anti-Hulk armor. He slammed Thanos to the ground, and the mechanical arm clenched into a fist, continuously hitting the purple face. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical fist, like a giant hammer, released Banner's anger. I'll ask you again, Where is the infinite gem? Captain America tightened his lips. He already had guesses in his heart, but he didn't want to believe it. You are late, and everything is turned into dust. Thanos fell to the ground, no longer the powerful arrogance of the previous universe overlord. I destroyed the infinite gems and let them dissipate, for which I paid the price of half my life. Only at this moment did the superhero find that Thanos seemed to be seriously injured. Half of his body was in scorched black. He must be lying. Who would give up spending so much time and energy to collect the infinite gems of success? Iron Man was expressionless and didn't want to accept this answer. As long as you take back the infinite gloves and snap your fingers again, those lost lives will be brought back. This is Luke telling them that the only way to rewrite the ending and reverse reality. But if there were no infinite gems, it would mean that everything that happened could no longer be changed. My father is an unscrupulous overlord to achieve his goals. He can do everything, killing lives, killing women and children, without mercy, and will kick off any stumbling blocks that stand in the way of progress. But there is one thing: he never lies. Nebula stared at the lingering Thanos, his eyes a little complicated. The other party used to be her nightmare, giving her endless pain and torture, treating her body as a machine part, disassembling and then assembling at will. But up to this moment, the hatred and pity that came out of her heart couldn't tell which was more. Thank you for your understanding, dear daughter. Thanos opened his mouth, seemingly intending to say something. But Saul didn't want to listen anymore. He waved the storm axe and cut off the opponent's head. Blood spurted out like spring water, splashing on Nebula's face. Boom! The strong and powerful body of the Titan fell to the ground, completely cut off from vitality. A generation of universe overlords fell. This time, I'm going for my head, Saul said coldly. His eyes were dim. The hope that had originally risen, with the destruction of the infinite gem, has turned into boundless anger. Inside the thatched house, the superhero was silent. They seemed to have lost their way again. Captain Marvel looked at Luke, who was very quiet the whole time, and asked softly, "It's over like this. Is there anything else we can do?" Luke frowned www.mentalnovel.com as if thinking about a certain problem. He looked around and walked outside the door. "How does it feel to see my head cut off?" After a moment, Luke's clenched brows stretched out, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes. The thing he worries the most has finally happened. The butterfly flapped its wings and caused an unknown storm. "Oh, what a keen insight." The dull voice sounded quietly, alarming other superheroes. The red light rippling like water waves, the dilapidated thatched house, together with the headless corpse, instantly turned into illusory bubbles. A tall figure appeared out of thin air, and it was the Thanos whose head was cut off by Thor. Chapter 225? Future Ending. Double Star Formation. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. What's going on? The superhero looked dumbfounded, especially Sol. His wide open eyes are full of puzzlement. He clearly chopped off the opponent's head just now, but the result was like looking back in time. The headless corpse disappeared, and the dilapidated thatched house became intact, as if nothing happened. Ethereum particles. Only for 2 seconds. Saul suddenly realized, those are distorted illusions. Thanos is still alive. He immediately issued a warning, and the superheroes who had slackened down became nervous one after another. Iron Man erected the alloy square shield to protect the Black Widow and Rocket Raccoon behind him. Banner drove the anti-Hulk armor, opened the energy cannon with both hands, and began to charge. Thor and Captain Marvel, these two are the strongest. One clenched the storm axe, and one raised his fist. The atmosphere froze like ice for a moment, but Luke, who had punctured Thanos, looked calm, watching Thanos appearing out of thin air. The rich red light rippling like water waves is exactly the brilliance of reality gems. It is also called the ether particle, and it was once the ultimate weapon that the Dark Elves rely on. In Thor's second plot, Thor defeated Malkus and transferred the etheric particles to the collectors of the Defan group for safekeeping. He thought that as the Elder of the Universe, down Yatam would definitely not let the collection that he had gotten lost. But now, the ignorant land has been destroyed and reduced to ruins. That reality gem naturally fell into Thanos' hands. What a quick response, Asgardian. Thanos earned praised with utter sorrow. He raised his left hand, like an infinite glove cast in gold, shining red light. Everything that happened just now was just a false illusion created by distorting reality with the help of reality gems. Oh, there is a new face this time. Don't you plan to introduce yourself? Thanos ignored the hateful thought in his eyes, and instead looked at Luke, who saw through the illusion. People on our side like to call me Superman, and some people call me General, Director, and Great Hero. If they are friends they know, most of them will call me by my name. It's a pity that I don't know you well. Luke raised his eyebrows. As he had guessed, the butterfly swings caused subtle changes. Coming to this garden planet where Thanos retired and rescued Iron Man Tony Stark ahead of time, the original plot became completely different. The Overlord who wiped out half of the life in the universe has not yet destroyed the infinite gems. Not only that, but it seems that his injuries have also healed. It was almost split in half by Thor with the Storm Axe, but now it seems that there is no trace. Full of energy and perfect condition, is a strong opponent. The power of infinite gems lies in its effect on the rule level. Even if you are a legendary warlock proficient in phantom magic, it is difficult to find flaws. Thanos asked questions humbly, and he seemed very interested in Luke. In order to obtain the 6 infinite gems, the Universe Overlord has done meticulous homework. The Avengers, Asgard, King Odin, the Supreme Mage of Kamar-Taj. Thanos knows a lot about the superheroes on Earth. Even Captain Marvel, who only appeared briefly, had a certain understanding. A lot of information are provided by the guy who likes to play tricks in Rocky. The second Prince of Asgard back then was a standard leading party. But Superman is not within the scope of Thanos' understanding. To be precise, he hadn't even heard of the name. Partly by intuition, partly by guessing, Luke answered honestly. He just thinks things are not that simple. If Thanos destroys the infinite gem, Banner should detect the strong reaction of the cosmic energy. But the latter instrument did not make a reminder. When the superhero beat Thanos and found that the infinite gem disappeared, Luke noticed something was wrong. There is no explosive reaction of cosmic energy, which proves that infinite gems still exist. But Thanos claimed that he destroyed 6 gems, and then Thor swung his axe to chop off his head. Everything seemed to be staged according to the script. Too perfect. This made Luke's heart inevitably a trace of doubt. So, just now you talked and led me out. Is it just a trick? Thanos didn't have any irritation. He smiled and said, "It's really smart. I originally wanted you to greet death without pain and resistance in silence. It now seems that you can only face the cruel reality, taste the taste of despair, and finally die with regret and unwillingness." The Universe Overlord spoke very calmly, without the slightest killing intent in his eyes, as if he was just telling an established fact. But every word made people feel a deep chill from the bottom of my heart. Before we accept this ending, can I ask a question? Just as an exchange for answering questions just now, how about it? Luke took a step sideways and stood in front of the superhero. The Avengers, who had originally looked solemn, stopped. Their trust in Luke increased by one more point than before. If it weren't for the other party's reminder, Thanos would be tricked out. This group of superheroes may die unclearly, and they are not even qualified to face the enemy. It's fair. What do you want to ask, Superman? Thanos asked lightly. He clenched the infinite glove of his left hand, and he was already a winner with a winning mentality. How did you discover us? When Carol broke through the atmosphere? Or did we approach this thatched house and make a movement that made you alert? Luke's eyes flashed, and he asked aloud. He wanted to know why Thanos did not develop according to the plot, but made preparations in advance. Wonderful question. Thanos nodded in satisfaction, and a smile appeared on the purple face. What do you think all that happened just now? The illusion of reality gems? No, that's destiny. It's the future. When Thanos said so, The superhero looked at each other and felt puzzled. Could it be said that Saul's cutting off the purple sweet potato head is actually a destined future ending? I do have the idea of destroying the infinite gems. After fulfilling the mission, it is no longer useful to me. It will only cause unnecessary disputes and chaos. It will only make you illusions and think that you can restore the fate of failure. Thanos turned sideways slightly, looking at the vast fields where his favorite fruits were planted. A long time ago, the Titans had such fruits everywhere. Large tracts of farmland, breeze blowing, swayed, like clove bushes. However, Titan is gone. Those fertile farmlands were also destroyed by war. Just as I was preparing to do this, an idea suddenly came up in my heart, and a voice came out of my mind. Thanos condensed his recalled thoughts. His eyes became cold. Is this the ending I hope for? When I snap this finger, will the universe move towards peace? Will bloodshed and sacrifices, wars and struggles all be eliminated invisible? This inexplicable question, like a seed, will take root and grow in my heart after it is born. It's hard to contain, just like Pandora's box opened, releasing many messy thoughts, making me start thinking wildly. Finally, in order to solve the confusion, I decided to follow this timeline and go to the future. Luke frowned and stretched out. His doubts were answered, and he also knew the changes made by the butterfly effect. Thanos uses the gem of time to see his end. The superhero wants to rewrite reality, but the opponent wants to reverse the future. Both parties are trying to change. Eventually cause this to happen. As you have experienced, I will destroy 6 infinite gems in the next 20 days, at the cost of half my life. Then when I was weakest, you came to the door, and the Asgardian chopped off my head with an axe. This is my end. The future will be dark and there will be no other pictures. Thanos sighed, and the purple potato-like face showed regret. In the future he did not live the idyllic life he dreamed of. As long as these superheroes are still alive, they will not give up fighting and struggle. So Thanos figured it out. In addition to erasing half of the life in the universe in an absolutely fair and random manner, he also wants to eliminate the Avengers and kill these unstable factors in the bud. Now, are you ready for death? Thanos raised his left hand, and the 6 gems gleamed brightly, emitting a charming light. Boom! Captain Marvel took the lead and came out more and more. She directly turned on the double star form, and the whole person was like a small luminous body. A powerful photon cannon blasted straight out, tearing the air along the way. Thanos was unable to dodge. The extremely tall Titan retreated a few steps, and the snapping fingers of his left hand were also interrupted. Are you ready to meet death again? Carol rushed to the opponent, and while returning the original words, he slammed his fist into the chest with a terrifying force. You are not enough. Thanos opened his palm to block a punch. Peyran's power blasted into his body, causing him to groan. Even if the Eternal Race's physique is extraordinary and strong, it still feels a little overwhelming. Captain Marvel opens the double star form, and it will continuously absorb the energy of the universe, and then quickly transform it into its own power. She punched it down, and even the Empire State Building collapsed. This shows how terrifying power it contains. Then try it. Carol's blonde hair drifted away, rising upwards as if losing gravity. The pair of fists wrapped in a ball of dazzling light will make a harsh explosion every time they are thrown. The vast fields www.mentalnovel.com are like facing a huge tornado, with broken leaves and dust. Thanos' eyes were slightly cold. The last time he landed on Earth, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Carol Danvers finally brought me a little spirit. The Cosmic Overlord didn't panic facing close combat. Before he could beat Hulk to the ground with a set of military punches, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Captain Marvel. The right hand held the terrifying fist. The right hand was clenched. The glove was closed, and the purple light burst out. The power gem releases majestic energy, like a sledgehammer hitting Carol. Rumble. The latter directly draws an afterimage and penetrates the mountain behind. The body is embedded in the thick stone wall, pressing out a deep outline. Before Thanos could relax for a while, He put the power gem back into his glove, and red figure came close. Chapter 226. Heroes Doomsday, I Am the Fate, the fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Thanks. Thor roared. The divine power in his body surged. It is like a flood that bursts out of a dike. Those eyes contained deep hatred, and blazing thunder filled them. The flashes of lightning are particularly horrible. I want to thank you for giving me one more chance. Cut off your head. Thor stomped on the ground and suddenly leapt into the air. Holding the storm axe with both hands, he drawn a semicircular arc, and slashed at the purple potato-like head fiercely. He believes that since he can kill Thanos in the future, then change to now, I can do it too. Asgardians. Thanos sneered, without fear. He raised his left hand, and the space embedded in the infinite glove burst into light. The invisible void suddenly became heavy. It seemed like a chain of strong shackles, entwining Thor's limbs. The fierce and swift beheading action that made him slow down. The azure blue light, like a solid bubble, wraps and covers it. If you want to win a battle, it's not enough to have extraordinary courage. If you don't have the power to support that confidence, no matter what, it's just a futile resistance. Thanos snorted coldly, and controlled the threatening Thor with the space gem. He will not make the same mistake again this time, leaving room for the opponent to exert his strength. The fatal wound on the chest is a lesson. If you want to cut off my head, you have to let your dad come over. Thanos said calmly. In the face of many superheroes, he is not afraid. Above the earth, within the 9 realms, the strong men worthy of fear are no longer there. The Supreme Master died physically, and his soul wandered in the dimensional world. God King Odin has died and returned to the embrace of the World Tree. How can you stop yourself with the infinite gloves just by relying on the Avengers? Asgard, take a look at this world one last time. Thanos stretched out his right hand, and the space gem released a blue light, tearing a deep gap. The cold double-edged long knife emerged and fell steadily into his palm. Your family, your kingdom, your people, they have all returned to the embrace of death. So why don't I send you there to reunite? Thanos' legs exerted strength, and several steps rushed to Thor. Cut off the double-edged sword that had been contaminated with the blood of countless races and civilizations without hesitation. He intends to make Asgard's family tidy. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom. Dozens of miniature missiles, like swimming fishes, interweave a large net of death, accurately hitting the strong body of the Titans. The fire exploded and smoke was everywhere. Unfortunately, this did not cause any effective damage to Thanos. He took a few steps back, unscathed. The purple skin is enough to resist most of the energy attacks, such as heat, electricity, and radiation. The bombing of tiny missiles at best can only make Thanos feel a little bit painful. Of course, the purpose of Iron Man itself is not to output damage. He was just to save Thor, the of Thunder, and avoid the main teammate from being beaten by Thanos. I owe you once. Sol took this opportunity to swing the storm axe, cutting off the space imprisonment. Then help me beat this guy to the ground. The propeller breathed fire, said Iron Man, who flew into the air. Okay. Thor nodded and agreed, raising the storm axe, and the power of thunder poured out. If a series of ferocious and sturdy electric light pythons break through the ground and bite toward Thanos, Iron Man didn't look at it either. A beam of energy was released from his palm. When the other superheroes saw this, they joined the battle. Gears of War and Iron Man left and right, like two powerful mobile forts, flying in midair to contain firepower. The anti-Hulk armors driven by Thor and Banner are equivalent to tank shields that attract hatred, while being beaten to absorb the damage, while restricting Thanos' mobility. As for low output heroes like Black Widow and Rocket Raccoon can only walk around the edge of the battlefield without stopping. Captain America is the commander of the Springs, responsible for the overall situation and issuing orders. When necessary, he will fight in person and absorb the damage with the vibrating shield in his hand. If you think of this as a large multiplayer instance, as Thanos, who is the ultimate boss, he does feel a bit of crisis. This land reclamation team composed of superheroes has a reasonable configuration and a clear division of labor, so that he has no time to snap his fingers. If the life is manifested as a blood bar, Thanos, who is surrounded and greeted by the successive offensives of various heroes, is very likely to be worn to death. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, let alone a group of superheroes. If Thanos has this level, then the Avengers can solve it without me. Luke did not take the initiative to participate in the team. He is the kind of solo player. Joining this team battle rashly will only disrupt the coordination rhythm of those superheroes. Moreover, whether it is the Marvel Universe or the next studio, there has always been a law. No matter how powerful the role is, as long as you form a team, your combat effectiveness will definitely drop by several levels. When Batman fights alone, his combat power often breaks through the sky. Down can beat Gotham criminals, up can beat Justice League. However, in the Big Metal event, each of them can destroy the Batman in the negative universe of the Justice League. After forming the so-called Dark Knights, they are defeated one by one. There are countless similar cases. The more famous ones are probably the Rising Star Corps in the Marvel Universe, and the Green Lantern Corps in the next studio. Single-handedly, save the world. A large number of people will be destroyed by the group. In order to ensure that this law would not take effect on him, Luke chose to stand by and watch. There is Thor, plus Captain Marvel. These 2 main output, as well as other Avengers. Teaming up against Infinite Glove Thanos, there is still a bit of winning percentage. Asgardian, you are born with strength. This is a talent and a defect. When it comes to combat experience, you are far worse than Odin. Thanos put the double-edged long knife across his chest and held up the storm axe that was slashing towards his chest. The 2 sides are like bulls wrestling, not giving way to each other. On one side is the strength, on the other side is the thunder surging. Suddenly, it turned into a stalemate. Sol, I'll help you. Iron Man flew behind Thanos, and the 2 mechanical arms output with all their strength, tightly choking each other's necks. Banner's anti-Hulk armor strode forward, and the 2 energy cannons were accumulating, intending to directly hit the purple sweet potato head. Let me teach you how to fight. Thanos, who seemed to be in danger, had calm eyes, and the muscles on his arms swelled. Holding the double-edged long knife and pushing forward, the purple potato head slammed into it. Boom! A head mallet. Facts have proved that the hardness of the skull of the Eternal race is slightly better than that of the Asgardians. Thor's head only felt a buzz and screamed. The whole figure seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer worth 800. Staggering and retreating. The tyrannical force exerted on the storm battle axe was also vented. The real warrior is not like you. Thanos kicked the opponent's chest and dragged the Iron Man behind him in front of him. The double-edged long knife swept across, splitting the erected alloy square shield in half. Boom, boom, boom. Tony. The anti-Hulk armor is like an offensive quarterback, striding over. 2 cannons were thrown out, but Thanos danced his swords to form a rotating shield, blocking it. Where is that clumsy big guy? Are you reluctant to come out? Thanos waved his left hand and red light emerged. The realistic gems on the infinite gloves work, directly turning the anti-Hulk armor into a big red balloon. The latter just feels his body is out of control, and floats upwards slowly as if it is free from gravity. I have witnessed my own tragic death in the future, and your tricks and resistance are actually useless. Seeing Thor approaching again, Thanos smiled coldly and slammed a punch on the opponent's head. The purple light gushes out, turning the atmosphere into a frenzy. Boom! Faced with the power gem that once smashed a planet, how could Thor be able to resist it? If a cannonball slams heavily on the ground, it is difficult to get up. Remember when I strangled your brother Loki? At that time, you were so weak and desperate. You could only see everything but couldn't stop it. The corner of Thanos' mouth showed a trace of cruelty. He clenched his fist, and the purple brilliance suddenly bloomed, and the power gem turned a distant mountain into dust. The land is cracked. Crushed stones fly. Immediately afterwards, He used the concept of reality gem distortion www.mtnovel.com to turn it into a rain of fire. As if the gods were furious, he casually descended the calamity of exterminating the world. The blazing light reflected the red clouds, and the heavy meteorite that obscured the sky crashed down. This move is like a carpet bombing that covers the entire screen, forcing the superhero to have nowhere to dodge and can only withstand a violent explosion. In Destiny, Thanos, standing on the battlefield, said so. Above him, there was a meteorite and fire rain roaring down, a doomsday scene covering the sky and the sun. At his feet is a superhero who cannot afford to fall to the ground, is the final fate of death. You may not know, Lord Thanos. The dark red cloak fluttered, and a faint voice came. People like me are the best at, and they like to change their fate the most. Chapter 227? Superman's body, small celestial body, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Luke lifted his feet off the ground, slowly rising. The biological force field is fully open, covering the surrounding superheroes. Boom, 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 boom. The meteorites that covered the sky and the sun were smashed down by howling fire and rain, all blocked by invisible power. The unimaginable impact was transmitted to Luke's steel body. He shook slightly, then stabilized his figure. This offensive is not enough to put pressure on Superman. The dark red cloak was hunting and fluttering, as if the flag was raised. The red light in the eyes makes people afraid to look directly. It feels terrifying. It was just a brief contact of sight, and the complacent Thanos felt a fierce aura swept over him. It's like facing an active volcano ready to erupt. That destructive force is hidden in the calm surface. Once noticed, you will be shocked. It's surprising that the strongest opponent among these superheroes turned out to be a raw face. A trace of astonishment flashed in Thanos' eyes, and he hesitated. He previously regarded Thor and Captain Marvel as enemies. Of these two people, one had nearly divided himself on the spot, and the other single-handedly repelled the powerful fleet of Ronan, the accuser of the Kerry Empire. All opponents worthy of vigilance. Superman, I went to the future, and in the ending I saw, you didn't exist. Thanos stared at the tall figure, with a confused look on his face without concealment. The Avengers were obviously the only obstacle blocking his progress, but when he was only one step away from success, a Superman appeared inexplicably. This makes it difficult for him to understand. I do not belong to your future, nor will I exist in the past of this universe. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, seemingly funny. I'm just a passing traveler. If it weren't for Kang the Conqueror's time and space teleportation, it would be impossible for him to go from his 1024 universe to the Earth 199999 universe that is about to come to an end. Without this accident, Luke wanted to meet Thanos and start this final decisive battle, and it may have to wait for nearly a century. Is that so? Thanos did not fully understand the theory that the universe is a small box with a big box on the outside. In addition to the server administrators similar to the Court of Life, plus 5 supreme gods with a full-scale large size, and some multiverse-level bosses who have been exposed to the truth. For others, this is always an astonishing secret that has never been known. Then let me bury you in this universe, this time and space. Thanos raised his head, and the howling meteorite fire rain turned this vast farmland into scorched earth. Those superheroes are no longer able to fight. There is only one left: Superman. Only by smashing this last obstacle can he rewrite his fate and dominate everything. You can try it. Luke narrowed his smile and his eyes were indifferent. The ceiling of the movie universe's combat power has always been low. Even Odin, who is also a heavenly father, may not be able to win against himself. Those multi-level universe elders are about to degenerate into funny characters. Yi, the strongest of the earth, and Odin, the lord of the 9 realms, left early. Therefore, Luke is still calm in the face of Thanos, who is holding the infinite gloves and is full of 6 gems. He doesn't think anyone can stop him. The earthquake gradually subsided. The meteorite fire rain set off strong smoke and dust. The gray-headed superheroes, holding each other, panting, staring at the figure in the air. "Can he do it?" Sol asked. "He fought against Luke and ended in a disastrous defeat." But Asgard's Thor stubbornly believed that it was a personal duel that had not been fully prepared and had a sense of underestimating the enemy. If he could do it again, he would never lose so badly. "I don't know. The infinite gems are too powerful. Even Danvers can't stop them." Captain America's face was solemn, with a worried look in his eyes. "He has estimated the strength of Thanos to a high level and made comprehensive preparations. But the reality is cruel, and the power of Thanos is still beyond expectation, especially when the other party is witnessing the future and knowing the ending." As a qualified villain, he did not intend to give the superhero any chance of comeback. Otherwise, where will the Avengers face another fiasco? We can only trust him. Iron Man smiled bitterly, and laughed at himself. "I hope my uncle and godfather, he can be a bit stronger than the cool girl Danvers." Captain Marvel, who returned to Earth, was once the straw caught by the Avengers. They need an existence that can contend with Thanos. Thor has severely injured the opponent, and an artifact like the Storm Axe, even facing the infinite gloves, and Carol's personal strength is equally extraordinary, worthy of the trust of superheroes. Who would have expected that both of them would have failed? "The battle has begun?" the Black Widow asked doubtfully. Suddenly she felt her feet shaking, and she was a little unstable. There seemed to be a strong earthquake in the surrounding area, and a lot of dust rose up like a horse galloping past. Everyone felt that the sky was getting dark, as if the light had been absorbed, showing a dull performance. "It's Luke." Captain America finds the source of the change in their sight, the tall and straight figure standing in the air. The air around it was twisted and blurred. The opponent seemed to become a small celestial body, releasing huge pressure, absorb light and move dust. "Can't wait any longer." When Thanos saw the guy called Superman, his aura increased, and his strength was the same. Involuntary warning signs in his heart, strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. He raised his left hand and slammed it down. The purple brilliance shattered the earth and directly penetrated the crust. Rumbling, a hot pillar of fire rose into the sky, and crimson lava flowed out. The earth's crust has undergone drastic changes, causing strong shocks and setting off a terrifying catastrophe that is approaching the end. "Can't wait?" Luke's eyes condensed slightly, his expression calm. In fact, he didn't do any additional actions, just removed the protection formed by the biological force field. According to the strength of the comics, what is the concept of Heavenly Father? Travel the universe and compare with the gods. Do your best to destroy the planet. If it is the almighty Heavenly Father at the peak, such as the King Odin, it would be no problem to fight against the single body. And Luke is the youngest Heavenly Father in history, and he does not rely on external forces such as magic and divine power. How strong will he be? As we all know, what Luke loaded is a Superman template, whose combat power relies on a body of steel, the firm and dense muscle fibers and the billion trillion cells that absorb energy create an inhuman body. To him, the human world is like paper. Without the protection of the biological force field, Luke would just stand in New York. The high density and massive steel body will cause gravitational disturbances and break the ground. Then it caused a huge earthquake and magma erupted. In the end, it led to an irreversible and terrible disaster. Is this Superman? Luke took a deep breath. Untitled.com took a step forward. The atmosphere boomed, as if countless gunpowder barrels were lit together. Surging, bang bang bang. The originally stable space seemed so fragile under his feet. The erupting pillar of fire and the slowly flowing crimson magma evaporated by itself before it came close to Luke's body. Everyone was shocked. Not only the superhero, but Thanos was shocked. They are like witnessing the movement of small celestial bodies, and the absolute power that rushes towards their faces is simply suffocating. Try your best, bet everything, Thanos, Luke said quietly. Only in this way, you will accept your failure. Chapter 228, Pushing Horizontally, Crushed by Battle, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Well, Who is the terrible villain? The superhero staring at Luke's back had the same question in his heart. Compared to Thanos, who was standing below with horror in his eyes, Superman looked more like a villain. Wherever he passed, the pillar of fire collapsed and the magma evaporated. Space is almost collapsed, gravity is disordered, the crust is shattered. It's almost like a human-shaped natural disaster. Let this beautiful garden be full of holes and devastated. Why is there no Superman in our universe? If this uncle of mine appeared earlier, what else would Thanos do? Iron Man curled his lips and said regretfully, from the external performance alone, Luke is clearly better than Thanos. The rising weather, and the powerful force that I really feel, like a walking in the world. It gives birth to an irresistible surrender mentality. Don't be happy too early. Thanos has 6 infinite gems. Maybe Luke is stronger than the opponent, but Captain America poured cold water. His eyes still worrisome. Fighting is not just about special effects. Those financial warriors will always leave the field as soon as possible. Superheroes who are too expensive often can only act as passers-by and make soy sauce. Nominated here, The Flash and the Green Lantern, who bounced all the year round on the next studio. The battle has begun. The Black Widow squeezed into the anti-Hulk armor, and the Avengers began to retreat. Due to the terrible power of Superman, the crust was torn apart like crispy biscuits. The unbalanced gravitational force makes it impossible to stabilize the body. In a terrible environment, let alone fighting, even actions are very difficult. The superhero who originally wanted to support from the side had no choice but to stay away from the battlefield. Do you want me to accept failure? Impossible. Thanos wiped out the horror in his heart and restored his as cold expression as before. He raised his left hand. The gem of time suddenly lit up, weaving several rings, aimed at the tall figure in the air. The emerald green light flows out, intangible and elusive, seeing to cover Superman's body, pull it into endless time. Oh, I am a genius mage who has studied at Carmitage, Luke sneered. Fold your hands together and place them on your chest. Just a few breaths, the space is like a mirror with cracks, directly blocking the spreading time loop. This is the classic spell in the Book of Emperor Wai-Shan, a mirror image of dimensions. Time is something that only exists in the material world and cannot invade the mirror space. Luke didn't give Thanos any room to play. His figure flickered, and it was just a moment before he forced himself in front of the opponent. The air wave shoots violently, forming a hurricane. If a superhero enters the battlefield, he may be lifted off by the aftermath before he gets close. Boom! Luke closed his right palm and clenched it into a fist. Just such an action caused the space to utter an overwhelmed and pitiful wailing. Thanos has a warning sign and thinks it is difficult to stop it. He quickly stretched out his left hand, and the power gem on the infinite glove flickered slightly. The force of a punch, against the majestic purple brilliance. The intense collision formed a dazzling white. The spilled shockwave spread out, like a hurricane of destruction tearing apart the space, pulling out a wave of terrifying energy. Damn! Step back. The propeller under Iron Man's feet sprayed flames and flew out for a certain distance. The rest of the superheroes are the same. They don't want to become a fish in trouble. The battle between Superman and Thanos is beyond the scope of understanding. If placed on the Earth, the two men would be able to razor the entire North American continent. Who still remembers this is our battle of revenge? Sol stared at the bright light that burst out, dispelling the idea of looking for Luke to single out. He felt that unless he lived for several thousand years, he fully grasped the power of thunder in his body and the rune of Rune left by his father. Otherwise, you may not even be able to block the opponent's punch. In the middle of the battlefield. Not bad. Luke smiled and commented. Thanos, who had stood in front of him, had disappeared. The gem of everlasting power seems to have lost its effect on Superman. Ho ho. It's dangerous. The extremely strong Titan figure slowly crawled out of the huge hole. In his left hand, a crack appeared in the infinite glove made by the Dwarf King himself. The power gem blocked Luke's heavy punch, but the equipment to carry it was not strong enough. You have to think of a way. Thanos has extremely rich combat experience. and he knows that head-to-head will definitely not be Superman's opponent. Only by devising an effective tactic and pinpointing the opponent's weaknesses can he be defeated with a fatal blow. Have you enough rest? Before Thanos could figure out a way, a faint voice passed through the gust of wind and heat into his ears. Immediately, sound waves scroll the atmosphere. It was as if hundreds of explosives detonated together, sending out a series of ear-piercing screams. The aftermath of horror swept over, making Thanos frightened. Immediately, he saw an arm sticking out of it, clenched into a fist. The terrifying force surging above is enough to crush any powerful existence in front of you. The crisis of death loomed in front of him, and Thanos almost subconsciously clenched the infinite gloves, and the blue light flashed slightly. The burly figure suddenly disappeared like a wisp of smoke, moving to a distance. Luke slammed a heavy punch into the empty space again, and violent power poured out. Rumbling. This vibrant garden planet seems to usher in the end. A long and narrow wound was torn from the hard surface, traversing tens of thousands of miles. If you look down from a high place, it's like the whole planet splits apart. Okay, Luke, who retracted his fist, raised his eyebrows slightly, and he felt a vague wave hitting his heart. Heart gem. It is a pity. The magic Superman is immune to mental attacks. Luke just felt his head gloomy for a moment, and then returned to normal. Thanos' offensive did not succeed, but incurred a more violent blow. The dark red cloak pulled out a trace of afterimage, and Superman probed his hand to Thanos' shoulder. The latter uses space gems and flashes to a safe location not far away. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Superman followed him like a shadow. Space fluctuations are actually easy to predict. Luke pressed Thanos' shoulder, bending his right hand into an elbow, and slammed into the opponent's chin. Click. Amid the incomparably clear shattering sound, the head of the universe overlord buzzed, as if being bombarded with heavy artillery, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. You believe in infinite gems too much, Thanos. Luke didn't stop chasing the burly figure that pulled out an astonishing explosion and flew thousands of meters away. Boom. Another punch. Thanos relied on his years of fighting instinct. You reading www.uukanzu.com decisively turned his head to avoid the fierce attack that blew his head. The violent force squeezed the air, forming an astonishing wind pressure. Like a knife, a few bloodstains were rubbed on the purple face. It's not over yet. Luke was flying at high speed and threw a heavy whip kick. Thanos' chest collapsed, and the hard and tenacious golden armor shattered every inch. Boom. The burly figure smashed into the ground like a cannonball. The hard crust shattered and disintegrated, and the whole planet seemed to shake. Thanos lay weakly in the hot lava, panting weakly. In those remnant unwilling eyes, an invincible tall figure was reflected. Chapter 229. Thanos, this is my last snap. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. How could this be? Erasing half of the life in the universe and rewriting the future outcome of being beheaded is supposed to be double happiness. But in the end, it ended in a disastrous defeat. Thanos is depressed. He raised his head and looked at the tall figure standing high in the sky. The breath of horror rises steadily, seemingly endless. A desperate mood bred from inside Thanos. It is like a stellar celestial body, an indestructible Superman's body, like a towering mountain range under pressure. It makes him hard to breathe, out of breath. Ho ho. Thanos vomited a mouthful of blood, and his vitality was constantly lost. In the infinite glove worn on the left hand, the 6 jewels are dimly radiant. It's ironic. Thanos thought of the supreme power and supreme artifact he had been chasing for half his life, and he had no room to fight back against Superman. The cruel reality defeated the tenacious will of steel. Is he still weak, or is Superman too strong? Can I only get here? Thanos' face was strong and unyielding, and his purple face became hideous. Every short breath is accompanied by piercing pain. On the collapsed chest, cracks appeared in the golden armor. Then it disintegrated and shattered and turned into dust. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed in desperation and his life was hanging by a thread. You want to hold the throat of fate, Lord Thanos. you seem to be a little bit worse. Luke's flat voice came from a high place. Click, click. Superman landed slowly, and the moment he stepped on the ground, the hard rock formation couldn't bear it, and it collapsed into circles of dust. The flowing magma dries up and evaporates, rising up large swathes of smoke. Thanos supported his severely injured body with his hands and stared at the blurred figure in the hot mist. His mind turned extremely fast, exhausted all the combat experience that could be referred to, but he couldn't find a way to defeat the opponent. When the strength gap between the enemy and ours is too large, no matter how good the strategy and how outstanding the wisdom, it is difficult to survive such adversity and come back in the Jedi. Can't you accept your failure calmly? Luke asked softly, as if he had guessed Thanos' thoughts. The ceiling of this universe's combat power is low. Thanos, who holds 6 infinite gems, unfortunately failed to show their due strength. Is destiny. Thanos' eyes were full of strong unwillingness, and he pressed his hands on the scorched ground, trying hard to get up. It seems that he is preparing to gather the last trace of strength in his body and challenge Superman again. The burly body was shaking. No matter what, it was always difficult to get up. The flesh and blood that was dense as fine iron suddenly tore apart, pulling out a series of hideous wounds. A large stream of blood spewed out, and then was evaporated. As a Titan, you may not know that there is an Eastern martial arts on Earth called Kunjin. Luke smiled, and the punch he blasted was extremely fierce, like a blade cutting. If you change to a weaker body, such as Thor, it may be directly blown into a puddle of flesh. That is, Thanos, possessing the powerful body of the eternal race, can survive until now. Since using the Death Knell skill card to learn all kinds of martial arts, Luke felt that in the future, he might become a veritable one-punch man. If the template is upgraded in the future, facing the court of life, or the dark side on the next studio, you can also try to cut their mid lane. Why are you doing this? Thanos clutched his chest and asked in a deep voice. What can stopping me bring? A peaceful world where there is no more killing and strife. Isn't it better than the original universe? Luke stopped, shook his head and said, I have explained, Lord Thanos. Mass extermination cannot prevent the spread of chaos and disorder. Any race of life has a desire for land expansion and resource plunder. This is their nature, which is born with it and cannot be erased. This is also true. A civilization can gradually take shape. For the beast, meekness and kindness cannot be exchanged for food and gain space for themselves. Continuous hunting, predation, and migration are the best ways to continue the race. You only see the destruction of Titan, but you ignore that when the planet's resources are exhausted, civilization should expand instead of stopping and waiting for destruction. The laws of nature are cruel, and so are the stars. Thanos' purple head drooped slightly, as if thinking about something. A cosmic overlord with a firm will like him, of course, can't change his mind and shake his heart just because of the few words of others. The era of interstellar colonization is full of killings and strife. The war between the Kerry Empire and the Skrull people lasted for thousands of years, during which many civilizations were affected. Thanos raised his head. His cold eyes flashed with enthusiasm. The savage fighting method consumes the population too slowly. That's why I want to play the role of the scavenger. What's wrong with that? Luke showed helplessness and shrugged his shoulders. I know that every extremist will seek cover for himself when he commits a certain criminal act that violates the moral bottom line and public perception. They sometimes say that this is to create a better world, or to welcome a new future. I have seen all kinds of bastards, villains, careerists, and Lord Thanos. Someone will kill millions of people without hesitation in order to prevent a world war. Someone will create chaos and cause disaster, just to watch the world burn, and then stand on the ruins and laugh. Some people will turn into dictators and make the whole world tremble under their feet. They all have high-sounding excuses, and they are all as straightforward and confident as you. At the same time, they have a very similar thing in common. Luke paused, looked towards and stood up slowly, facing his own Thanos. He smiled and said gently, that is, they see themselves as the gods of the new world. But if you want to become a new god, You need to be strong enough. Do you think you deserve it? Thanos was silent for a moment, and didn't mean to flinch at all. I will prove it to you, Superman. He said so. Then I will wait and see. Luke took a step, and the ground shivered and fell apart. He didn't want to convince Thanos from the moral and righteousness. A strong fist was better than pale language. Bring it on. Thanos raised his left hand and aimed at Superman. The 6 jewels burst out of light and gathered into a majestic huge beam of light. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly as he determined where he was standing. Well, it's on the right. The energy of the stars in the body surged out, and 2 high-temperature rays smashed straight through. Boom! Strong lights flashed one after another, turning into dazzling white. The violent explosion shook the atmosphere like a tornado. The superhero, who had hidden far enough, silently continued to retreat, preparing to board the Kang-type fighter and leave the atmosphere. Staying longer, I feel that this planet will be completely blown up by these 2 men and turned into dust. Sol, you said Luke is an Earthling? Captain America couldn't believe that the guy who robbed Thanos on the ground belonged to the same race as himself. Although I don't want to admit that he is from Midgard, it is true. Saul nodded helplessly. It seems that the gap between humans and humans may be greater than that between humans and ... any species. Iron Man said dully. He once believed in the power of science. Even the Hulk, or Thor. As long as you give yourself enough time, you can create a suitable armor. But anti-Superman armor? Forget it. Unless he can put 6 infinite gems in the armor. This might guarantee that he would not be beaten to death by a single blow. I can't last long. Thanos' eyes were clear, and he understood that this was just a stopgap measure and would not allow him to defeat Superman. The muscles in his left hand swelled up, and he tried his best to prevent failure. The infinite glove I was wearing, the crack that had opened before gradually expanded and was about to collapse completely. It can only be done like that. Thanos made a decision, squeezing his left hand. www.untitled.novel.com. The dazzling brilliance of the 6 gems burst out, fighting hard against the hot sight. He saw that Superman hadn't retreated, like a hard rock standing still, letting the violent wave wash over. On the contrary, it was himself, his body trembling like a small boat in a storm. Rumble. Where both sides stood, the ground collapsed again. The whole planet seemed to split from the middle, making a huge bang. This is my last snap. Thanos raised his left hand high. The cosmic energy bursting out of the infinite glove suddenly disappeared, and the 2 hot sights penetrated his chest without hindrance. Immediately, snapped. Snap your fingers. Chapter 230. The sword of the previous dynasty is difficult to cut. The official of the dynasty, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Using infinite gloves to hit this snapping finger is actually a great burden for Thanos. The 6 gems are not extraordinary things, and the holder must be extraordinary, otherwise it will only cause a disaster. The Red Skull held the cosmic Rubik's Cube he dreamed of, but it was teleported to the planet Vorma by the space gem. The etheric particles cannot be destroyed, and at the same time they will absorb the life of the host, and toss the mortal Jane Foster and Thor's girlfriend to death. As a descendant of the gods, Xingju was almost turned into fly ash by the Gem of Power. If it hadn't been for the Kyushin group to share the damage, the whole person would be gone. It's just that this might be a good thing. Without the punch of the sequel and smashing his teammates, Iron Man and others might have grabbed the infinite gloves to bring everything to a successful conclusion. Back to the topic. The above examples are sufficient to prove ordinary people tried to get involved with infinite gems, and there is absolutely no good end. Not to mention, 6 gems are used at once to erase the fundamental existence of life and matter. Ho ho, my destiny is mine. Thanos maintained his left hand high and snapped his fingers in a stiff posture. The left half of his body is like charred wood. The flesh and blood are like carbonization, without any vitality. Under the chest, 2 big holes were broken. The hot side passing through evaporated flesh and blood, and burned terrifying wounds. Thanos, who had only half life left, snapped his fingers and declared his death directly. He really felt that his vitality was slowly flowing out of his body like an opened faucet. Ho ho. This is the end. Although he stepped into the grave with one foot and was about to die, Thanos didn't care. He just looked at the Superman standing like a mountain with a smile from the corner of his mouth. I successfully erased the existence of Superman, and then destroyed 6 gems. The reality of this universe can no longer be changed. Thinking that the mission was still fulfilled, Thanos seemed contented and weakly leaning on a pile of rocks. He still succeeded. At the same time, seeing the superhero who snapped his fingers was shocked. The last snap of the finger erased half of the life in the universe and brought them a lingering psychological shadow. This time, is Superman gone too? The desperation that struck in an instant shrouded in the hearts of the Avengers. What should I do now? Iron Man was a little at a loss. After seeing the strength of the 6 gems God outfit Thanos, he couldn't think of anyone other than Superman who could compete with that guy. No matter what, we must prevent Thanos from destroying the infinite gems. Captain America restrained his fragile emotions and his eyes became firm. Although it hasn't been long to know Luke, he can see all the sacrifices made by the other party. Even if you sacrifice your life, you must resist Thanos and give everything to rewrite the final outcome. This kind of spirit is simply moving. He is the real superhero. Captain America thought so. Yes, to prevent Thanos from destroying infinite gems. Sol and Carol, who returned to the team, looked at each other, preparing to go deep into the battlefield. Just before they acted, as your blue light lit up slightly, the space was suddenly torn, and the superhero who was caught off guard was swallowed directly. Now, no one can stop me anymore. Thanos dropped his left hand and used the space gem to teleport away the Avengers and others. Only him and Superman were left on this planet. Above the Earth, it was devastated. The violent vibration and the erupting pillar of fire did not disappear because of the cessation of the fighting. This garden, originally used for retirement and old age care, seems to have experienced a terrible catastrophe, prompting the end to come. After the 6 gems collided with the hot site, the horrible aftermath was transformed into an energy tide that annihilated the material. Not only did the surroundings become dead, Pyron's power penetrated the thick and hard lithosphere and passed into the outer core, triggering high-intensity plate movement. In the foreseeable future, dense dark clouds will obscure sky, and this planet will eventually collapse in the Earth's crust that lasts for 100 years. Like coal that burned out the last trace of fire, it sent out a huge explosion. Then the dying dimmed and turned into dust. Don't you have any last words to say? Thanos retracted his divergent thinking and asked softly. He thought that Superman would feel a little bit of fear. After all, no matter how powerful a creature is, it is difficult to face death calmly. That is the end of everything. The mind is still, the heart stops beating, the entire existence was erased, and the soul returned to eternal darkness. But the facts surprised Thanos, and Superman's face was calm, as if nothing happened. He came slowly, walking calmly. I admire your determination to sacrifice your life and fulfill your mission. I also respect your attitude of doing all you can to defeat the enemy. Luke lowered his head and said lightly, but everything you do is useless. Meeting those cold eyes that did not contain the slightest emotion, Thanos' purple face showed a look of consternation. What are you talking about? The 6 gems are the concretization of the rules of this universe. They can rewrite reality, erase matter, even penetrate time and space, and reverse the future. He gasped. It seems to be an explanation, but also like an argument. Superman's calm posture made Thanos inexplicably aware of something wrong. You seem to have forgotten. I said that I neither belong to the future nor exist in the past. The corners of Luke's mouth rose up, revealing a gentle smile. But to Thanos, it seemed so cruel. You mean? A big question mark appeared on the purple sweet potato head. Then, a flash of light flashed. Thanos' eyes turned into shock. as if he had guessed the answer that people didn't want to believe. The erasing finger of the infinite glove has no effect. Only considering the existence of this possibility, Thanos immediately raised his left hand. He didn't think about why this happened for the time being, and he snapped another finger to make it. The 6 gems bloomed brilliantly, and the cosmic energy was surging endlessly, and violent collisions were about to occur. Kai. The crimson beam swept across. The purple left arm was thrown high and then fell. The burst of 6 colors of light lost the power provided by the holder and dimmed in an instant. I don't want to come back to Time Shuttle and beat you again. Luke shook his head. He seldom gave the enemy a chance to turn around and escape. The mind moved slightly, and the cracked infinite glove shattered and disintegrated. The 6 gems floated slowly and fell into the hands. The violent energy is like a volcanic eruption, confined to the palm. The cosmic energies that oppose each other but are interdependent are like some kind of life form, wanting to break free. Be safe. Luke squeezed his right hand and held the 6 jewels tightly. Boom. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the 6-color light was wrapped in the power of terror. Then, the infinite gems dimmed and their brilliance faded. That's much better, Luke said with a smile. Thanos, who had witnessed this scene, was stunned. Who are you? The Titans, who were dying, looked at Superman fiercely as if they were back to light. He couldn't understand why the erasing finger of the infinite glove would fail. I don't even understand why the opponent can hold 6 gems in his bare hands without carrying equipment. All this is unreasonable. With these questions, return to the embrace of death. Luke did not answer, and the hot eyes swept across, cutting off the purple potato head. Sorry, you probably didn't know that infinite gems can only affect the settings of this universe. Every different numbered universe www.untilnovel.com has infinite gems. Sometimes, there are more than 6 of them. It's like a self-stone from the split of the Nemesis. In the brain of Iron Man, a gem named Anthony and a pink rhythmic gem. There is also an independent universe in which Deadpool is located, and there is a jewel of plot continuity, and so on. Each role is different. I want to use Earth 199999 infinite gloves to erase the Superman who is the 1024 universe. Is it equivalent to using the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the official of the dynasty? How can that be? 6 of them are in hand. It's time to snap your fingers. Luke spread out his palms, looking at the infinite gems of different colors, and said with satisfaction. Chapter 231. The Avengers. It's up to you to snap this finger. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Hi, Tony. Be careful. You can put it in only after you align it. Please, Banner, have a little confidence in me. How could I misplace it? But when I see your fingers are shaking, it will inevitably be nervous the first time. I can fully understand that you can't have any accidents at this critical time. Banner, if you can shut your mouth and give me a quiet environment, I believe it will definitely make my work more efficient. SHIELD headquarters base. In the laboratory, Iron Man operated the robotic arm, constantly adjusting its position. Dr. Banner holds a tablet computer, enters various data, and outlines a model diagram of the internal structure. Due to the collapse of the infinite gloves, the Avengers can only create a new piece of equipment that carries 6 gems by themselves. This kind of task naturally belongs to the 2 main forces of the scientific research team, Iron Man and Dr. Banner. I don't even understand now. How did Luke avoid Thanos snapping fingers? Dr. Banner talked while working. Since I learned that Thanos had died and received his lunch, the nervous and heavy inner emotions of the superhero gradually relax. As Luke said to them before, the best way to face fear is to overcome fear. When the universe overlord who wiped out half of the life in the universe and defeated the Avengers crashed down, this also represents the end of the crisis encountered by human beings on Earth and even the civilization of the universe. It's just that, because it was finally sent to leave, the superhero didn't see how Luke solved Thanos, and then got 6 infinite gems. According to Luke himself, he is probably not a creature of this universe. Iron Man frowned slightly, staring at the 6 gems placed on the robotic arm. and said with a curled mouth, "Like a production workshop, you can only destroy the things on your own assembly line that are marked with the production date and production label." As an outsider, Luke is not affected by infinite gems. Dr. Banner seemed to be somewhat incomprehensible about this, so he asked rigorously, but the moment Luke entered this universe, his existence became reality. If it is something that is not in the universe, the effect of the infinite gem can be ignored. If I find a dog in Luke's universe, then even if Thanos snaps his fingers, can he not kill that dog? Iron Man shrugged, stopped the work at hand, thought for a few seconds, and replied, "This should also involve the question of cosmic level and personal strength." What is the cosmic level? Dr. Banner scratched his head. During this time, the people who had been in contact with Luke were mainly Tony, Sol and Captain Rogers. If it is said that there is a private relationship, at most, add a Marvel Captain Carol. You can think of the universe as a box. When we open the one we are in, we will find that there is a bigger box on it. Iron Man was very interested in the box theory that Luke mentioned casually, and continued, "Some people divide these boxes into different levels, linked to the strength of those unimaginable ancient existences." In short, Thanos can snap his fingers to wipe out the puppies of another universe, but he can't shake the existence of Superman. I have to explain it from a scientific point of view. How do you say that sentence? Oh, yes, undecided, quantum mechanics. You are the basic principle of erasing life as an infinite glove. In fact, 6 gems interfere with quantum space and time to delete the existence of individuals, thereby making you disappear in the real world. And Luke's existence is not located in the current quantum space-time, and he is too large to delete all the data, which is more troublesome. Dr. Banner let out a cry, seemingly understandable. These days, as long as you put the word quantum mechanics in front of anything, you can immediately highlight the extraordinary high-end temperament. He was silent for a long time, and then suddenly asked, "Tony, what do you think the original ending of this universe was?" "Who knows?" The juggler Strange mentioned that we only won once out of the 14 million possible futures he saw. With a bitter smile on the corner of Iron Man's mouth, he joked, "Think about it now. Superman may represent the only that Strange said. Anyway, this is what we can accept, the best ending." Dr. Banner nodded silently, a smile on his face. I only know now that it turns out that being a superhero in the Atrium world is more troublesome than being a good king of Asgard. In the office lobby of SHIELD headquarters base, Sol's complaint sounded. This is the 5th day they returned to Earth from outer space. Iron Man and Dr. Banner are responsible for creating new gloves. The rest of the superheroes stepped forward to stabilize the hearts of the people and maintain the social order of countries that have almost collapsed. Compared with the former, the work of the latter seems to be lighter. Actually not. What happens when the world loses half of its population? First of all, some criminals will appear among those survivors. They began to act recklessly, taking away the goods in stores and supermarkets, drive away high-end cars that were previously unaffordable, smash the windows of clothing stores, and put on expensive fashionable clothes. As the number of this group expanded, gradually, the chaotic trend of anarchism began to spread. Another small group of people sees everyone doing that, and they don't consciously attach themselves to the crowded group. As described in The Mob written by Gustave Le Pen, once an individual becomes a member of the group, he will no longer be held responsible for what he does. At this time, everyone will expose their unconstrained side. The consequences of the collapse of the social order are very serious. These days, superheroes are busy being firefighters, giving speeches on television and fighting against numerous rising gangs and international terrorist organizations. Regardless of whether it is a big country or a small country, every citizen is a multitude of parts on this machine. If you lose a screw or gear, you may be able to continue to operate, but losing half is equivalent to directly entering a state of paralysis. Of course, as a king, you only need to lean on the throne and accept the worship of the people. Captain America has just finished a White House meeting. His face is slightly tired, and said, being a superhero, you must abide by the law and uphold the moral rules he believes in. Yesterday afternoon, I saw a few children in Brooklyn. They smashed a store window with a baseball bat, and then removed 2 Sony TVs and game consoles. I wanted to stop them, but I saw a lot of people behind them, like a swarm of locusts, swept the shop away. At that time, I didn't even know what to do. Send these people to jail, or do you fight and kick like German soldiers during World War II? Captain America leaned on the chair with a wry smile on his lips. What's this? I was in Los Angeles the day before yesterday. Those survivors who were not erased even took to the streets. They thought that since half of the population disappeared, the country should allocate the remaining resources to the public so that everyone can enjoy more welfare. War Machine said with emotion. Obviously, many people have lost their families and friends. This should be a very sad thing. Now it seems that a funeral has not yet begun, and everyone has no time to mourn, but can't wait to prepare to divide the property. Captain America was convinced and added, this world is crazy. Various religious organizations have sprung up, and they all claim to be fully responsible for the disappearance of half of the world's population. All of these are gods they believe in order to punish the evil deeds of mankind, and thus bring down anger. The most ridiculous thing is that we haven't started the crackdown yet, and the group of people are arguing about themselves because of who is responsible. The Black Widow took out a sandwich from the microwave, bit it in her mouth, and said vaguely, everything is messed up. I can only hope that Tony and Banner make the gloves as soon as possible. By the way, we still need someone to snap our fingers. This is not an easy job. The superhero sitting in the hall was silent for a moment, and then Thor, who was holding a bucket of ice cream and eating wildly, took the initiative to invite him, perhaps because his enemy Thanos died. He was in a very relaxed state recently and became obsessed with the Earth. Various fast foods, alcoholic beverages and best-selling games. The Rocket Raccoon, who lives next door to him, hears Thor yelling at his teammates or opponents on public channels every day. Generally, his skills are disgusted and ridiculed, and then the two sides spray each other. Fortunately, there is no real park that has developed offline for the time being. Otherwise, in the game called Fortress Knight, a message will surely begin to circulate it and provoke the grumpy player whose ID is Thunder God of Thunder. I think among all of you, there is no one more suitable than me. Sol dug a scoop of ice cream and said confidently, as the strongest Avenger, son of Odin, only I can snap this finger. The Rocket Raccoon adjusted the position of his crotch, and said with no shame, hey, Sol, did you know that Banner is studying Love's Next Door? The strongest Avenger. I've heard that you were beaten wildly by the Hulk on the high heavenly soccer star. There are still videos on the Interstellar forum of the cosmic fight match. Sol glared at Rocket Raccoon, and he wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Captain Marvel. As a female representative, the other party also stood up right now. Although in the face of Thanos, Captain Marvel was blasted far away by the power gem, and then stayed offline. But this kind of thing can't just be left to men. This is very incorrect. I once withstood the explosion of the speed of light engine, and then survived, and I have the power of this body. Carol raised his fist www.mentalnovel.com and said, so, maybe the task of snapping your fingers should be given to me. Let me do it. If you have to sacrifice one. Captain America's ideological consciousness is no lower than the others. Just when a group of people was arguing, the silent Nebula opened his mouth and said, I don't think you need to discuss this. The Superman who defeated Thanos and ignored the erasure of snapping fingers is obviously more suitable than anyone else. It seems to make sense. The rest of them thought for a while, and indeed they couldn't find a more qualified performer than Superman. What about Luke? Captain America glanced around, and did not see the greatest hero who saved the world and the universe. He said to meet an old friend. Carol replied. Chapter 232? New template, cosmic coordinates, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Main mission, 6 infinite gems. The end of a single universe. Requirement, collect 6 infinite gems. 66. Reward, Ravager template. Status: completed. Luke clenched his fists subconsciously, feeling the mighty power of the new template. The only benefit of coming to this universe is probably that he got 6 infinite gems ahead of time and completed the task that can only be achieved in this later stage. The Ravager is not actually a Superman who exists in a parallel universe. It comes from the dark multiverse on the set next door, Bruce Wayne of Earth 1. Just like in every parallel universe, Superman and Batman always have entangled grievances and feuds. They are sometimes close friends, sometimes mortal enemies, sometimes rich men and little reporters sleeping on a bed. The same is true for Superman and Batman on Earth-1. The former was brutally blackened for unknown reasons, personally destroying the Justice League and eradicating the biggest fetters in his heart, Louise Lane. In order to fight against the frenzied Superman, the latter injected himself with the Destruction Day virus, a super creature that had killed the Kryptonians. Thus, the Ravager was born. It has Batman's fighting ability and way of thinking, but also has the powerful power and terrifying body of the Doomsday, and it can spread viruses and make other people become like themselves. The only regret, or imperfection, is probably that the Ravager did not inherit the characteristics of being difficult to kill and evolving on the day of destruction. And, as the virus penetrates the body and completely changes the body, the host will get a negative state of dementia halo. Even though Batman is known as the brain of the Justice League, after being incarnate as the Ravager, his IQ drops rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Luke didn't know this template, why it appeared in Superman's Krypton gold gift bag, but this did not prevent him from receiving the reward of pleasure. The data panel, which hasn't appeared for a long time and has not been updated, has become completely new. Host: Luke Cavill. Loading templates: Magic Superman without skin covered, Radar without skin covered. Grade: LV2. Abilities: Natural Extraction active, Biological Force Field active, Flying active, Heat Breathing active, Destruction Day virus active, Mental Immunity passive, Stellar Ability passive, Dementia Aura passive, Self-Healing Max passive. Reputation: 2,020,626. Achievement: Legendary Man. It is estimated that these 2 skins will never be used. Luke has never covered the skin of Magical Superman and the Ravaged, mainly because their appearance is too sassy. One is burning with magical flames, like a taller, sturdy ghost knight. One is covered with white hard bone spurs, like the hatred of a high-end version. Thinking about it, it's easier to accept Superman's original skin. Master Yi. Meet again. After loading the new template, simply adapt to the upgraded body data. Luck opened a portal to the sanctuary in New York. Yi's soul was sitting on the futon, and in front of her was a browned coffee table with short feet. Without seeing any movement of the other party, the cooked boiling tea turned into a water line and slowly poured into the teacup. This huge disaster that swept the universe would have to last a long time. You can actually shorten the 5-day period to half a month. Yi smiled. I have prepared 2 plans. Luke picked up the teacup, pretended to blow 2 mouthfuls, and then drank it in one fell swoop. Due to the butterfly effect, the first set of plans loses its meaning. Enter the quantum realm through Pym particles, then gather 6 gems, and then snap a finger again. This is based on the situation that Thanos destroys infinite gems. But he didn't do this. Instead, he wanted to obliterate the Avengers and rewrite the dark ending of his beheading. Then I have to react accordingly and start the second set of plans. To sum up the above paragraph, it is probably I wanted to mix up the plot, but Thanos had to take the initiative to give heads and equipment. He twitched the corner of his mouth and turned away from the subject. Luke, although you have saved the universe, to some extent, you have also changed the original future direction. Tony Stark, he shouldn't have existed anymore. And Natasha Romanoff. Luke put the teacup back on the table and said, isn't this a good thing? The superheroes survived, their family and friends were brought back, and those lost lives returned to the universe again. Carnival's great ending. Everyone will like it, because of his appearance and intervention. The wonderful story of the Avengers will continue in this universe. Iron Man doesn't have to pay a tragic price for a snap of his fingers. The Black Widow does not have to sacrifice herself for that soul gem. Thor didn't become a fat mansion either. This is not true. Seeing him overeating every day, indulging in carbohydrates and high-calorie foods, and playing games on the sofa all day long, it is estimated that those 8 packs of abdominal muscles will become 1 after a long time. That's how it is said, but sudden unknown changes often lead to unpredictable results. Yi thought she didn't mean to accuse Luke, but because of her professional habits, she was worried about the uncertain future. That's also something Strange should consider and worry about. You are all retired, Master Yi. Luke cleared his throat and reminded Kamar-Taj's current Supreme Mage is the fellow of Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange. In the not-too-distant future, no matter what disaster occurs, it will be a trouble that the other party has to face and solve. Hey, you are right. I have probably been in the position of the Supreme Master for a long time. I always look at the changes and the trajectory of things from a long-term perspective, which makes people very boring. Yi laughed at himself. I hope that Strange can avoid this problem. A solemn, rigid, and respectful Supreme Mage is undesirable. Luke nodded in agreement and whispered, Master Yi, I have fulfilled the terms of the transaction. In return, should you also fulfill your promise? After talking for so long, he finally got to the point. This is what you want. Yi is not sluggish. He likes to relinquish his account except for the Devil of Dimension. It's called Scalloped Wool. As the Supreme Mage who protects the Earth and maintains order, what happened to Ceterak, Damam, and Scythorn? This is to better serve mankind and protect this beautiful planet under our feet. As for when will the debt be repaid? Sorry. If you have the ability, you can ask for collection by yourself, otherwise you won't talk about it. Avoiding debts, relying on debts, and owing debts in various ways are all compulsory courses that every Supreme Master must learn. By the way, I must remind you, after handing over the coordinate data of this universe to Luke, the ancient hand seemed to remember something, and added, the accuracy of the model and calculations must be ensured for the time-space transfer across the universe, otherwise it is very likely to accidents. For example, Luke looked at the dim light on the table, reached out his hand, and rushed into his mind. Lost, or ran in the wrong place. Yi replied. The former is lost in the turbulence of time and space. This is dangerous. The intricate timeline and the parallel existence and mutual influence of cosmic boxes will make people lose their direction and no longer find their way home. As for the latter, it means literally. For example, after leaving the Earth 199999 universe, if the calculation is wrong, Luke may go to other places. Like the brand new Disparity Universe.untitled.novel.com after the resumption of the big event Secret War, or the outbreak of a virus, all superheroes become a zombie universe of cannibals. There are countless parallel universes like this one. Some are weird, some are terrible. The Axis won the victory, and the British captain was born, leading everyone to launch rebellion in the Earth 597 universe. In the matriarchal world, universe Earth 715, where 90% of the men on the Earth were killed, the female version of Iron Man Natasha Stark tied the knot with Captain America and successfully realized the Earth 3490 universe of the Iron Shield CP. Strange worlds like this. I won't let accidents happen. Luke stood up. He just wanted to go back to his 1024 universe. He didn't plan to be a wandering traveler. Chapter 233, Thor, Fried Chicken and Bigger Better. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. After coming out of the sanctuary in New York, Luke returned directly to the SHIELD headquarters base. The normal order of this world is already facing collapse. Either beating, smashing, looting and burning, allowing evil to breed. Either take to the streets, chanting democracy and freedom. It was hard to come here, but he still wanted to spend some time wandering around and communicate with those super heroes about the process of species reproduction, the collision of human feelings, and he would go to the 9 worlds to take a walk. No, only the remaining 8. Asgard is dead, but found that the gang of Avengers were very busy, and there was chaos all over the world, so they lost this interest. Hi, Sol. Why is beer with fried chicken again? How bad is the food in Asgard that makes you eat this fast food every day? Luckily opened the portal, just in time to see Sol nestled in the solo sofa, watching the game live, while holding fried chicken. Next to it, there are pizza boxes that have been wiped out, and soda bottles that have been drunk, which have been stacked into a pile of hills. Fortunately, in the headquarters of SHIELD, there are smart cleaning robots produced by Stark Industries and a first-class air circulation system. Otherwise, other Avengers will definitely complain to Thor and express disapproval of his personal hygiene. I have enjoyed a lot of delicacies. Asgard's millennium-aged venison with honey-roasted venison is simply a must, and the dwarf's special delicacy, the legendary neutron star barbecue, is even more famous in the universe. Sol and tons of beer are madly filled with beer. The alcohol content is completely negligible to him. It is purely like drinking water. Really? It sounds like there is nothing commendable besides barbecue. Luke smiled faintly and pierced mercilessly. Don't look at Asgard's advanced technology, unique rune technology, and the Rainbow Bridge, a star-destroying weapon. But the face of civilization still stays in the Middle Ages of the Earth, and both entertainment and leisure life are scarce. In addition to competition duels, theater performances, and sports, no more interesting things can be found. Sol, you may not know that compared to fast food like fried chicken, hamburgers, and burritos, Eastern food culture is more prosperous. Luke is like the host of a TV show, Sol Cup, who has only eaten barbecue and has a poor understanding of food, said, when it comes to eating, you have to mention the Chinese cuisine. There are 8 major cuisines, divided into stir-fried, fried, and fried, deep-fried, cooked, and many other methods. If you can accept it, there will be no heavy variety in various dishes throughout the year. The latter bit a chicken leg, and the face of Ying Wujiang showed a simple expression of although I don't understand what you are talking about, I think it's amazing. So, where can I eat it? Saul asked urgently. As an Asgardian with noble blood, the god in the eyes of mortals, he has a chasing heart for any outstanding food. These include, but are not limited to, fine wine, food, beautiful women, powerful artifacts and his brother Loki, etc. After I put on the infinite gloves and snapped my fingers, and brought back all the lost lives, you can go to Karmatage and find a mage named Lao Wang. Luke replied. Strange's follower, Master Wang, is not only proficient in occultism, medicine and martial arts, but also quite good in culinary skills. Wait. The person who snaps your fingers hasn't been decided yet. You seem to be a little confident enough. Saul snorted and said in a vague voice. Although the Avengers had no objection to Superman's snapping his fingers, he wanted to prove himself and take this opportunity. This may seem incomprehensible to outsiders. Putting on the Infinity Glove and snapping that finger, it's not a good job. Even a powerful existence like Thanos still suffers heavy losses and needs to pay a heavy price. Not to mention other people. But in the eyes of the Avengers, being able to do something for this world and even the universe is actually a mission with a sense of sacredness. It's as if Thanos insisted that he was essentially doing good deeds by destroying half of the life on the planet and conquering one world after another. Then do you plan to do it yourself? I want to remind you that your strong arm swinging an axe, wearing infinite gloves and snapping your fingers, may be very hard to chop wood in the future, so you can only sharpen the pencil for Banner. Luke joked. He didn't have the consciousness of sacrificing himself for the whole world and the whole universe. If snapping a finger comes at a huge price, Luke must seriously consider it. But since he had been in contact with infinite gems and experienced their power firsthand, he felt that snapping his fingers shouldn't be a big problem. All right. You win. When Saul heard that he could no longer use his beloved Storm Axe to hack people, his enthusiasm was instantly reduced by half. and he changed his words. In fact, everyone has already discussed it once. If you are willing to take this responsibility, then you must wear infinite gloves. You don't need to drink beer, you don't need to eat fried chicken, and you don't need to play games, but you must use the storm axe. Since the loss of Myrnia, Saul has often felt empty in his heart. Fortunately, this axe forged by the Dwarf King can comfort his lonely heart. When will Tony and Banner's glove be ready? Luke asked aloud. After snapping his fingers and bringing back the disappeared life, he was able to start Iron Man and Dr. Banner to start the research and development of the space-time teleportation device. I thought Howard might be searching for his whereabouts all over the world, and SHIELD had a lot of work on various matters such as the Magic Congress and the Hellfire Club. Luke couldn't help having a headache. His trip through time and space was completely accidental. I didn't explain anything before I left. Once the Superman who exists as a deterrent suddenly disappears, it will inevitably lead to subtle changes in the international situation and internal turmoil in S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope that when I go back, it won't be the terrible situation of the outbreak of World War III. Luke thought silently. 2 days later, Iron Man and Dr. Banner put the 6 gems www.untilnovel.com into the mechanical glove made of nanomaterials. Luke, leave it to you. Iron Man pointed to the mechanical glove placed on the stand, and said with a serious expression, "Remember, Thanos wiped out the Earth and half of the life in the entire universe, so, you have to bring them back to the present, which is today." The Avengers gathered together, watching Superman holding up the mechanical glove. Friday, start the defense program. Iron Man directly closed the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building and evacuated other staff. 20 minutes later, all entrances and exits were tightly sealed, and the thick alloy door slowly fell down, isolating the internal space from the outside world. Then I started. Luke looked around and found that the superhero was nervous. He didn't say much, and then reached into the mechanical glove. Take a leave. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Say something. I used to see sudden death of programmers and sudden death of doctors on the news. I didn't care because it hadn't happened around me. Just now I saw in the campaigners WeChat group that the old man who was doing front-end development next door suddenly died. I heard that I was sent to the hospital at night, but then I didn't come to rescue. I have an impression of him. He is a very kind old man. He is estimated to be 37 or 18. He usually meets in the elevator. He greeted me at a hot pot restaurant last week and brought his wife and children. Suddenly people disappeared. I don't know if the readers can understand it. It's the surprise and shock that the people you know have met and disappeared from this world. Although he and I are actually not very familiar with each other, nodding acquaintance. But this news is like pulling me from the illusion in the news and TV to the real world. Make me panic. I can't wait to turn off the computer right away and sleep in bed. You should also be able to tell from my update time that you really treat writing books as cultivating immortals. Stable 1 chapter of The Liver before 12 o'clock every day, and another chapter of The Liver after 2 or 3 o'clock every day. Although some people always say short and short. In fact, I updated 130,000 words this month, barely reaching the starting point author's passing line. The price is, the hair is not bald, but the dark circles are really heavy. The manager of our department praised me in the previous meeting, saying that interns who work hard like me and work overtime are rare. After all, bald heads, dark circles under the eyes, checked shirts, and jeans are a symbol of the strong in our industry. In fact, I have been fishing most of the time. Only Ding Ding clocked in, and I was more diligent in replying to news. Having said so much, try not to stay up late in the future. Try hard to keep the update during the day. This estimate is difficult to do, because I can't write anything during the day. Anyway, please ask for a leave. Recently, the readers have voted and rewarded a lot, and the subscription of the hip is slowly coming up. I originally wanted to burst my liver. Think about it now. Let's put it to next month. Sorry. Chapter 234 Gods of the Universe, Snap Fingers of Salvation. the fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Click, click. The mechanical glove made a noise like ears biting, as if countless delicate and tiny parts were operating. The nanomaterial automatically adjusts to size, and it is firmly entangled in Luke's palm. Before he could continue to feel, the 6 gems inlaid on this infinite glove produced by Iron Man burst into dazzling light. Zizzy, zizzy. The light streams of all colors blended and blended, like tiny electric snakes, wrapping Luke's right arm. "Hi, it's a bit exciting," Luke gasped, like an electric shock, a tingling sensation all over his body. Of course, this is for Superman. Switching to other people is probably equivalent to the high voltage and strong current breaking through the body and directly roasting it into coke. A steady stream of cosmic energy eroded Luke's skin, like a hot flame with extremely high temperature. It melts flesh and blood and burns bones. Even the hard-resistant naval gun and the unharmed Superman suit were brutally damaged. The right arm was exposed without any cover, strong muscles bulging like a hill, and thick blood vessels emerged. Repeating this process of healing and incineration, the scene looks a little horrible. "Luke, how are you? Are you okay?" The superheroes gathered in the hall held their breath and looked at Superman with nervous and expectant eyes. Among them, Captain America had concerns in his eyes and asked first. He stepped back 2 steps and put the vibrating shield across his chest to prevent accidents. The same is true for other Avengers, either wearing uniforms or hiding behind. Dr. Banner told them that what the Infinite Gems released was an extremely violent stream of gamma rays. Ordinary people can't bear that terrifying power at all, let alone put them on and snap their fingers intact. Among the people present, the candidates who are qualified to control that cosmic energy are probably only Thor and Captain Marvel, Carol. If either Captain America or Iron Man were to complete this task, they would definitely be able to do it. No matter the former or the latter, all possess extraordinary courage and the consciousness of sacrifice. But the price is death. After discussions with the Avengers, it was deemed unnecessary. Everyone has a more suitable candidate. That's Superman. It's okay. It's just that your reaction makes me feel like an extremely dangerous time bomb. There was no pain on Luke's face, but rather relaxed. The superhuman body of the Heavenly Father, against the 6 infinite gems, is not a difficult thing for him. Rumble. With his right hand clenched tightly, the infinite glove made of nanomaterials rippled with waves of air visible to the naked eye. The breath of horror rises steadily, turning into a substantive coercion, which makes the superhero standing by the side breathless. The upright body in his position seems to become taller, exuding a real sense of oppression. In fact, you are indeed a movable gamma bomb to some extent. Dr. Banner held a small energy detection instrument similar to a handheld in his left hand, and the readings on it soared wildly, directly breaking through the peak. If this cosmic energy bursts out, it will probably erase the North American continent from the world map. A cold sweat broke out on Banner's forehead, and he was afraid that Luke would lose control and blow himself and the superheroes in the SHI. "Don't be so nervous, relax." Luke smiled and slowly raised his right hand. "What do I do next? Should I just snap my fingers? Or make a wish first?" "Either say a few lines, such as "I'm Superman." The superhero looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. This involves their knowledge blind zone. "We haven't worn infinity gloves." Rocket Raccoon poked his head from behind Soul's shoulder and spit out silently. "In fact, except for the power gem placed in the cosmic spiritual ball, the other 5 have never touched it." The other superheroes are the same, and they don't know much about infinite gems one by one. "Dr. Banner, do you have any good suggestions?" Captain America looked at Banner, who had studied gamma rays. He was an expert in this area. "I didn't even understand the mechanism of activating the infinite glove, why it must be snapped." Banner shook his head and replied helplessly. As a scientist, he simply cannot understand the strange setting that a snap of his fingers can erase half of the life in the universe, assuming that Thanos is a handicapped person who lost his hands. Does it mean that the other party gets infinite gems? It may be impossible to use it in this way. The existence of infinite gloves and infinite gems is not equivalent to discriminating against the disabled with unsound hands, shivering and cold. How about I try each method once? Luke joked. Let's be more cautious. Iron Man hurriedly stopped Superman's behavior, which is related to half of the lives of the Earth and even the universe. Luke smiled slightly. He just teased the atmosphere and didn't intend to do so. After a while, Superman closed his eyes. The already extremely powerful perception, with the wonderful power conferred by the 6 infinite gems, instantly magnified countless times. Zizzy, zizzy. The light flow is surging. The energy is surging. On that glove, gems of various colors trembled. The first thing that lights up is the azure blue space gem. Then came the gem of time shining with emerald green light. Immediately afterwards, the purple power gem, the red reality gem, and the yellow soul gem shed light one by one. Finally, it is the orange soul gem. Boom. Silent loud noise. Luke seemed to be interlinked with the entire universe, and his mind merged into one. The vast expanse of shining galaxy, under his feet, quietly revolving, birth and death. All matter seems so small and fragile. This is the infinite gem. For a moment, Luke felt that his body was infinitely taller, like the gods of the universe, overlooking the vast universe without boundaries. He seemed to touch the edge of this box, silently peeping at other floating light and bubbles. It is a multiverse that is numerous and difficult to count. 1024. Luke silently recited the number he had set for the universe he was in, and his sight extended indefinitely, almost penetrating the box and reaching the outer domain. Too much. Too hard to find. This is like finding the drop of water that belongs to Luke from the vast ocean. It is a time-consuming and troublesome thing. He felt the increasingly terrifying cosmic energy carried in his body, and had no choice but to give up. It's time to do business. Luke slowly raised his right hand, and the 6-color light suddenly erupted. The infinite glove made of nanomaterials was almost on the verge of collapse, and cracks broke out and spread clearly. The extremely terrifying cosmic energy is condensed and released at this moment. Snapped. A snapped finger hit. The superhero's perception seemed to be blurred for a moment, and then quickly pulled back to reality. Sure, succeeded. Hawkeye, who had only recently returned to the team, asked in a trembling voice. Compared with the tragic experience of a generation of Ant-Man, he is even worse. Originally retired and enjoying a warm and happy family life. Untitled.novel.com was teaching her daughter archery, but when she turned around, the whole family turned into flying ashes. People are stupid. When Hawkeye came back to his senses and found the SHIELD headquarters building, Superman had finished fighting Thanos and brought back the infinite gems. Hearing that there is still a chance to redeem all this, he feels like riding a roller coaster, ups and downs, and finally gets up again. Buzzing. The second-generation Ant-Man Scott's mobile phone on the table made a vibrating sound. Friday, the defensive procedures are lifted. Seeing Luke's snapping fingers fell, there was no shocking explosion or terrible scene. Iron Man lifted the highest alert state of the SHIELD headquarters building. The thick alloy door slowly pulled up, and beams of sunlight shone in and scattered into mottled golden brilliance. Vaguely, insects and birds can still be heard. Chapter 235? Except for Sol, everyone has a happy ending. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Ever since Thanos hit the erasing finger, the whole world seemed to have lost its vitality. In Central Park in New York, it is hard to see even a bird now. This shows that Thanos is really fair. He didn't aim at all races in the universe, but wiped out all the animals with the essence of life. But after Luke snapped his fingers, everything seemed to be back. When the alloy door panels that closed the SHIELD headquarters building opened one by one, the sun shone in and the light fell on the courtyard. The eagle eye walking outside saw a few flying birds passing by, and there were faintly exclaimed voices. "We made it," he said in an uncertain tone. Not only Hawkeye, but also other superheroes. They are like being in a dream. afraid of being overjoyed. They will wake up and meet the cruel reality. Let me make a call. Upon hearing the words, the Black Widow immediately turned on the communicator and contacted Nick Fury, who was on the missing person list. The Untitled chief had already turned into fly ash with Commander Hill. Natasha, what happened? The communicator was quickly connected, and Fury's low voice sounded. The Black Widow was overjoyed and hugged Hawkeye tightly. "I'm going to find Laura, she and the child." The latter wiped away the tears of excitement and ran to the underground garage regardless of other things. He can't wait to see his wife and children and reunite with them. What has been lost and regained will often become more precious. Go ahead and say hello to your cutie. The Black Widow nodded and agreed, and there was nothing important next. After watching Hawkeye leave, she told Nick Fury about the nightmare she had experienced during this period of time in cutting-edge language that was as easy to understand as possible. I believe that with the acceptance ability of the Untitled director, he should be able to digest it quickly. And in the hall, "Hey!" The second-generation Ant-Man Scott answered the phone with a panic, and Hank Pym's loud voice came from over there. "Scott, where did you go? And where is my van? Why is a van my size missing?" Scott has never felt the old-fashioned Hank Pym's voice so sweet. He couldn't wait to take a kiss on the phone and vent his excitement and joy. "Hank, is it really you? Are you all back?" Scott asked again. "Hope you come to talk to this fool. I am worried that I will be infected by him into an idiot." Hank Pym is still as mean and bitter as ever. In this respect, he is very similar to the most hated Stark family. It succeeded. We succeeded. Seeing a call from the disappeared Hank Pym family, Captain America made sure that snapping his fingers brought back the lost life. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the emotions that were boiling in his heart. "I don't know what happened to Bucky and Sam." Captain America suppressed the idea of contacting good friends. He has more important things to do. To be honest, seeing Bucky turn into fly ashes, the feeling of losing his comrades and partners again, it's too bad. For Captain America, this is no easier than learning the news of his girlfriend Peggy's death. Yes, it's a success. It's not easy. Iron Man nodded in agreement. He sat down on the chair behind. All of a sudden, the nano armor retracted to the arc reactor on his chest. The power in the body seemed to be drained suddenly, and the whole body was limp. "Wait a minute, we can have a party. Call the strange conjurer, and Peter Parker, the little guy who dragged your shield away at the German airport last time." "Forget it. Let's get some sleep first," Iron Man said to himself. That tired face was slightly relaxed. Then, a palm was pressed on his shoulder. "It is Captain America." "Tony, you have worked hard." This sentence of Captain America contains too many emotions. The meaning can only be understood by him and Iron Man. "You too. I heard that you were almost beaten by Thanos before." "Ha ha." Iron Man laughed twice and continued, "By the way, I plan to retire, and Stark Industries will temporarily leave it to Harpy to take care of it. I want to find a quiet place with Pepper and rest for a while. He'll come to my house for dinner later." "Take that shield back, by the way, it takes up too much space." Iron Man maintains his usual arrogant personality, and he even speaks so tactfully for reconciliation. "No problem. Then he'll take Sam." Captain America wanted to talk about Bucky subconsciously, but considering that a fight might occur and the eased relationship between him and Iron Man dropped to a freezing point again, he quickly changed his mind. The two looked at each other and smiled, turning over their previous misunderstandings and grievances. "You seem to be forgotten." Carol came up, looked at Luke, who took off his gloves, and said with a chuckle, "But I still want to thank you for all this, Mr. Savior." "No thanks. Save the world. This is also a very fresh experience for me." Luke smiled back, and with a snap of his fingers, he brought back half of the lost lives in the universe. To some extent, it is indeed worthy of the title of Savior. "You see, they all have their own things to do. Carol, how about you? Don't you want to enjoy this victory?" Luke asked softly. "I don't have many acquaintances on the earth at the moment. It is probably only the fellow of Fury. What's more, I didn't do anything. You solved Thanos. You also beat the finger. You are the hero. Carol put his arms around his chest and said lightly, look at what everyone means, there may be a party later. Perhaps after I get together with Fury, I have to leave the Earth and continue to be mine. What did you say last time? Cosmic Police, Luke replied. Yes, Cosmic Police. Carol raised his eyebrows, snapping his fingers to bring back lost lives, but also chaos and strife. After all, among the huge population that is difficult to count, there are good people and innocent people. There are also bad guys and villains. I'll see you later. Luke waved his hand. He didn't want to disturb the superhero who was immersed in joy. It is estimated that in a while, there will be a scene of reminiscence, and it is meaningless to continue. Hey, there is another poor fellow here. Luke had planned to leave the hall and go to the New York Sanctuary to chat with the Mage for a while, and by the way, meet the new generation of Supreme Mage Strange. But seeing Thor, the of despair, he couldn't help walking over, patted the other person on the shoulder, and joked, do you need me to snap your fingers again and bring your brother Loki back? For other superheroes, their lost family and friends have returned. Everything is complete. But Sol is an exception. His younger brother Loki was broken his neck by Thanos. His sister was destroyed with Asgard. His dad returned to the embrace of the World Tree. His mother died in the hands of the Dark Elf. All in all, Sol still has nothing. Not even his favorite Mjolnir was gone, only an axe was left to accompany him. When playing Fortress Knight, I was often slapped by my teammates. The former girlfriend Jane Foster couldn't bear the separation of the two places, and finally broke up with him. I want to find someone who can tell the pain in my heart, but I don't have any. Thinking about it this way, a big tragic word was written on Thor's face. Forget it. The thing should be destroyed as soon as possible, or kept separately in a secret place no one knows. Untilnovel.com. The current king of Asgard is very lucky and shook his head. Loki. Let me continue to miss him. The brother who exists in memory is even more worry-free. Luke raised his eyebrows and nodded. Would you like to go with me to taste the food? I promise to be more delicious than fried chicken and barbecue. I believe Master Wang will not let you down. Is there any wine in the place you are talking about? Saul put away his sentimentality and asked in a low voice, I just want to drink now. Luke thought for a while. There should be a lot of treasures in Karmataj's wine cellar. Lao Wang is also a good wine man. He must have prepared Motai, New Liang Ai, Hong Xing Erguatu, and Heng Shui La or bacon. Of course, enough wine and water pipes, Luke assured. Chapter 236, Transuniverse Transmission. The first transfer station said that alcohol can most stimulate human emotions, allowing them to open their hearts, show their true side, and bring them closer to each other. Karmataj's room, 3 people and a rocket raccoon sat around the table. Is topped with steaming dugong hot pot, with various dipping sauces on small plates, as well as thinly sliced beef and mutton, seafood and vegetables. It's so fragrant. Tons and tons rushed into the Red Star Erguatu, rinsed a few slices of beef, mixed with the taste of sesame sauce and sweet and spicy sauce, and stuffed it into my mouth. This Asgardian has never seen anything in the world in terms of food. Fried chicken and beer, a family bucket every day. Such a cookie-cutter taste can satisfy Saul and make him addicted. Occasionally, I would order an extra pizza to reward myself for playing hard games every day and greeting my teammates. It can be seen that Saul has low requirements for food. Tanka or style hot pot is a brand new experience for him. Especially the Red Star Erguatu with Asgard's millennium-aged wine. It is fascinating. Only crazy people like this stuff. Rocket Raccoon has a soft spot for shrimp slippery and sashimi. Jumped from Sol's shoulder to Pharaoh's head, symbolically licked the high white wine in the cup, showing a look of disgust on his face. Obviously, spirits are not to its appetite. What do you know, little rabbit? This is what a man should drink. Pharaoh, come and have a drink. Sol, who was drunk, hooked the old Wang who was accompanying him, and the two of them touched to drink. The latter made a reluctant appearance. He was no stronger than the Asgardians and could drink liquor as water, especially high-purity spirits with added ingredients. Just a sip can make people feel drunk. So, Strange is still on Titan? Old Wang scratched his head. He was more concerned about the situation of Doctor Strange than this group of uninvited guests. He will open the portal to come back soon. You don't have to worry about it at all, Luke replied. Keep moving his hands, throwing a few slices of beef at Dugong. Lao Wang's craftsmanship is really good, especially the dipping sauce is well adjusted. This is the soul of hot pot. Then what is going on? In fact, Pharaoh hasn't figured out what happened until now. He was erased by a snap of his fingers and turned into fly ash. It feels like a sleep. Thinking and memory still stop for a second after waking up. I only knew that Dr. Banner informed them that Thanos was coming. Then, Strange was hijacked by the Dark Order and boarded the Donut-like spaceship. When he was ready to gather the power of Kamar-Taj and the Three Sanctuary to rescue his own Supreme Mage, his consciousness returned to darkness. It was like being knocked out with a stick, without knowing what happened afterwards. When he woke up again, Pharaoh saw the two guys sitting in front of him and the raccoon. Pharaoh, add some good wine to the whole hot pot. Today is worth celebrating. We saved the world. No, we saved the universe. This is the opening remark of the Draw Face. Is quite familiar and doesn't think of himself as an outsider at all. If you didn't know Thor and knew that the other party was an Asgardian, the old king might have regarded them as intruders. It's a long and complicated story. Luke took a sip of Erguatu, a spicy sensation rushing inward along the tip of his tongue. When Strange comes back, let him talk to you in detail. After 40 minutes, I was full of wine and rice, and I had a good time. Clean up the mess. Of course, leave it to Pharaoh. By the way, remember to tell Strange and let him come to the SHIELD headquarters building to find me. Luke put down his chopsticks with satisfaction, dragged the drunk Sol in one hand, and the rocket raccoon with a chubby belly in the other, ready to leave. The former is snotting and tearing, holding the rocket raccoon, and telling how he misses his parents. The snot and tears were wiped on the raccoon's hair, making the raccoon go crazy. As for Lao Wang, he feels the world is spinning when he walks. Not to mention cleaning up the mess, tidying up the table, even struggling to step out of the door. Seeing this group of people drink so badly, Luke shook his head. He intended to wait for Doctor Strange to return and talk to him about the transcosmic teleportation. The research and manufacture of space-time machines must be handed over to Iron Man and Dr. Banner. Doctor Strange, mainly responsible for adding details. Luke doesn't want to go wrong and enter other universes. Normal? Maybe acceptable. If you teleport to the zombie universe and face superhero zombies all over the world, your scalp feels tingling after thinking about it. Especially, what else does Marvel have to turn to the universe? And the Avengers and villains are all girls. If you ran over by yourself, facing the older technical house Iron Man, the confidant big sister Captain America, the strong and fit female Hulk, the powerful and passionate female Thor. Hiss is so cute. Therefore, we must be cautious in the face of trans-universe teleportation. 1 week later, the SHIELD headquarters building, the free America where chaos breeds and crime spreads, finally restored a little order. At least, vicious incidents like beating, smashing, looting, buying $0 are decreasing, and everyone is beginning to return to the original trajectory of life. The superhero finally took time out of his busy schedule of maintaining public order and set out to solve Luke's problem. This is the universe model I built, according to the coordinate data you provided to me, as well as the details added by the guy Strange. To be honest, I don't quite understand the magic, dimensionality, and boundary he said. Kind of. That's too clever. Tony bit a pen in his mouth and said vaguely, now Banner and I, and the old man Hank Pym. Yes, he asked for help, probably for your face, Superman, the greatest hero in the universe. Iron Man habitually talks and talks, and the topic deviates from the main line. Dr. Banner next stretched out his finger and swiped a few times on the tablet to call up the universe model. He took the words of Iron Man and continued, "The biggest problem we face is how to establish a stable and clear coordinate system, and then set this universe as an anchor point to avoid irreversible consequences after mistakes occur, such as letting you get lost in the turbulence of time and space. Secondly, we don't know the exact coordinates of your universe, which puts the research on the teleportation machine to a halt. It's like a route, with only a starting point, but no end point." Luke folded his hands on his chest, stared at the projected universe model, frowned and asked, "Is there any suitable solution?" The scientific geniuses of Marvel World, they can always solve all kinds of troubles. From the destruction of the multiverse to the development of home robots. Put it outside. You may study difficult topics that will never come to fruition for a lifetime. To Iron Man, Dr. Banner, and characters like Hank Pym, is almost a trivial matter of formulating a formula, calculating the data, and then tapping the head. I thought you would be more surprised, such as showing disappointment or sadness. Iron Man, who was about to retire, curled his lips and said, "After discussions with Banner and I, we have worked out a not very reliable plan. Friday has been repeatedly simulated and tested. From more than 20 vague answers, we found a more accurate transmission route, which is about 60% probability." Luke raised his eyebrows. "Consider whether or not to accept www.untilnovel.com. According to Murphy's Law, if something has the possibility of going bad, then no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. In other words, if he is an unlucky person, he will be unfortunately involved in a sex transformation universe in the future, or the wasteland universe of survival doomsday. Then no matter how hesitated, it will always follow its destined trajectory." "I'm not done yet, Uncle Cavill." Iron Man gradually accepted that Superman was his godfather and his uncle next door. A while back, he even brought Pepper to the other side to meet his elders. After all, his dad left early, and the only trusted Obadistan even betrayed him. The elder is probably only Superman, although Fluke looks quite young, according to him. He is also a centenarian at the same time as Captain America. "Then you continue." Luke nodded. Iron Man cleared his throat and said, "In order to improve the accuracy rate and reduce the risk, the Guy Strange proposed the idea of setting up a transfer station. That is to say, you can get off at other places in the middle of this transcosmic teleportation train, and you can better determine the position by collecting the coordinate data of the universe. If there is an accident, the probability of a successful return flight is also higher." Transfer station? Luke was puzzled. Chapter 237. Too many elements, shield and iron combination. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. It has been a month since the last discussion of the Transuniverse teleportation plan. I have to say that Iron Man and Dr. Banner are very thoughtful. They are ready to use Hank Pym's technology to open the quantum field channel. After that, it was slightly modified and turned into a space-time transmission device. Relying on the cosmic coordinates provided by Guy, Iron Man has completed the construction of the model. The next step is to build a space-time machine and put it into use. Iron Man and Dr. Banner stayed up all night, and also brought Doctor Strange over. Finally finalized a complete plan and began to enter the implementation phase. This is a huge and time-consuming project. Even if SHIELD resources are mobilized and a lot of manpower and material resources are invested, only a third of it has been completed at present. Luke didn't show any irritability. He went to Carmitage to hang out in his spare time, ask Lao Wang to have a hot pot, and then go to the library to read some books. Sometimes I would talk to Strange for a while, but compared to his teacher Guy, this guy looked much boring. I usually have time to play games with Sol again, and take him to score together. Take the time to participate in various celebration parties of the Avengers, accept invitations from the White House, give speeches, and brush up reputation points. This is his daily life. Live a full and comfortable life. The only thing that makes people a little headache is that as a great hero who saves the world and even the universe, the name of Superman has spread like wildfire and has spread everywhere. At present, there is a vaguely surpassing the Avengers and becoming the new favorite of the media. As a result, no matter where Luke goes, a group of fans will come to take photos and sign them. The discussion about Superman has become a hot spot of traffic, with more than 1 billion attention. Major TV stations rushed to send out invitations for interviews, various well-known talk shows, and the official media broke the phone number at the front desk of SHIELD. This makes Luke, who just wants to live a peaceful life, feel a little headache. Compared to Stark and Captain Rogers, I find that you know how to deal with the media and the public better. In the private area of the SHIELD headquarters building, the retired Nick Fury looks at Superman lying on a bench basking in the sun. After he was brought back by Luke's snapping fingers, he was re-employed and officially took over most of the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon after the reconstruction of social order, leaders like Nick Fury are urgently needed to stabilize the situation, liaise with countries and integrate forces. Didn't Tony tell you that in my universe, I have not only been a war hero, but also a general of the Pentagon and director of SHIELD? Luke bit the straw and said softly, "Director Fury, my job is to preside over the overall situation and maintain order like you, so I often appear in front of the public." "That's it?" the uni-eyed chief asked curiously. "What about me? What am I like in your universe?" Luke pondered slightly and replied, "If there were no such accidents, you were driving me." Fury's dark face twitched. He didn't expect that he was actually a driver. "Life encounters are too bizarre." "Director Fury, what's the matter?" Luke put down the juice in his hand and asked softly. "Stark asked me to call you over. The space-time teleportation device he and Dr. Banner researched together is almost about to succeed." Fury's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "They are going to conduct a test and you need to participate in it. This is a trivial matter. Just make a phone call. There is no need to trouble Director Fury for a trip yourself." Luke smiled, glanced at the other person, and said faintly, "Take away your unnecessary worry. If I have other ideas, the Avengers can't stop it." He knew that Nick Fury's thoughts were nothing more than seeing the strength of Superman and the increasing prestige, and he began to be vigilant. This is an old problem. Just like Batman, everyone thinks it's dangerous, even he doesn't let it go. All belong to a kind of persecution delusion. Ha ha ha, then you go quickly. Stark is still waiting. Nick Fury laughed awkwardly, neither denying nor admitting, deep in his heart, wishing to send Superman away as soon as possible. Even Thanos can press the hammer on the ground and control the 6 infinite gems without pressure. Such a powerful and terrifying existence. Once it goes astray, or is brutally blackened, who can stop it? Due to the professional habits of agents, Nick Fury always likes to think too darkly. He must imagine the worst situation and develop a plan to deal with it. Ha ha, Luke shrugged. He knew Nick Fury's vigilance, but he didn't feel irritated. When dealing with this group of people, you have to endure their trivial problems. If there is a chance in the future, I can go to the next studio to meet Batman. The latter will definitely observe himself in a guarded manner, scrutinizing his eyes. So, the one who should be locked up in the Arkham Asylum is the Batman wearing the Bruce Wayne mask. Luke thought silently. Afterwards, took the elevator to the working area of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building. Iron Man and Dr. Banner, one stood on the spacious platform, and the other operated the instrument underneath. "Come here. This is the space-time teleportation device we have researched." Iron Man was very interested and couldn't wait to introduce Luke when he saw Luke, using Pym particles to shrink you, entered the microcosm, and then throw you out of this universe by interfering with quantum space-time. Luke stepped onto the translucent high-strength glass platform, scanned around, and asked, "Then what do you need me to do?" Dr. Banner made a crackling operation, turned on all the instruments, and slowly opened a channel at the top. "We want to see the effect, that is, to send you into the quantum realm. and then successfully return starting from the time and space shuttle of the universe, and then remotely teleporting across the universe? Iron Man replied. As for the transit station plan, that is a later stage. The transfer station is a bold idea of Dr. Strange, which has been adopted by Iron Man and Dr. Banner. To put it simply, Luke will board a train that does not know the destination after starting the trans-universe teleportation. Since the destination is not clear, he needs to get off every time he arrives at a universe box with another number to collect important information such as coordinate data. It is tantamount to using those universes as a transit point, changing routes and goals at any time, so as to continuously improve this road home. It sounds unreliable, but there is no better way. After all, the Avengers, including Doctor Strange, are just characters in a small box. There is a slight deviation in understanding of many aspects of knowledge. For example, Iron Man is totally unacceptable. In a certain universe, he actually got married with Captain America and entered the Palace of Marriage. Although it was a female version of Tony Stark. www.untilnovel.com. And she was born in a rich family, young lady in charge of large enterprises. But in his original words, a girl who has a slightly normal aesthetics, how could she be attracted to a centenarian who has to be educated for a long time even for swearing? In response to Iron Man's reaction, Luke said that he would have a chance to pass through that universe and would send him a wedding photo of Tony Stark and Captain America. One is a wealthy daughter, and the other is a poor Brooklyn boy from a poor background. That's dear black long straight, an excellent blonde man. One is scientific research consultant plus deputy, and the other is team leader plus core. And they are still in the same organization, cooperating with each other to save the world. Hiss. This element. I can make a film of Miss Stark wants me to confess, the Avengers love Mind War. Chapter 238. Are You My Master? The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The first test was quite successful. Luke ran to Howard Stark for a drink during World War II, and then returned to the current timeline. Everything went well. Nothing went wrong. Except for Howard Stark, who was staying at the military base. He had no impression of Luke, but he seemed to know himself. The two people chatted and drank together in the lounge, spending 20 minutes relaxed and happily. You can go now. It will take about a month when we complete the trans-universe teleportation. Iron Man waved his hand. They are collecting the data they just got to adjust the universe model. It looks like there should be no problem. Luke, I think you should think about it more and prepare who your teammates will be. Dr. Banner turned off the space-time teleportation device, said slowly. Teammate? Luke frowned slightly. I thought it was a solo trip. With astonishment on his face, Dr. Banner looked at the busy Iron Man standing on the spacious platform and asked, You didn't tell him? Forget. I come to S.H.I.E.L.D. every day to check in and work, and I have to deal with Pepper when I go back. How can I remember this little thing? Iron Man replied confidently. Dr. Banner was speechless, turned his face away and stopped looking at each other, and instead said to Luke, the transfer station plan is generally safe, just to ensure that in case you can't find the way back home, when you are forced to return to the voyage, to anchor our universe, you need to bring one or two teammates. I will implant miniature signal transmitters in their bodies. In this way, it is equivalent to throwing two cursors. Even in many time and space, the position can be determined and the recovery work can be carried out. Luke nodded slightly. Iron Man and Dr. Banner are indeed experts in this area. All aspects are considered to prevent any possible accidents. Then how long will it take before the cross-universe teleportation is officially launched? Luke looked at the closed instrument, and according to the research progress of these two big guys, he felt that it would be done in 1 month. This is the scientist in the Marvel world. The inventing power of fiddle with black technology, comparable to the power of thinking of Warhammer green skin. It will take half a month at the earliest. Iron Man replied. Transmission across the universe is a difficult problem, and it can't be solved so easily. Dr. Banner nodded in agreement and added, yes, This is much more troublesome than our research on strong artificial intelligence Ultron at the time. A brand new field, unfamiliar knowledge. It's so energetic. As an older single dog, Dr. Banner is not like Iron Man, who rushes off work to accompany his wife every day. He completely regarded SHIELD as his own home, and was in the working area and living area every day. Dr. Banner of this universe broke up with General Rose's daughter Betty for a long time, has been single, and at best is an affair with Black Widow Natasha. It's just that after a trip to Sarkastar and a cameo appearance as a gladiator, the relationship between the two seemed to be deadlocked, and there has been no contact recently. Come on, I just want to go to bed early. Iron Man rubbed his sore waist. He has been busy creating a human movement recently and intends to have a baby with Pepper. Back then, the famous New York dandy, Tony Stark, who raised half of the city's paparazzi by himself, felt a little powerless and started to follow Luke's suggestion and drank it with goji berries. This is probably the bitter fruit brought about by caring for the body when young and vigorous. Okay, hard work everyone. Luke beckoned and said with a smile, I invite you to a big meal today. Of course. It's the old rules. I'll treat you and my elder nephew Tony pays the bill. Iron Man curled his lips and said nothing. This thing about generations is really a headache sometimes. A peaceful life always sneaks away in silence. Half a month later, Iron Man and Dr. Banner successfully mashed up the Transuniverse teleportation device. Luke is not surprised by their incomprehensible R&D capabilities. In the Marvel Universe, genius and crazy scientists destroy the world, and beating the boss is only a basic operation. One of the representatives is Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. What is the use of the ultimate eraser to restart the multiverse? Shelling the life court. Give Iron Man a craniotomy. Blow up 6 times even parallel universes and so on. All in all, if you hang the name of scientist in the Marvel Universe, it is very likely that you have the potential to become a warlord. Developer plug-in. Sol, and that little rabbit, let's go on the road together. Luke stepped out of the spacious platform, put on a special teleportation uniform, and said to Thor and Rocket Raccoon in the audience. He finally chose these two guys as his entourage. No way, there are not many targets to choose from. Among the Avengers, those who are preparing to retire are Hawkeye, Iron Man and Captain America. Other superheroes, like Captain Marvel, Carol, who is busy as a space policeman, have no time to accompany Luke on a journey through time and space that is evenly matched. The Black Widow took over as a diplomat of SHIELD and is in a period of rising career. Wanda the Scarlet Witch is a survivor, and he is probably in no mood. What? Why are all women who would want to start an unknown and wonderful time travel with superheroes like Panthers and Falcons? After careful consideration, Luke discovered that only Thor, and the Rocket Raccoon who was with him, had free time and could be partners in relieving boredom. Speak to Valkyrie for me. Asgard will leave it to her for the time being. Sol carried the storm axe and staggered on the platform. These days he ran to Carmitage to eat and drink when he was okay, and he succeeded in making himself fat. The white teleportation uniform almost couldn't fit the slightly bloated body. Sol, it's the same as if you were there or not. The people of Asgard are really unlucky. They met a king who can only drink and play games. Iron Man spit out mercilessly. Before Thanos slaughtered half of the Asgardians, the remaining half followed the Valkyrie to take root in Northern Europe. Taking in refugees has always been a traditional European art. What's more, they are alien refugees, the prototype of Norse mythology. Then you also help me to tell Quill that the leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy is going to travel far. Let him take care of Groot and don't let it play games all day long. The Rocket Raccoon also learned something, and said carelessly, well, everyone, take a deep breath and count down for 5 seconds. Then start the cross-universe teleportation. Dr. Banner ignored the nonsense of these guys and started operating the machine. I hope I still have a chance to see you again, especially my big nephew. Tony, I wish you a happy life. Luke waved his hand and said goodbye with a smile. 5, 4, 3. ha ha ha. The three people standing under the teleportation channel were instantly turned into subatomic level by the PIM particles, which was invisible to the naked eye. Then, it is like turning into a stream of light, traveling through the microcosm in accordance with the established coordinate directions. They are like solid iron stuffed into the muzzle, and they are thrown out uncontrollably, heading towards an unknown destination. I seem to hit something hard. Sol cried out in pain, clutching his forehead. That is the boundary of the universe. Luke's voice rang in the communicator. So, we now. Before the rocket raccoon finished speaking, his voice was prolonged, as if he was thrown into the sky. The three of them saw a dark and endless space, in which there were colorful light spots that were difficult to count and resembled the sand count of the Ganges. They are like huge soap bubbles, shining strangely. That is a world. A universe, layers on top of each other, endless. Where are we going? Saul shouted. The pitch-black space seemed like a vacuum, unable to transmit sound at all. But his question was still heard by Luke. I do not know either. Superman answered. Because there is no specific cosmic coordinate. www.untilnovel.com. This is an unknown journey. No one knows where the first transfer station that can stop will be. I don't know how long it has passed, and time loses its original concept and function here. Boom, boom, boom. The three of them felt the strong pulling force. They floated past uncontrollably, and hit the transparent wall again. Groups of strong lights exploded in front of them, making people unable to open their eyes. This is. Before Luke and others could figure out where they were, they saw a figure floating. The red cloak fluttered slightly, holding up the tall and thin figure of the opponent. You are from me. Are you contractors? The man half hesitated, half vigilantly asked. Chapter 239 Quiz Game, Reasonable Brain Supplement, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Contractor? Luke was a little surprised when he heard this, and looked up at the guy. Stephen Strange. Is this Taj Kama? It was Doctor Strange who appeared in front of him. It's just that compared to the one in the movie universe, the other party looks younger and more immature. You know me? Strange, held up by the magic floating cloak, sat cross-legged in the air and asked condescendingly. He seemed even more surprised that the contractor summoned could even call his own name. It seems that this is indeed Taj Kama. Luke glanced around quickly and came to a conclusion. In the dimly lit room, there are three standing gates. Different patterns are imprinted on it, exuding a mysterious and obscure and simple atmosphere. That is the portal to the three sanctuary. It also corresponds to the three major spatio-temporal nodes. Then Luke looked up. I saw a huge copper ball hanging from the top, flowing out a bright luster like lava. This is one of Kamataj's famous magical instruments, which can monitor abnormal energy fluctuations around the world in real time and prevent large-scale invasions from other dimensions. From these two iconic buildings and objects, Luke determined that where he was located should be the central hall of Taj Kama. Why did you come here? He was a little puzzled. But it saves time. Every time he stays at the transit station, Luke needs to collect the coordinate data of his universe. This is his task. If you want to complete it, you can't do without the help of the Supreme Master. After all, no matter which universe you are in, Yi will always be the person who knows these things best and is most likely to help. No, how can there be three? I obviously summoned the heir of the old fellow Mephisto. Strange seemed to recover, and looked at Luke and the others with strange eyes. He wanted to summon the Son of Hell, the dark minions under Mephisto's hands. Not these people in front of you. A young man with extraordinary bearing and tall stature. A tall and strong blonde silly man carrying an axe. There is also a little raccoon that can walk upright. What kind of weird combination is this? It's just confusing. It seems that we all have a lot of questions. So let's play quiz games one by one. Luke looked down at Sol, who was bent over and gagging, and the rocket raccoon swaying like a drunk. This is a sequel of transuniverse teleportation, roughly the same as motion sickness and motion sickness. Even the strong physique of the Asgardians can't stand it. Do you know him? Luke squeezed Saul by the chin and asked him to lift his head. Strange frowned slightly, recalled carefully for a few minutes, and finally replied hesitantly, Saul, that Prince of Asgard? Luke nodded slightly. Well, known information 1. Asgard still exists, Odin is still alive, and Saul has not yet succeeded. What about it? This cute little rabbit. Luke carried the rocket raccoon who looked like a drunkard, and the latter corrected him cursingly. You bastards. I have said many times, this uncle is not a rabbit, but a raccoon. Pooh. I am not a raccoon. My name is Rocket. Strange glanced at the incoherent alien creature and shook his head. I thought, who bought the puppet? Well, there is no smell of sulfur, and it doesn't look like a hybrid in the world. Luke put down the rocket raccoon. His eyes flashed. Known information 2. The Guardians of the Galaxy did not descend on the Earth. At least they have not dealt with the 3 major sanctuaries and the Supreme Mage. In this way, the first Transit Station universe is likely to have nothing to do with the movie universe numbered Earth 199999. In other words, the timeline has not advanced to that stage. It's your turn to ask questions, Strange. Luke spread his hands and walked out of the large magic circle with intricate patterns under his feet. As a disciple of the Supreme Mage, you ask for strength from the Lord Mephisto and summon his heirs. Isn't it a shame to spread this out? Luke, who had previously studied at Carmitage, knew at a glance that this was a contract magic circle for summoning alien creatures. Ahem, this is just an accident. Strange looked awkward. Although Carmitage does not reject black magic, as a disciple of the Supreme Mage, it is indeed unreasonable to ask Mephisto, Lord of Hell, for help. Tell me, who are you? Strange suppressed his emotions and asked in a deep voice. Put your hands on your chest, ready to cast spells at any time. He still has a certain degree of vigilance against strange combinations that are summoned out of nowhere. The demons and demons of the world have always been the best at deceiving and disguising. Who knows, is this Mephisto's trick? The Lord of has always had a bad taste that mortals can't understand. This is very complicated to explain. All in all, you can think of me as a passing traveler, who just happens to pass through the world and won't stay for a long time. Luke said lightly. It's too much trouble to talk about transuniverse teleportation, and we have to talk about the course, and end of the matter in its entirety. Rather than wasting energy on meaningless details, it's better to be vague. Anyway, Strange will make up for it. As for these two, Saul shouldn't need to introduce me too much. The Prince of Asgard. This talking bunny, its positioning is a pet. The rocket raccoon was furious, jumped up and hit Luke on the knee, and said angrily, you are a pet. I am the top spaceship pilot in the universe. Well, don't worry about this problem for now. Luke touched Rocket Raccoon's head and said perfunctorily, do you still have any questions? Hearing what the other party said, Strange ended the cross-sitting posture, and the magic floating cloak supported his body and moved back. He seemed to have speculation about Luke's answer. A traveler passing through the world? Could it be? Unsurprisingly, Strange started to make up for it. The reason why he believed in Luke was because he sensed the breath of Emperor Wai-Shan from the opponent. Only by reading the book of Emperor Wai-Shan and learning the white magic of the occult mage, will he have such a performance. Why do you know me? Strange was a little puzzled. Judging from Luke's attitude, they seemed to be acquaintances. It's like he has never seen you, but knows you. Luke tried his best not to speak human words, so that it was so unpredictable. I don't know the Strange standing in front of me, but I know the Strange who has the same life and experience as you. Stephen Strange, the third Supreme Mage. Luke knew nothing more about his past and future. This guy has a bumpy and complicated life experience and mental experience. He used a painful lesson to tell everyone not to use mobile phones while driving. Doctor Strange, Mage Strange, Doctor Strange ... Which stage are you in now? Luke smiled and asked softly. This kind of godstick temperament, like the teacher Yi, instantly made Strange a little bit of awe. It seems that I did not guess wrong. The origin of the other party. I am now Mage Strange. The disciple of the Supreme Master replied softly. He was originally a doctor, but he was completely destroyed by a car accident. The sudden huge accident took away his hands, his work, and his pride. After Strange found that studying medicine could not save the world, or even himself, he embarked on a journey to find Karmatage, and finally changed his career to become a mage. It is often said that God will close a door for you and open a window for you at the same time. Strange, who is a highly educated and high-income group, has lost the possibility of holding a scalpel again. But I was fortunate enough to step into the Hall of Magic and see the wider world. The old bald man said that all this is destined. mentalnovel.com. He is the one who has been waiting for many years. The heir of the Supreme Master. I want to see Yi, if she is still alive. Luke, who had the initiative in the conversation, took the opportunity to make a request. She, of course, the teacher is still alive. Strange was puzzled first, then surprised. Do you know that Master Yi was injured? Luke raised his eyebrows and nodded in acknowledgement without changing his face. But my heart is secretly speculating. Yi was injured, and it's still a man? Hiss. Could it be that universe? Chapter 240. The Holy Grail War begins here. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Mage Yi was injured. With the powerful presence of a regular Heavenly Father and the presence of Emperor Wei-Shan behind him, who can hurt him? Luke curbed his thoughts and thought to himself, no matter which universe it is, the Supreme Master can firmly rank among the strong. Unless those dimensional demons take action together and come to collect debts. Otherwise, there is almost no possibility of overturning. But Strange said that he was seriously injured. Couldn't it be an excuse that Yi wanted to retire early, right? As an older social animal, I can do anything to skip work and fish. I want to meet the Supreme Mage. Seeing Strange gradually let go of his guard, Luke immediately asked. The most important thing before him was to verify his inner guess and determine the universe he was in. Only when you have enough information can you start your next journey. Fortunately, judging from the information given by Doctor Strange, this should not be a terrible start to like the zombie hero universe. Besides, Luke has no interest in beating zombies. I'm afraid it won't work. Talking about the injured teacher, Strange's expression turned serious, and he shook his head and refused. He believes Luke is one thing, but complete trust is another. Due to the wounded retreat of the Supreme Mage, Karmatage has been sealed off from the outside, and it is strictly forbidden to enter and approach by unknown persons. The three sanctuaries dispatched numerous mages to maintain order and stabilize the situation to prevent bigwigs from other dimensions from taking the opportunity to engage in trouble. Why? I can prove my identity to the Supreme Mage. Luke tried to show a gentle side, hooking Saul's neck by the way, throwing him out as a shield. This is the Prince of Asgard, the son of Odin. Even if you don't trust me, one of the members of the Avengers, the superhero Thor who participated in the Battle of New York. Should he be the subject of suspicion? Luke deliberately threw out a few key messages, such as the Avengers, New York Wars, and wanted to test Strange's reaction. The Battle of New York? You mean the fierce battle that the Hulk nearly razed the entire city to the ground 4 years ago? Strange asked suspiciously. He entered Karmatage to learn magic, just the past 2 years. Prior to this, the Dr. Stephen Strange, who was busy treating illnesses and saving people and enjoying a high salary, had heard about the Avengers who were active on the TV media. The Hulk. Hearing Strange's answer, Luke's eyes flashed and his thoughts flowed. The other party did not deny the existence of the Avengers, but questioned the New York War. This is very interesting. If it is said that there is no army of Zetaru invading the Earth, does it mean that this universe is not based on infinite gloves and Thanos as the main thread throughout? Have a completely different future trajectory from the movie universe? Isn't it coming to the Marvel 616 main universe? A series of question marks emerged from the bottom of Luke's heart. If Marvel is the master of the universe, the ceiling of combat power will be infinitely raised. What are the 5 gods of the universe, the court of life, the transcendent. They are no longer used as background boards, but real existences that may appear. Hiss. Thought of this, Luke gasped. I'm sorry, I really can't take you to see Teacher Yi. His condition is very bad. Strange glanced at Sol, then looked at Luke and Rocket Raccoon with a scrutiny gaze, and finally got the upper hand with caution. The contract magic circle he used refers to the rituals and spells of Solomon's Key and is specifically used to summon the children of and demonic creatures. Although I didn't know what went wrong, the summoners who responded to the contract became Thor and a raccoon. But who can guarantee that this is not a conspiracy made by Lord Mephisto? According to the Supreme Master himself, his injuries were serious and his deadline was approaching, and he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Not to mention outsiders, even Strange's senior brother Mordor can only get instructions through the way of spiritual transmission. Mage Strange, is this your contractor? Just as Strange was thinking, a chubby red-robed mage walked into the hall. Compared to Mordor's contractor, it seems to be much worse. Using the Book of Emperor Waishan as a medium, he has borrowed the supreme power of 3 legendary wizards, including the great sage Merlin. The red-robed mage is exactly the old king. As the librarian of Karmatage, he can always hear all kinds of news at the first time. King Saul saw an acquaintance and wanted to rush up to say hello, but was disgusted by the other party. This blonde barbarian has nothing to do with force and has no magical aura. It won't help you get the tickets to the Supreme Mage contest. Mage Strange, I said you need to find a helper who understands magic, even from the world. Pulling a few children who are good at black magic and immune to fire and toxins are better than this guy. Pharaoh was quick to speak quickly, and he didn't hesitate to solve, so he said it straight. In his opinion, the opponent was just the contractor that Strange had summoned, and could not threaten him. Besides, who would dare to make trouble in Karmatage? Even if Mephisto came here, I'm afraid he didn't have the guts. Luke, can I beat him? Saul glanced at the stern, fat face, feeling offended. If it wasn't for the love of the hot pot and the fight, even though he was not the other person, I'm afraid he will chop it over with his axe. The Supreme Mage's battle for supremacy. The test of Emperor Waishan. That's it. Luke, who was standing behind, suddenly realized that he ignored Saul's question. He finally understood why Strange used the contract circle and why he didn't let himself see Yi. This universe is probably close to the parallel time and space of comics. The Supreme Mage is about to retire, and Emperor Waishan begins to choose the next successor. For the dimensional world, you reading www.uukanzu.com is open to the stars of the universe, and the so-called Grandmaster Battle, known as a major event, is about to begin. Whoever can pass the final test can win the title of Supreme Mage, receive the gift of the power of Emperor Waishan, lead Karmatage, and guard the Earth. As a newcomer and beginner, Strange wanted to borrow Mephisto's power to summon the old man's son in order to be eligible to participate. As for Yi's serious injury, Luke believes that fishing is a relatively large component. On the one hand, it creates a false image of Karmatage. On the other hand, it allows Strange to learn to face pressure and take responsibility. In a word, that bad old man Yi is very bad. I can be your contractor, Master Strange. Luke walked up to Pharaoh and Dr. Strange and smiled. Speaking of it, I have a destiny. I happen to be an ordinary high-level mage, who knows a little magic knowledge. Chapter 241, Strange, my double messenger is Superman, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. When Luke said he was a high-level mage, Strange almost didn't laugh. It's not that he looks down on each other, but that the mages have unique skills in judging their strength. Magic is the constant transformation of the soul level, and whenever a contract is signed with the dimensional demon god, the spirit will be infested and emit various colors of light. For example, followers of the Scythorn must be dark and dark. The spokesperson of Crimson dominating Storak is particularly fond of bright colors. full of scarlet light. The followers of Emperor Wei-Shan are mostly pure white and orange. Strange did not perceive the bright light of the soul on Luke's body. Except for a tiny trace of pure whiteness, it was the white magical aura attached to the Book of Emperor Wei-Shan, and there was nothing else to be seen. High-level mage. To be honest, you only have the requirements for your physical fitness. Lao Wang glanced at him without a trace. In his opinion, except for his tall figure and strong physique like a high-level mage, everything else seemed ordinary. The surge of magic, the light of the soul, these are quite weak. You have to perceive carefully before you can detect it. In summary, Luke is at best a beginner apprentice. The kind of rookie who steps into the hall of magic with 1 foot. It's not high-end at all. It seems that you all have doubts about my strength, so I can only end my low behavior and have a showdown with you. Luke cleared his throat without seeing any movement from him. His eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. The breath of terror is like a volcanic eruption. It was like an invisible big hand, tightly gripping the hearts of the people in the field, making them breathe. Immediately afterwards, scarlet, gloom, and pure white, all kinds of light filled the soul, bursting out in groups, almost blinding Strange and the old Wang's eyes. They raised their hands subconsciously to cover the light of the soul that had not yet been realized, and their eyes showed horror in unison. A high-level mage who is only 1 step away from the legend. What's going on? Ceterak, Scythorn and Emperor Wei-Shan seem to have extended an olive branch to him. Strange looked incredulous. Luke was like a shining precious diamond, letting the dimensional demons scramble for it. The brilliant light of the soul has already confirmed this. As long as he is willing, he can immediately get the recognition of Ceterak, Scythorn or Wei-Shan, and obtain a huge gift. This is undoubtedly an enviable and jealous treatment in the eyes of Karmataj's occult wizard. Just like being a recent graduate, they not only have the invitation from the Fortune 500, but they also receive preferential treatment and are directly promoted to department manager. Most junior mages are still looking forward to successfully passing the interview and becoming an intern. This is differential treatment. I said, Lao Wang. Those legendary mages may not be recognized by so many dimensional demon gods, right? Strange said sourly. Although he also had special treatment, Mordor led the door in, and the Supreme Master taught him personally. But in front of a wall like Luke that can't be guessed by common sense, he still can't get on the table. Master Lao Wang rolled his throat twice and corrected. Be confident and get rid of the questioning tone. In the eyes of the Dimension Demon God, the legendary mage is just a humble ant insect. In their extremely long life, it is not surprising that they have seen so many legends without knowing it. Strange remained silent, and Karmataj recognized Kazlas as the most talented in Mordo, who was most trusted by the ancients. At present, they are only high-level mages and have not yet been among the legends. And Luke, who has attracted the attention of many dimension demon gods, has the qualification to become a legend, and even surpass it. I obviously used the rituals and spells of Solomon's Key to summon a high-level mage. Strange still didn't understand, but it didn't prevent him from holding his thigh. Compared to the child of hell, who is full of conspiracies and tricks, Luke is obviously a more suitable contract object. Mage Strange, do you think I have the qualifications to be your contractor? Luke showed his skill a little, and surprised Strange, who had never seen the world, and the mage pharaoh. The dazzling light of the soul has already proven the results of his advanced studies at Karmataj, a high-level mage who has quickly completed 3 days and graduated in 5 days. Of course, I don't know your name yet, may I ask? Strange nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, for fear that Luke would turn his head and leave. Although Guyi mentioned it consciously or unconsciously, he came to Karmataj by fate, and he has a heavier and greater mission to shoulder in the future. But no matter what happens in the future, the reality before us is cruel. Strange didn't even get the tickets to the Supreme Major Tournament, and the big brother Mordo had already been recognized by the three legends and used their power. The sense of urgency urged him to seek the help of the old man from Mephisto. "You can call me Superman," Luke said lightly. He probably guessed Gui's idea. No matter which universe, Stephen Strange will become the Supreme Mage. This established fact is difficult to change. Just like Steve Rogers, who will always be Captain America, Tony Stark will also say the phrase "I am Iron Man." Following this line of thinking, the so-called Battle of Supreme Masters was tantamount to a large-scale performance show that was predetermined. Guy will surely open the back door for Strange's secret lie packaged into a golden finger that must be obtained through hard work, diligence, and adventure. After all, every superhero has to experience a spiritual redemption and psychological growth. "I don't mind having a cameo as a portable grandpa." Luke, who saw through the follow-up development, thought that he could act as the plug-in to help Strange win the position of Supreme Mage. Of course, he will not work for nothing. As a price, Guy needs to pay the cosmic coordinates to make his way to the next stop smoothly. Plan to pass. No matter how you look at it, this is a good deal, Luke thought. He didn't think that Guy could still find a Heavenly Father-level thug for Strange. Odin of Asgard couldn't take this face off. He is the Lord of the Nine Worlds, a generation of gods. Strange, the Supreme Mage summons you. Just as Luke was thinking about how to discuss this cooperation with Guy, a mage trot in. He was surprised to see a crowd of people in the central hall, and then waved at Strange. "By the way, and the ... contractor next to you. The Supreme Mage also wants to see him." The mage added www.mentalnovel.com. Strange turned sideways to look at Luke, who smiled slightly. Not surprisingly, he had long guessed that Guy said that he was seriously injured and the deadline was approaching. It was definitely a written script. Let Strange face the pressure and responsibility in advance, so that this destined successor can accept the trial of Emperor Wei-Shan. Is there anything happier than leaving get off work early? No, Luke thought so. He pushed the dazed Strange and motioned to the other party to rush over. Afterwards, he turned to Sol and Rocket Raccoon and said, "Be calm and don't do anything." "Pharaoh, you are optimistic about the two of them, and prepare a hot pot by the way." The chubby old Master Wang scratched his head. How could this contractor who was summoned by Strange looked familiar? Chapter 242? Have insider information and can cooperate. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Crunch. The door of a tall wooden building in the northeast corner of Carmitage opened automatically. A beam of sunlight projected in, passed through the intricately patterned window lattice, and fell into a mottled golden glow. Strange tidied up his retro robes and glanced at Luke before entering the door, indicating that the other party should respect his attitude, and don't anger the mighty mage beyond the legend. The latter raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. The Doctor Strange of this universe seemed to fear the Supreme Mage even more. The one without the movie universe, as if being forcibly appointed, revealed an unwilling feeling all over his body. "Strange, I heard that you want to participate in this battle for Supreme Mage." Entering the door, on the bed inside, lying on his side is an old man with eyebrows, white beard, thin cheeks and sunken eye sockets. That is the ancient master. Compared with the neutral faces of the movie universe, it's a far cry. Of course, it is more in line with the image of superior in the eyes of the public. "Didn't you imply that I wanted me to sign up?" Strange widened his eyes and muttered. "Just a few days ago, the Supreme Mage was conspired by the betrayer Casillas. He was accidentally and seriously injured, and he happened to find him. As a doctor, Strange took the lead in emergency rescue, which did not make the situation worse. The next day, the Supreme Master woke up and said that in order to be grateful for his life-saving grace, he was specifically allowed to choose one from the collection room of the New York Sanctuary as a reward. Strange originally wanted to choose a flail, an axe, a crystal ball, etc., which would not only improve combat power, but also feel more secure. Unexpectedly, a red cloak flew out from nowhere, as if he was setting himself, and was worn on his body. In desperation, Strange had to choose the magic floating cloak as the reward. Later, the Supreme Master had a long conversation with him. To sum up, the content is: the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The task of saving the world and maintaining peace is up to you, and so on. I heard the Supreme Mage say that he was about to die and that he was about to die, and intentionally or unconsciously hinted that he was very likely to be a magical wizard without a single chance, capable of assuming the great responsibility. Strange was moved. With a hot mind, he actively asked to participate in the trial of Emperor Waishan and became a competitor for the position of the Supreme Master. If Luke knew the ins and outs, he would definitely laugh at Guyi's level of script writing, which is really worrying. Strange, who was replaced by the movie universe, would definitely not take the bait. Yes, I am confident that I can take this responsibility. Strange replied feebly. He was driven to the shelves by the duck at all, and he didn't even have the slightest preparation. Very well, Strange, I did not misunderstand you. The moment you stepped into the Carmitage gate, I knew that you were the one I was waiting for. Guyi coughed twice and said in an old voice. This is what he said from the bottom of his heart. There is no false element. The one standing next to you. This one, who is he? Afterwards, Guyi looked at Luke, who was silent, standing behind. He is my contractor. There are only 7 candidates for the Supreme Master's hegemony battle. Everyone can summon a partner who cooperates through a contract. By means of a contract. Strange lowered his head to answer. For a high-level mage, in the face of those talents, the candidates who are masters like clouds are definitely not enough. But he didn't have a better choice either. Mordor was able to gain the approval of 3 legendary mages and draw on a powerful force. That's because they have outstanding qualifications and have been with the Supreme Master for almost 50 years, and they have accumulated a deep foundation. He is your chosen ... contractor. Guyi stared at the tall figure. His frowning snow-white eyebrows slowly unfolded. Strange, your luck is good enough. Luke stepped forward, stood shoulder to shoulder with Strange, and whispered softly, I am willing to help him to win this battle for supremacy. What are you saying? Guyi hadn't reacted yet, and Strange couldn't help it at first. He didn't know the identity of Luke, let alone what kind of contractor he had summoned. If Superman is regarded as a stand-in messenger, then the panel value representing strength will probably be 5 infinite symbols. Regrettably, Strange didn't realize this. He just regarded Luke as a high-level human mage. So, face those contestants who might be competitors. Strange's biggest goal at this stage is to get tickets to enter the stadium. Then, help Mordor do as much as possible. All acquaintances after all. Successfully won the position of Supreme Master. Strange, you can withdraw. Guyi waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave. This guest, can you stay and have a chat with me? Luke ignored Strange's shocked eyes and nodded. It's a great honor. When the door behind him opened and closed, Guyi Fang said, I have never seen such a young father in my life. Your Excellency. Who is it? Why do you want to help Strange? Luke smiled slightly and took out some of his own experiences, such as teleporting across the universe, finding the way home, etc., and told the Supreme Master. After a long while, Guyi slowly said, well, since you know me in another universe and also know about Strange's future destiny, then this Supreme Mage battle for supremacy is left to you. It's just, what's the price? Or, what do you want from Carmitage? This old man, who seems to be hanging down and dying of the wind, straightened his back, and his aura was completely different from before. I knew. It was all pretense. Luke slandered. The Supreme Master is not fragile porcelain. He is seriously injured casually, and it is difficult to heal. All this is obviously a routine. In order to deceive Strange into the bait, deliberately set the game. I need the coordinates of this universe so that I can continue to the next stop. Luke replied. Use a secret data in exchange for a Heavenly Father level thug. This business is not a loss at all. It's hard to make money. There is no problem. Guyi pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. What Luke said is true or false is not important. The cosmic coordinates, even if you know it, can cause no harm. On the contrary, the help provided by the other party can ensure that Strange successfully sits on the position of the Supreme Mage. This is the key. After countless rounds of selection, Yi took a fancy to Strange. But if in the end, he did not win the battle for hegemony and passed the assessment of Emperor Wei Shan, the wonderful script that I have painstakingly written is tantamount to wasted effort. After all, Emperor Wei Shan didn't care about these. They are aloft, overlooking the multi-dimensional demon gods, focusing on a more magnificent picture of the universe. For Emperor Wei Shan, whether or not Strange sits in the position of the Supreme Mage is actually the same. In other universes, Iron Man Tony Stark has been the Supreme Mage. Even Soul's good brother Rocky almost took that position. Then it's settled. Happy cooperation, Master Yi. Luke smiled satisfied. By the way, without me, how would you help Strange? Before leaving www.mtlnovel.com he suddenly thought of it and asked this question curiously. There are many ways. The Book of Emperor Wei Shan, the magic floating cloak, and decades, hundreds of years of immersive training, are enough to make Strange a qualified Supreme Mage. Yi smiled indifferently. An emerald light flashed on his chest. That is the Eye of Agamotto. It is also a gem of time. Sure enough, no matter how hard you try, it can't match the default. Luke shook his head. He opened the door, and the sun shone in, making his tall figure even more stalwart. The Supreme Mage Battle for Supremacy. Countdown. Start. Chapter 243. Qualified Mage, Full Life, Stamina and Defense, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Carmichage's living quarters. Strange woke up from his sleep. Are you up? Before he fully opened his distressed eyes, a voice with a smile suddenly sounded. Mom messing with Fack. Strange was startled, and subconsciously shrank to the corner of the bed, leaning back against the wall, making a defensive posture. He has always lived alone, and he was caught off guard to hear other people's voices, and he would inevitably overreact. I said, Strange, a timid person, can't be a Supreme Mage. The man said jokingly. How long have you been sitting here? Following the voice, Strange discovered that it was his contractor, the high-level mage who claimed to be Superman. He breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the sky outside the window, and a touch of fish belly was slightly white. It was not too late. It's only 20 minutes. Carmichage's breakfast tastes good. Although it is a little lighter, I eat a lot of big fish and meat every day. It's okay to try the porridge and side dishes. Luke put down the Encyclopedia of Magic, showed a young face, and said with a smile, the battle for the Supreme Mage is about to begin. With all due respect, Master Strange, with your current strength, you can't even get the tickets for the entrance. 2. Your brother Mordo stayed up all night, doing penance, but you lay in bed and slept. It's no wonder that the others in Carmitage are not very optimistic about you. Strange lowered his head when he heard the heart-wrenching words of his contractor. A little depressed, he shrugged and said, I never thought about becoming a Supreme Mage, but with the mentality of giving it a try. Moreover, I have heard from Lao Wang that the Supreme Master can make a request to Emperor Wei Shan. I want to heal my hands. Luke raised his eyebrows without making a sound. No matter which universe they are in, Strange's hands have not really healed. Next time you enter someone else's bedroom, remember to knock on the door. Strange stepped out of the bed, with a low mood, and with a move, the red cloak hung on the hanger flew over automatically. This is the only magic weapon he has, a flexible cloak that seems to have his own consciousness. Compared with Mordor's scepter of broken, Craniator's tomahawk, Slicer's great sword, and so on, it's far worse. Yesterday the Supreme Master left you. Is there any secret to tell? Strange took a wash and asked curiously. He felt that Luke's identity became more and more mysterious. Unlike an ordinary high-level mage, it's just a normal chat. Luke kept a secret and didn't let Strange know that he was the man of heaven. What if this guy swells? causing the Supreme Master contest to overturn. Doctor Strange has always had this kind of criminal record, sometimes reliable and sometimes lost. Especially after joining the Illuminati, together with Iron Man, he became the engine of the Earth Group destruction. All kinds of big events have been triggered. Hey, aren't you a certain well-known archmage in history? Strange didn't believe it, but guessed. He originally only wanted to heal his hands and return to a normal life. He would look for Karmataj's whereabouts. But after seeing the wonder of the magic temple and the vastness of the dimensional world, no longer thinking about returning to the world, but gradually indulging in various magic techniques and new knowledge. In this regard, Strange is not the same as himself in the movie universe. He is more proactive and more willing to take responsibility. I have promised Guy Mage to help you win this popular battle. Luke looked serious and said lightly, "So, Master Strange, you have to cheer up and prepare for the next training." Training? A look of surprise appeared on Strange's face. Among Karmataj's ascetic mage, he was already considered diligent. In addition to the fixed 3 to 4 hours of meditation homework every day, I will also go to the library to study various white magic, and conduct combat and physical exercises. At the craziest stage, Strange didn't even have time to sleep. After the body fell asleep, the soul went out of his body to continue reading. This was actually a test of mental power, and it also proved that he did have extraordinary talents. Compared to Moju and Kazulas, Strange just lacks enough time. If this supreme mage battle for supremacy hadn't come so early, maybe he would be more confident, and his attitude toward him would be more calm. Are you going to teach me more powerful spells? Or is there any quick way? When Luke was about to train himself, Strange couldn't help his eyes light up. In his opinion, any high-level mage will have a unique secret skill at the bottom of the box in his hand. For example, Mordu. As a big disciple of Guyi, he is not only proficient in the white magic of the Book of Emperor Waishan, but also good at summoning and cursing black magic. In terms of combat effectiveness, few Karmataj are his opponents. I think Guyi said that when you stepped into Karmataj. Luke shook his head. Strange is not himself. He has a ready-made template of the magic Superman, and the possibility of getting started in 3 days and quick in 5 days is too low. When you face an opponent and want to punch him, the harder you punch, the more you will be hurt. Like an ordinary punch, it will cause physical pain to the person who applies the force. So what is the price of releasing a magic? You should be familiar with these words. Strange nodded as he was learning the first attack spell, Storak's Scarlet Chain. Guyi specifically did not remind that there will be a price to cast. Therefore, Strange practiced and used repeatedly without restraint. A week later, he began to vomit frantically, vomiting the food he had eaten, digested residue, and even gastric juice. For 2 whole days, Strange could not eat normally, so he could only lie next to the toilet, so as to solve the urge to vomit anytime and anywhere. This is the heavy price of overcasting, a lesson that people remember. So, there is no quick way to the path of the mage, Luke said quietly. Unless you want to sell your soul to Mephisto and Damam, you can only do it honestly, step by step, and take your time. Strange curled his lips, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. As a top student who graduated from medical school and a representative of the elite class, he is actually more accustomed to taking shortcuts. Then how long did it take you to become a high-level mage? Strange asked casually. 5 days, Luke answered. This is called no shortcut. Can't make it fast. Strange opened his eyes wide, with a shocked expression of "You tease me." Ahem. More special. Luke seemed a little embarrassed. No way. Who called him so good? However, I have other methods for you to win the battle for hegemony. In order to divert the topic, Luke throws out very attractive chips. After an hour, boom, 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 heavy footsteps sounded in the square. The ground shook, and the stone bricks cracked like a giant elephant stepped on. Are you sure this will allow me to get the ticket to enter the arena and become a candidate for the Supreme Mage contest? Strange said in a loud voice. His whole body is wrapped in a heavy armor, from head to toe. there is nowhere to show. He carried a huge square shield as thick as a wall with both hands, enough to block the whole person. Of course, this can effectively increase your survival rate and will not be eliminated by your opponent in the first place. Luke nodded and said seriously, as a qualified mage, of course, you must add life, stamina and defense. As for spells, at most one holy light will do. But when I put on this sturdy heavy armor, it's very difficult to even move, and I can't cast spells quickly. Join the battle, Strange said with difficulty, panting. He hasn't reached the level of a berserker, he is not tall, and his physique is not burly. All in all, the physique is slightly inadequate. It is not easy to be able to support this heavy armor. Fighting? You are a rookie who is not a high-level mage, and want to join the group? Luke asked in surprise. Mage Strange, it seems that your knowledge of yourself is still lacking. Remember, the only thing you have to do is to ensure that you survive and not be kicked out. Because the candidate loses, the contractor loses the qualification to continue fighting. Luke made Strange wear heavy armor and carry shields in both hands, not out of teasing or joking. In his opinion, www.untitled.novel.com, the other party only needs to hide behind him silently and wait for the result of lying down to win. As for other aspects, Superman is enough to solve all problems, smash all obstacles, and defeat all enemies. In the face of candidates who may appear in the battle for supremacy, the strength of those legendary mages, creatures, and Strange is too far apart. Adding attribute points to life, stamina and defense to ensure that he can survive is what he has to do. Otherwise, how strong Superman is, as long as Strange is eliminated, he will be disqualified to continue fighting. From today, you will do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and run another 10 kilometers by the way, Luke said solemnly. And while wearing this heavy armor, keep this training. Chapter 244? No door bar. Candidate, the fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Hurry up, Strange, don't dawdle. There was a dazzling light from the horizon, and a loud voice sounded at Carmitage. Old Wang, pour a glass of lemonade for this grandma who is even weaker than your 8-year-old, who is not like a mage's cannon. Luke, Sol and Rocket Raccoon, as well as the old mage who is responsible for making breakfast pancakes, sit on the wooden balcony occupying the commanding heights. Below is the winding mountain trail, and Strange wears the hard, heavy armor that runs boom. His chest was like a pulling bellows, and he made a wheezing gasping sound. After finally running to the destination, he was already weak in his legs, standing unsteadily, and he almost rolled off. Water. Give me a sip. Strange lifted his visor, his throat burning. Lao Wang thoughtfully poured a glass of lemonade and handed over a freshly made hand cake. By the way, Mage Strange, your body is a bit weak, and it's so tired after only 5 kilometers. Saul was picking his teeth while talking coldly. Even when he came to another universe, his daily life did not change much. Carmitage's Wi-Fi network speed is good, and there is no problem playing games online. I am a mage, not a berserker, Strange retorted. He thought that the training that Luke had imposed on him was useless at all. The Mage of Carmitage does practice physical skills to improve his ability in close combat. But in the final analysis, spells and magic are the most basic and important part. Do 100 push-ups, squats, and high-intensity physical training every day. What's the matter? It seems it's time for me to teach you a lesson, Master Strange. Luke wiped his mouth clean and whispered, throw all the attack spells you know at me. What? Strange was taken aback, wondering if he had heard it wrong. The first time he saw someone make such a request. What is the difference between this and suicide? You sure? Strange asked hesitantly. Even a high-level mage, without any protection, insists on a few attack spells, and will not die or be half disabled. Abandon your inner doubts, don't be like a scorpion. Don't you even have the courage to cast spells? Or are you a coward in your bones? Luke kept stimulating the emotions of the other party, and chuckled. Stranger, with all due respect, your understanding of melee mage is too one-sided and shallow, and you don't know anything about true power." "Oh, is that so?" "In the name of Hogarth, Wazatu, and Agamotto, call for the divine light of Emperor Wishan to condense the holy sword." Strange pressed his lips tightly and said no more. The sparks of magic gush out and quickly turn into a long sword, held in his hand. "Wang, you want to testify to me?" This is all he requested. Strange held the sacred sword in his hand and cut his head down. Although he is wearing a heavy armor and is difficult to move, his attack speed is not slow. The scarlet sword cut through the air and landed on Luke's shoulder. Click. Like fragile porcelain, hitting hard steel. Instantly shattered and cracked. This Ceto Lux scarlet chain. Strange didn't believe in evil, and cast another spell. The tough chain emitting a crimson light firmly bound Luke, who was standing still, and then shrank tightly. "Are you tickling someone, Strange?" Luke just struggling with his arms, breaking the crimson chains tied to his body every inch and turning them into pieces. Strange was stunned. He didn't sense the slightest magical aura. In other words, Superman resisted layers of attacks by virtue of his extraordinary physique. This is impossible. Strange couldn't believe it. Isn't the power of magic enough to shake the flesh and blood of mankind? I understand your feelings, but this is the truth. It is important to temper your will, learn spells, and accumulate magic power. Luke's earnest teaching. However, maintaining a strong physique and exercising consistently are also crucial. If you want to become a high-level mage, you must have extraordinary power, otherwise how can you withstand the cost of casting? Strange was quite moved. After a moment of deep thought, he nodded and said, "I see. I'm going to run now." Boom, 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 boom. Heavy footsteps sounded again. Strange was half tired, just feeling full of power. Facing the rising sun, began to run. "What you said are all the truth?" Seeing the figure disappearing into the mountain road, Thor asked curiously. "I'm just telling my own experience. Whether it works or not, I need Strange to practice it myself." Luke curled his lips and answered vaguely. New York City, downtown. Cazalas, wearing a yellow robe, walked into a dark alley. He didn't bring any entourage, he was alone. Deep in the alley is a wall. The hand with the hanging ring slowly flicked, and the magic sparks jumped out to form a circle. Cazalas walked in without expression. The lively atmosphere rushed over his face. The smell of alcohol, mixed with perfume and a certain weird breath, is a bit suffocating. This is a bar. Inside it was like Halloween, with all kinds of strangely dressed guests. Some wore court costumes from the Middle Ages, wearing a long dress with bright colors and intricate patterns, sitting in the corner. Some are like indigenous people in the tropical rainforest, wearing a collar made of animal teeth and painted with oil on their faces. There are gentlemen in suits and leather shoes, and monks in retro robes. This is the bar without door. As the name suggests, it has no access door. So, those guests who can sit at the table drinking and chatting, they are not ordinary people, but mages from all over the world. A glass of tequila, a business. No one beside Cazalas walked to the bar, ignoring those complicated eyes that were shocked or wary. He is a recent man, a defector of Karmatage, who has taken refuge in the fallen mage of Damam. Of course, the most shocking thing was the news that he conspired against the Supreme Mage and injured him. This completely caused a sensation in the magical world. The demons from and the Holy Spirit from heaven have all heard of it. The battle for Supreme Mage that arrived ahead of schedule is even more affecting the nerves of all insiders. In any case, the name Cazalas has spread. He represents endless troubles, because the Sanctuary Mage has launched a siege and hunted down. He also represents a powerful force, because everyone knows that there is a dimensional demon standing behind this person. "Sorry, I don't do this business." The bartender is an old man in a bowler hat, vest and white shirt. "This glass of tequila is my treat, and leave as soon as you finish drinking." Cazalas was not surprised. He took a sip of the spirits he delivered and whispered softly, "Monarch, you are the famous magic prince, and you are also afraid of the Three Sanctuary?" The old man named Monarch used to be a powerful wizard who was active during World War II and fought against the evil sorcerers of the Axis. Later, he opened a bar and entered the life of retirement. "Oh, don't use this trick." Monarch sneered and wiped the bar. "Of course I am afraid of the three sanctuary, the precepts that symbolize absolute order and cannot be violated." Even the old fellow Mephisto was afraid of the supreme mage, and even the demon hidden in the dimension was expelled. "So, why can't I be afraid of such a bad old man?" Kazlas was silent for a moment, took out a dozen gold coins from his arms and threw them on the bar. The crisp sound of jingle bells is quite pleasing to the ears. "Ha! What a generosity!" With the new master, he has become generous in his shots. Monarch recognized at a glance, this was Aztec's cursed gold coin. It is said that the grieving soul with undead attached to it will be cursed as long as it violates the oath. There was once a gang of pirates who looted merchant ships and got a box of gold coins like this. As a result, he becomes an undead, suffering from eternal hunger, thirst and insatisfaction. For the mage, this is a precious collection and a medium for casting spells. "Again, I won't do this business." Monarch only glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze. "I know what you are asking, Kazlas." A defector of Karmatage, thinking of participating in the battle for Supreme Mage. "Hey, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death on the spot?" Kazla's expression remained unchanged. He leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Monarch, there is a page of dark book in my arms. If you insist on not doing business, then I will take it out and put it on the bar. You should know exactly how attractive Scythorn's dark spells are to the people in this bar. If they get a fight, your bar will probably be redecorated." Monarch's complexion was uncertain, and after a while, he gave Kazlas a fierce look and said, "You won, bastard. Add 4 more gold coins, and I will give you a list of candidates who are interested in participating in the Battle of the Supreme Mage." Kazlas nodded slightly and said softly, "Deal." A few minutes later, www.untilnovel.com, he came out of the wall in that dark alley again, with an additional list written in ciphertext in his hand. Modo, Dr. Voodoo, Mystery, Rocky ... Stephen Strange. Kazlas sneered. The guy at the bottom of the line is sure not to be funny. A low-level rookie who has only been in Karmatage for 2 years, also wants to win the position of Supreme Mage. I don't know how high the sky is. Kazlas casually raised the list, and the list was ablaze and burned to fly ashes. In his opinion, only a few people can pose a threat to himself. For example, old friend Mordo. "I hope you don't let you run into me, otherwise." Kazlas chuckled for unknown reasons, put on his hood, and walked out of the dark alley. One day, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. My brother had a busy day in the college entrance examination. I probably understand my dad and mum's mood back then. I stayed at the school gate and waited for a day. Before I was sent to the examination room, I kept talking, buying food, buying water, and looking for a hotel. As for the college entrance examination, I hurried into the examination room because I got up late. But I brought my mobile phone in. I was frightened. I immediately handed it in. The invigilator looked dumbfounded. I don't know how I escaped the scan. I'll update it tomorrow, and wait for my dad and mum to take over. Sorry. Chapter 245? Bald head has always been a symbol of the strong. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Not long after Kazlas left the doorless bar, the Supreme Mage chose a successor, and the news spread across the entire magical world instantly, as if he had put on his wings. This is equivalent to the CEO of the world's top company preparing to retire, not planning to find the right person from the management, but openly recruiting from the outside world. Suddenly, it was a sensation. Regardless of whether it is true or false for the time being, its allure alone is enough to make people crazy. Anyone who knows a little about the magic world and has heard of the 3 major sanctuaries and Karmatage, they are all eager to try, as if they have seen an unprecedented precious opportunity. Regardless of ability or qualification. Anyway, it won't hurt to try. So most people are holding the fluke mentality of what if you get elected, looking forward to the start of the Supreme Mage battle for supremacy. This is like buying a lottery. Before the draw, no one dares to be completely sure that he has won or missed. For outsiders who don't know the inside story or manipulate power, the final result is like the poor cat in Schrodinger's box, always in an unknown state. So, when the news was detonated, even those third-rate mages who were at the bottom, only learned some gypsy divination tricks, and depended on pretending to be fools. They are all gearing up to, and seem to be eager to show off their skills, get the approval of Emperor Wei Shan, become the supreme mage, and reach the pinnacle of life. Recently, the best-selling public magic book is no longer the Master's Study Guide. 3 years of getting started, 5 years of success. How is the Master made? The Master, the Devil and the Dog, etc. successfully learn color, or a bestseller of story nature. Instead, it became Summoning Ceremony, a story me and Mephisto have to tell. Witchcraft can learn by oneself, Deal with the Devil, 100 Things to Note. These titles look bluffing, and the content is mostly unnutritious books. What they have in common is that they all have a quick and shortcut gimmick. It seems that as long as you watch it, 3 days of high level, 5 days of legend, within a week, you can hang the dimension demon god. It is a pity that, as Luke said, there is no quick shortcut to the path of the wizard. Comparison is not in the discussion. Those guys who are always thinking about making it to the sky often end up with the cheap ones, the devil, the professional liars who harvest souls. Of course, there are very few European emperors who have stepped on shit. For example, Damam of the Dark Dimension. This guy was just an unknown wizard before accidentally discovering the Dark Dimension. By accident, he became the ruler. After the passage of the past, a large group of mages were keen to venture out into strange dimensional worlds, and at the same time greatly enriched the recipes and appetites of alien dimensional creatures. All in all, the battle for Supreme Mage is about to start. As soon as this amazing news was released, it firmly attracted a lot of attention and enthusiasm. Many planets outside the Earth have received information, open the market, bet, eagerly awaiting analysis of the final winner. All kinds of good people came out to join in the fun and participated in this event in different ways. As the focus of much attention, Karmitage remained silent as always, neither making a statement nor making any actions. Pharaoh, do you have any tips for growing your hair? I feel that my hair has fallen so fast recently. Strange scratched the back of his head, sparse strands of hair between his fingers. As a doctor, he believes that he has a healthy schedule, a reasonable diet, and never stays up late. Sleeping for 8 hours a day, and actively exercising. The family has no genetic history of baldness or bald head. It's impossible to lose hair. Is it because of too much pressure recently? If I did, would it be what I am now? Lao Wang felt offended and said dully, his bright bald head is very obvious in the sun. I just think you Orientals may have some unusual, but very effective tricks in everything. Strange chuckled. He is a little worried about himself. That talent will be extremely smart in middle age, or the place surrounds the center Mediterranean hairstyle. Wouldn't that damage the image very much? Before coming to Karmitage, Strange was also a low-profile version of Tony Stark, an unruly prodigal in love. If you become bald, you really can only become a monk in this life. I suggest that you ask that Superman. He has always known everything, and he is a big man who can talk to the Guyi mage. Farah looked at Strange, who was wearing heavy armor and walking fast, feeling the magic of Luke. After nearly a week of hard training, Strange, who was originally a little thin, has become more burly, with strong muscles like hills on his arms. In appearance, it looked like an Asgard berserker. Just 2 days ago, in Karmatage's daily training class, Strange beat a mid-level mage with his bare hands to a full face and fell to the ground. But the opponent's several spells did not penetrate the defense of that special heavy armor. Such achievements undoubtedly gave Strange a great deal of confidence and motivated him to continue running on the road of melee mage with an unknown future. It also shows that the training conducted by Superman is indeed effective. What? Hair loss. A few minutes later, staying in the room, Luke, who played online games with Sol, was a little surprised. He glanced at Strange in front of him, and thought to himself, could it be that the other party really wants to become a mini-punch mage? Ahem, that, Stephen, have you read the Old Testament? Luke cleared his throat and asked, number. I am not a religious person and I don't know much about relevant knowledge. Strange shook his head. He used to believe in Franklin, which is banknotes, but now believes in the Trinity of Emperor Shan. None of them has anything to do with God. Well, there is a record in the Old Testament, Elijah. He is a Hebrew prophet. One day when he was walking on the road, a group of naughty children laughed at his baldness. So, Elijah secretly cursed the children in the name of Jehovah, and suddenly 2 female bears ran out of the forest and killed the children. Tell me, Stephen, what have you learned from this story? Upon hearing the question, Strange first looked confused and puzzled. Then, thinking carefully, it seemed to come to my mind. You mean to say that malicious slander of others is actually a sin and will be punished? He answered like this. False. I meant to say that Eliza was ridiculed by children because of her baldness, but Jehovah did not solve his problem, but solved the mocker. Luke said with a serious expression. This proves that even the omniscient and omnipotent Lord cannot save baldness. Strange looked speechless. I'm not bald yet, he muffled. Luke glanced at the increasingly thinning hair, and said in a sympathetic tone, Strange, it's going to happen sooner or later. So what should I do? Strange suddenly panicked. When a person reaches middle age, getting older and losing hair are 2 inevitable pains. Well, if you can't refuse, then try to accept it. Luke shrugged and encouraged. A bald head is a symbol of a strong man. I ask you, Strange, does Guyi Mage have hair? The latter shook his head. Then the first Supreme Mage Agamotto had hair? The latter continued to shake his head. That's right. Anyone who wants to become a Supreme Mage must pay a painful price. Perhaps hair is one of them. Seeing Luke speaking convincingly, Strange was dubious. On the one hand, reason told him that being a Supreme Mage might have nothing to do with whether he was bald or not. But on the other hand, thinking of the previous 2 generations, and then considering my own hair loss. Untitled.novel.com, I am vaguely looking forward to it. What if this is some kind of revelation? Guyi once said that he was destined. Could it be that I am suffering the pain of walking on the path of the Supreme Master? Stephen, put your worries about baldness aside. We should go to New York. Luke patted the other person on the shoulder, ignoring the entangled mentality of the guy who abandoned the medical law. 2 days later, the first entry game will begin. We should rush to the battlefield and get ready. Strange froze for a moment, then asked, New York? Yes. The corner of Luke's mouth raised a curve, and he smiled lightly. Congratulations, Stephen. You are back to the original starting point. Chapter 246. My lonely ex-girlfriend met my sister by chance. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. New York has always been a big city plagued by disasters. It can be compared, except for Washington, D.C., where the White House is located, and probably only Neon Tokyo, even without the massive invasion of the Zetarians in the cinematic universe. In this world of New York, there are still too many world-destroying catastrophes. For example, the Hulk World War a few years ago almost let the Avengers out of the nest, only then reluctantly forced the angry, irrational Hulk to stop the catastrophe of the real estate industry and the insurance industry. Another example is the Civil War that took place a long time ago. This is a feud between Iron Man and Captain Marvel. The two clashed, fought, and almost razed Manhattan to the ground. Normal days, let alone more. Street Hero in Hell's Kitchen, Gang clashes. Spider-Man's old rivals are a sinister six-man group consisting of Dr. Octopus, Green Devils, and Venom, and so on. Compared with the studio next door, the city is different and the style is different. On Marvel's side, superheroes and villains, like migrant workers rushing to Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, have settled in New York. As for that different civil war, Iron Man and Captain Marvel Altdorf. Tony Stark is the soul of the Avengers in the movie universe, and Captain America is at the same core. But in the comics world, he is actually a troublemaking machine more often than not, and it is a match for Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. All sorts of things cause big events. It is precisely because of this that there will be this civil war with Captain Marvel. The later results proved that Iron Man's antics series of battle armor was useless, and was directly smashed by Carol, who had not kept his hands. Tony Stark himself was severely injured and became a vegetative person. Only his thought data was uploaded to the internet, becoming an AI creature similar to Ultron. These are plot trends that are completely different from the movie universe. All in all, New Yorkers have gradually become numb to superheroes flying around, or villains and villains who want to disrupt. They are not surprised. At most they scream skillfully, and then find a safe place to hide. Just like now, a bunch of strangely dressed guys appeared on the road. New Yorkers turned a blind eye. It was the peak time for work, and everyone hurried past, rushing to check in. Only young students would take out their mobile phones to shoot videos and post them on social media to win a wave of likes and attention. I thought there would be a group of people coming around, but I didn't expect everyone to behave normally. Strange was a little regretful. He used to be in a suit and leather shoes and wore a white coat. Now he wears a retro robe every day, like an ascetic monk. I thought that this unique and strange outfit would attract the attention of passers-by, but I was disappointed. This is the post-superhero era. The former Avenger has now become a veteran and has retired from the stage. Luke looked at the prosperous modern New York and chuckled. Now is the time when the second-generation superheroes are most active. The daughter of Hawkeye, the second-generation Vision, the third-generation Ant-Man, etc. Those new generation heroes, it is the idol of young people, the mainstream of today. Strange froze for a moment. He didn't expect that after only 2 years away from the world, the outside world would undergo tremendous changes. How did you know? He asked puzzledly. Carmitage is not a place isolated from the world. The Wi-Fi speed in my room is quite fast, and I can find it on Google, such as superhero personal websites, superhero exclusive entries, etc. Everything. Luke shrugged. He and Strange are both raw faces. Among the people present, the only two who are more busy are Thor and Rocket Raccoon. One is the Avengers, superheroes. One is a cute talking pet, an alien creature. They all have a strong attraction to Gwalu people. Unexpectedly, in this world, I broke up with Jane. Saul sighed. He thought of the gossip messages he saw on Thor's personal website. Why can't you and your girlfriend be happy no matter which universe it is? To add 2 points, you are not the Thor in this world, even though you are both called Sol. If you run to find Miss Jane Foster at this time, it is immoral, which means that you have become green, Luke said softly as he walked the streets of New York. Moreover, this time it was you dumped Miss Foster. You were entangled with Amora the Charm Witch, and Sif of the Immortal Palace. In a nutshell, it was the scumbag. Saul couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard this. It's really enviable to step on 3 boats. I despise it. He coughed twice and turned away from the subject. Where are we going? Bar with outdoor, Luke said. We need to collect some opponent's intelligence, so that Strange can make a reasonable response. Invisibly, he has become the leader of this team, taking Strange, who was supposed to be the protagonist, and Thor and Rocket Raccoon as his entourage. Habit is a terrible thing. It will unknowingly make people dependent. It is difficult to change. Luke can always solve every problem he encounters, and he can always answer every doubtful question, just like an almighty encyclopedia. If things go on like this, Repeating this will gradually build up implicit authority. Why do I think that you are the one who participated in the Supreme Mage battle? Thinking everything up. Strange is a little depressed. As a former neurosurgeon, he is still the top one in the industry. He is somewhat proud. That's because you are not good at socializing. You are also very popular, and you are an inexperienced rookie, Luke said lightly. The Supreme Master's battle for hegemony has actually been held for many times, and it even became a galaxy in the universe, a lively event in many dimensions. This little rabbit logged into the Stars forum founded by Yatam Zun, and picked up all the materials and information over the years. First of all, in this battle for supremacy, it has no threshold to participate, whether it is a creature or a fallen wizard. It can participate. Anyone who comes will refuse. Secondly, there are 3 games in total. In the introductory competition, 8 candidates were decided, and then they advanced to the competition to get the qualifications to meet with Emperor Waishan. Finally, in the final, the only winner is selected. And the most mysterious trial of Emperor Waishan has a different theme every time. But no one told you this. Pharaoh rarely goes online and doesn't understand. Strange sounded a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Superman to be so prepared. Emperor Waishan has chosen many Master Enzism? He asked subconsciously. This battle for supremacy was not meant to select the Supreme Master, but to test. Luke walked to a wall with a half-covered poster on it. He then pulled out a circle to form a transmission channel. It's not that you can sit back and relax by becoming a Supreme Mage. Emperor Waishan will regularly initiate an assessment on the person sitting in that position. If someone can replace it, then deprive the title and identity. Strange heard the answer and his heart cocked. This is equivalent to the company's annual performance appraisal, and unqualified employees will be dismissed. Unexpectedly, Emperor Waishan of the Trinity is also an old capitalist. As soon as the disrespectful thought came up in Strange's head, he quickly erased it. Bar without door, here it is. As soon as Luke and the others came in, they saw that the inside was overcrowded, all trading magic items, on whispering triads, alcohol, tobacco, perfume, marijuana. All kinds of scents are mixed together, making people frown. By the way, who of you has money? It's the kind of valuable antiquities or magic items. Luke finally found a seat, patted Strange on the shoulder, and motioned to him to take out his wallet. I'm sorry, I don't have one. A touch of embarrassment flashed on Strange's face and explained, you know, although I used to have some financial resources, I have all been spent to cure disease. It can be said that the family has gone bankrupt. As for the magic items, there is nothing except this cloak on him. Then you just push the cloak out, snapped. Rocket Raccoon was outspoken, and before he could finish speaking, he was drawn by the collar of Strange's red cloak. The magic cloak seemed to have its own thinking, and expressed dissatisfaction in this way. So, you are a poor ghost, Luke said bluntly. Then what kind of Supreme Mage battle do you participate in? No money, no strength, no friends. Stephen, you should wash and sleep as soon as possible. Strange felt aggrieved. He used to be an elite class who wore famous watches, drove sports cars, and lived in luxury apartments. Now, I was disgusted by people and said it was a poor ghost. Then, he'll find a few female friends I know. Strange gritted his teeth. When he was a prodigal son in love, he was well known in the circle of noble ladies in the upper class by virtue of his good appearance and excellent technology. It is not ashamed to eat soft rice. He thought so. How long have you not looked in the mirror? Luke's face was weird, and he seemed to be holding back a smile. Stephen, please take a look at yourself. Unshaven, rough skin, decadent temperament. The most important thing is the golden fingers you are proud of. Don't get me wrong, I mean your stable hands. Already no longer a high-income young elite, will they still look at you? Word by word www.mentalnovel.com. The knife crit stuck in Strange's heart. He was also a personable public lover at the time. After only 2 years, he has turned from delicious little fresh meat to annoying old bacon. Sol. I said you are the Prince of Asgard, or go back to the fairy palace and get some good stuff out. Rocket Raccoon jumped on Thor's shoulder and had a bad idea. As a result, the latter did not respond. His eyes were straight, staring at an enchanting figure near the bar. TSK Tusk, I said just now that there is only Jane in my heart. But the old man criticized it. Rocket Raccoon was quite disgusted, and new words learned from the internet popped out of his mouth. What do you know? I just think she looks like Rocky. Saul remained unmoved. His sight was like a nail, locked in the graceful and charming back. Chapter 247, Brother and Sister Love, Orthopedics Reservation. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Rocky. Following Saul's gaze, Luke caught a glimpse of a beautiful back. The long, dark, slightly curly wavy hair dangled down, and the slender curve suddenly tightened at the slender waist, and then went down and became round again, outlining a beautiful shape. Just swaying gently, it exudes a charming style. Those brown leather boots wrap tight long legs, occasionally turning around to see the side face, slender eyebrows, bright red thin lips. People have a kind of impulsive desire to grab wanton. A dangerous stunner, Luke silently commented. She is like a magnet with a powerful attraction. Except for Sol can't move his eyes, he turns into an old critic. The other men in the bar can't help but glance over there. It's really charming. She's Loki, your rebellious brother, who brought the Zetarians and Thanos to the Earth, was the chief culprit in the New York War. Luke glanced around, took a sip from his glass, jokingly said, if Rocky is so charming, I don't mind being your brother-in-law. But she really looks alike. Saul scratched his head. He had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the figure leaning against the bar. Rocky loves green, likes luxurious and exquisite robes and accessories, and only drinks Palm Springs from Asgard. Hearing the Thor in front of him, cherishing the habits and hobbies of his own brother one by one, the corners of Luke's mouth twitched slightly. Really deserves to be Asgard's #1 brother control. And she drank Asgard's specialty Palm Springs, wearing a green cloak, luxurious and elegant. Just like Rocky. Saul said to himself, since his brother died in Thanos' hands, he has had a sad life. Therefore, I will indulge in fast food and games to escape this cruel reality. To be honest, Saul, who has nothing left, sincerely hopes that his troublesome brother can also use the last wonderful trick of feign death and escape like he had faced the Dark Elves before. But a pity, as Thanos said, Loki is really dead. The snapping of Luke's fingers only brought back the disappeared life, which did not include the of tricks. Then you go and strike up a conversation. By the way, can she lend you some money? If it is really Rocky, I believe she will not refuse your brother's request. Luke patted Sol the shoulder and pushed him up from the seat. The old bartender has been staring at us for a while, and if he lingers on, he will probably come over to drive people. Sol was at a loss, as if he was stunned without a partner at the prom. After taking a few deep breaths, the Prince of Asgard took heavy steps and walked toward the back. He has expectations in his heart, but also worries. It is of course a good thing to be able to see his brother Loki again. But the younger brother suddenly became the younger sister, which is a bit strange. He doesn't seem to have much experience of hitting up a conversation. Strange was a little gloating, and seeing people embarrassed often brought him a light-hearted mood. Weak human mage, you have to know that Thor is the Prince of Asgard. Could it be that on your planet, the king's son has to pick up girls and he needs to take the initiative to strike up a conversation? Rocket Raccoon looked at Strange, who wanted to watch a good show with contemptuous eyes. It has a good relationship with Soul, even though the other person always sees himself as a rabbit or a raccoon. Oh, hereditary nobles and monarchs. That is a backward system. Strange curled his lips. He didn't want to argue with a pet. If Loki in this universe is a girl, doesn't it mean that Sol can book a registration with a German orthopedic doctor? Luke leaned in the seat, his thoughts diverging. Odin originally wanted to adopt Loki, who is a descendant of the frost giant, and put him and Thor together to cultivate relationships. Thus, The 1,000-year blood feud between Jotunheim and Asgard was resolved and a bridge of peace was built. Unfortunately, this plan has not been reached. Rocky's pursuit of power, or want to prove his determination, let him go to the opposite of Thor. Later, he even made a fast to frame his brother and steal the throne, but change his mind and assume that Loki is a girl. When she grows up, she makes a marriage contract with Saul, opening the political marriage between Asgard and Jotunheim. The perfect script. I don't know what Sol in this universe is like. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly. He didn't mind attending a marriage of the gods in Asgard. Only Superman thought of another question. If Sol in the movie universe has a good impression of Rocky in this world, come together, then what should he call another self? Brother-in-law. The relationship between men and women in the context of the parallel universe is really messy. Luke shook his head, curbed his distracting thoughts, and waited for Sol's performance. What should I say in the opening remarks? Loki, long time no see? Or, Loki, it's so nice to meet you. Then give me another hug. As he got closer and closer to the bar, and closer to the beautiful back, Thor began to panic. His heart beats faster. His palms sweat, and he feels nervous unconsciously. It's like the feeling of excitement and anxiety during the first meeting with Simplicity. Hello there. Go away. Before Sol could start a conversation, a burly guy with a beard slammed him away. Afterwards, the other party put two hands on the edge of the bar table, and surrounded the beautiful women drinking alone. A cluster of dark chest hairs were exposed, exuding a strong body odor, causing the latter to frown slightly. Pretty girl, have you heard of the Archmage Landry in the Upper East Side of New York? Here's my uncle. Between the mouths of the brawny man who broke out halfway, the smoky scent of alcohol came to his face. With that greasy fat face, it was a good medicine for vomiting. Never heard of that. The woman with a slender waist in a green cloak said lightly. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Can you stay away from me? You remind me of the pigsty in the country. The brawny man should have drunk too much and was a little unconscious. His brain has been completely controlled by his lower body. Staring straight at the tall woman, as if wishing to eat the other person in one bite. My house is very big. Do you want to see? Hey! A palm was pressed on the shoulder of the strong man, and a thick voice filled with anger was heard. She said, let you stay away. Didn't you hear? You stupid pig. The dim light in the bar reflected Sol's handsome face. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he even ignored Asgard's royal courtesy, and popped out. Any elder brother, seeing his sister being harassed, will probably start to get angry from his heart. Of course, if it's the younger brother, it's fine. The strong man let go of his hands and turned around. Before he could breathe fragrance, he slammed an iron fist on his face. Saul retained a trace of reason and didn't make a heavy hand. Otherwise he could directly blast the opponent's head. The disgusting brawny, like a broken kite, knocked over a table and fell heavily to the ground. The bridge of his nose cracked open, and the blood was like an open faucet, all over the twisted fat face. A painful moan sounded immediately. My uncle. It's Archmage Landry. You are dead. No deterrent words. Saul didn't care about it at all. No matter how old the Master Landry is. Mentalnovel.com. Can it be comparable to Odin? Sol. How are you? An exclamation sounded from behind, and the woman who caused the riot was surprised, and then shook her head. What's the matter with your eyes? No, you are not Sol. How could that guy move his hair and cut it short? Up. She saw fake eyes and a different hairstyle, and she couldn't help but wonder. You really are Loki. Sol's reaction was even more surprised. He didn't expect his brother to become sister. Who are you? Say. A dagger appeared in Loki's hands at some unknown time, and then stuck to Thor's neck, pretending to be that fool of Sol. What did you do to him? Luke, sitting in the corner, said with emotion. It's a moving scene. The brother and sister meet, the love is as deep as the sea. Chapter 248. The brother who eats soft rice, the sister who ran away from home, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Rocky. Saul was touched by the sharp dagger against his neck. Worthy of being my own younger brother. Sister, so caring about myself. It's just that he didn't wait long for his touch, and Loki's next sentence crushed the goodness. Shut up, you fake. You don't have a problem with that fool of Thor. But it's trouble to get Odin. Loki's voice was cold, and there was a trace of irritation in his eyes. No matter what you do to Sol, remember to find a knowledgeable magician to cover Heimdall's sight. Also, stay away from me and don't involve me. Is this the legendary brother-sister relationship? Return my touch. Saul couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Rocky in any universe to be so real. My stupid brother. Sister, Heimdall won't look at me. The real Thor should stay in Asgard. He took a step back, protruding his right hand out like lightning, pinched Loki's white wrist, twisted outward, and grabbed the enchanted dagger with his bare hands. Remember, the next time you threaten someone, you have to stare into his eyes so that you can judge his next move. Loki did not panic when the dagger was taken away, but raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. This is what the other party has said when she and Saul were playing against each other before. Hey, what about this trick? Rocky's face didn't change, and one long leg was lifted up. Chicken fly egg fight. Painful. Looking at the lively bar guests, all men can't help but take a breath. Too ruthless, this kick. It hurts to look at it. Thor's face twisted. His legs clamped, as if he had suffered an unprecedented blow. That didn't use this trick when he had practiced against Loki before. Hello, he'll say two people. Seeing that the scene became more chaotic and the riots continued to expand, the old bartender had to come forward to stop it. If you want to solve the problem, go out first. Nowhere bars never welcome troublemakers. A touch of impatientness appeared on Lucky's face, and he whispered, "Where is the news I want? I have waited for half an hour and haven't finished it yet." "Madam, the news you want is extraordinary. I have to verify it through multiple channels before I can sell it to you." The old bartender smiled and replied, "The reputation of the Doorless Bar has always been guaranteed. It's childish and authentic. This is my principle of doing business." Rocky didn't say much, and sat back on the high chair at the bar. She came to the Doorless Bar with the same plan as Luke. This is the territory of Monarch. Too presumptuous will cause unnecessary trouble. Don't look at him now as a good-tempered old bartender. He was famous in the magic world, nicknamed Magic Prince. The name Prince can be used to show its power. It's like ordinary people who call themselves Supreme Mage. I'm afraid they will be beaten by a sack if they haven't walked far away. Without enough strength, how can one have a resounding nickname and title? Speaking of Monarch, his father was a British missionary who took his family to India and was attacked by a group of primitive indigenous people. As sacrifices, parents threw them to a certain evil as rations. Monarch, who was still a baby, survived due to insufficient weight. The chief of the tribe is a voodoo warlock and knows black magic. He discovered Monarch's talent, changed his mind, and decided to cultivate it seriously. The later story is similar to the cliched 8 o'clock dog blood drama. Monarch learned the truth. On the one hand was the murdered parents, who was born with a deep hatred. On one side is the tribe that has grown up since childhood, with the kindness of nurturing and inner fetters. The complex feelings are intertwined, so he doesn't know how to choose. As a result, the young monarch fled his hometown and began a long travel career. In him, there are a few more famous things. One is that during World War II, the evil sorcerers of the Axis countries were wiped out, and they had a huge reputation under the bed. The second is that Monarch loves raising rabbits very much and regards it as a treasure. For him, rabbits are part of life. There is a gossip that the key reason why Monarch hated the evil sorcerer of the Axis was that he ate his rabbit. Since then, blood feuds have been forged, causing catastrophe. Therefore, the rabbit raised by Monarch is equivalent to the dog raised by John Wick. If anyone moved, he would definitely die miserably. Loki, even though you showed such a cold attitude, I am still very happy. I can see you again. Sol covered his crotch in an extremely indecent posture and stood up with difficulty. He supported the bar with one hand, and forced a smile on his twisted face. Loki's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Is this silly-looking guy really her brother? But when did Thor go blind and also cut short hair? It seems that the figure is still fatter. Are you really Sol? I ask you, when we were 8 years old, we had a fight because of what? Loki stared at Thor with a naive look, with a scrutinizing look. You turned a frog into a cake made by your mother and put it on Sif's dinner plate, making her cry. So, I taught you hard. Saul answered without hesitation. Then I will ask you again, the most shameful thing in Saul's life. No one else knows this secret. The corners of Loki's mouth curled up and his eyes flowed, seeming to think of some interesting memories. Can you change the question? Sol was a little embarrassed. No way. Rocky's attitude was firm. I pass through the Valkyrie's armor, and secretly a person. Sol hesitated for a while, then said in a low voice, when he was a child, he admired one of Odin's most powerful legions, the Valkyrie. Those heroic female fighters once made Thor very longing for it. Wearing women's clothing, it is naturally hard to tell the story of Prince Asgard, who thinks he is brave and fearless. You really are Thor. Now it was Loki's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect that the guy standing in front of her was not a fake. But you ... How did you become like this? Loki subconsciously reached out and touched Thor's injured right eye, then quickly retracted it. That told Odin, he can't let you fall here. Saul curled his lips and said calmly, it's too long to talk about. Our sister ... want to be the king, and then we fought for who is the most suitable person. Loki's eyes widened, his thin lips tightened, and he said angrily, Odin is carrying his mother ... as an illegitimate daughter. Obviously, her way of thinking was outrageous. That's too complicated. I won't be able to tell for a while. Sol turned the subject off and saw Loki appearing in front of him. Alive Yildorf, his gender had changed. He was still very happy. Then why are you fatter? Loki looked down, stretched out a finger, and poked Thor's slightly straightened belly. Ahem, let's talk about something else. For example, why are you here? Saul changed the subject again. He didn't want to talk about his body too much. Every day was delicious, and it was normal to have some meat. You have learned magic from your mother, and you are also an excellent illusionist. You can participate in the Supreme Mage contest. Is this your father's permission? From the conversation between Loki and Monarch, the old bartender, Thor probably guessed what the former was going to do. Because of the Supreme Mage's battle for supremacy, the human bar has been booming during this time, and customers buying information are in an endless stream. Don't worry about it. When the old Odin scolded me, why didn't he see you stand up, and now he cares about me instead? Hypocritical. Once Odin was mentioned, Loki immediately got angry. The expression that had been soothed instantly faded. She ran away from home. This message is free. If you want to know the reason, you can buy a reliable message. Monarch, the old bartender wiping the bar table, spoke out, causing Rocky to stare fiercely. Don't worry about it, Monarch. Asgard's affairs are not something you can mix with. This Asgard's princess threatened. Well, when I didn't say it. Monarch raised Schwang and said, making a gesture of surrender, I just want to do more business.untilnovel.com, nothing else. Are you running away from home? Sol grabbed Loki's wrist. What happened to Asgard that allowed Loki to leave the fairy palace and enter the atrium world? It's none of your business. When I become the Supreme Mage, I can. Anyway, I have my own plan. Loki shook off his old man, showing no good expressions. Just as the siblings were in a stalemate, Luke climbed up two people and stood in the middle. Any question can always be answered, it is nothing more than the length of time. He said something casually to ease the atmosphere and wink at Saul. By the way, you better talk about business first. Saul remembered the original purpose, coughed twice, and said softly, Rocky, that. Can you lend me some money? Chapter 249? Collect intelligence. Battle routes. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. When you left the fairy palace, you didn't bring anything valuable. You don't have the currency of the atrium world on your body, but you should have valuable jewelry. or you can mortgage your hammer." Loki sneered with disgust, and took out a small bag of rare gold coins minted by the dwarf, and threw it on the bar table. He said no, but his body was very honest. "Sol, thank you. My sister's generosity." Luke, who was standing next to him, smiled, whispering to the old bartender monarch, talking about the order requirements. By the way, with the corner of his eye, he glanced at Loki, who had no pockets or rucksacks all over his body. "Where did the heavy bag of gold coins come from? Or is it that women are born with a talent for hiding things?" Xiangong, Mornia. Sol's eyes were a little gloomy. In his universe, the largest Asgard was gone, and there was no fairy palace. As for the beloved sledgehammer Myrnia, he was already crushed by the violent old sister Hela. Thinking of this, Sol had the urge to get drunk again. Only by enjoying tons and tons of tons, can we alleviate the inner sorrow. "Thank you for your patronage, come again next time." After the business was negotiated, Monarch, the old bartender, smiled happily. He always treats wealthy guests with a good attitude and patience, especially the generous guests like Loki and her poor old brother Sol. One with money and one with background are all high-quality customers worthy of development. The battle for Supreme Mage is about to start, creating business for Human Bar several times more than usual. This makes Monarch very happy. After all, raising a rabbit may not cost much. However, it takes a lot of money to maintain the normal operation of a wild rabbit farm. "Why did you run into the atrium world?" "Seeing your human girlfriend again without telling Odin?" Rocky didn't inquire about the identities of Luke, Strange and the others. She looked at Sol in front of her, and she was so angry. While staying in Asgard, the other party hooked up with Sif, and then became ambiguous with the charm witch Amora. Later, Odin was exiled to the atrium because of a mistake, and fell in love with the human girl. "No," Sol said vaguely. He didn't know whether to say that he actually came from another universe, not Sol himself in this world. "Oh, your technique of lying is still so clumsy." Loki saw how old brother was dodge, thinking that he had guessed right, and snorted coldly. She raised her eyes and looked at Sol, who was becoming more and more degenerate, poor and fat. Only the silly stupidity remained the same. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Loki waved his hand and continued, "Don't follow me. I finally avoided Heimdall's sight and escaped from Asgard. Don't disrupt my plan." Sol frowned slightly and stopped Loki, who stood up and left, as if his brother found a rebellious sister who had run away from home and sighed. "Go back, Loki." The Supreme Mage battle for supremacy is very dangerous. Those legendary mage, or the spokesperson of the dimensional demon standing behind them, may participate in it. This is a dangerous game, a game with the risk of death. You shouldn't get in. These days, Rocket Raccoon has searched for information on Gao Tanzon's various stars forums, and has found many posts about the battle for Supreme Mage. Although it hasn't started yet, the candidates who are currently interested in participating, such as Gaia's eldest disciple Mordo, the well-known Dr. Voodoo, and Mephistos's people from all walks of life jumped out one after another, expressing that they want to take advantage of this opportunity to compete for the position of the Supreme Master. Although Loki is an excellent illusion master, and a qualified fraud, it may not have any advantage to face the Supreme Mage with strong hands like a cloud in the battle for hegemony. Asgard's magic system is different from the Earth. As the leader of the Azaprotos, Odin masters the unique rune of Rune. Of course, Loki, who was not eligible to inherit the throne, was not passed on. What she learned was the witchcraft and phantom magic that her mother Frigga was good at. "What's the matter with you? You look more and more like that old Odin," with the same tone of voice. Rocky turned his back, saying that he didn't want to bother Sol. "Well, for our father, you should maintain the respect you deserve." Sol was not angry, but continued to chatter. Sometimes he will be more rigid and want to establish his own majestic image, but anyway, you are. Rocky was going crazy. She never knew that Thor was so long-winded. "It's just strange. I don't seem to hate it. At least, it's better than the careless, arrogant Thor now. I went to the sanctuary in New York with Strange. He needs a whole new set of equipment. Luke interrupted Sol, who continued to persuade him. He was temporarily out of time or in the mood to intervene in Asgard's family affairs. You can choose to follow your sister, or you can go back to Carmitage and wait for news. Thor glanced at Loki and decided to stay with him. Only when you lose and recover will you know how to cherish. He has lost his dear brother once and does not want to lose the younger sister who has just met. If you have to participate in the Supreme Mage battle for supremacy, then let me be your contractor. Sol watched Luke and others disappearing at the door, and said to Loki, I will be a qualified fighter. Definitely much better than everyone else. Leo basically felt a little heart-stirring, but when he saw Thor, who was slightly puffed up, he was unconsciously suspicious. Is the combat effectiveness of this product reliable? What shall we do at the sanctuary in New York? Strange asked suspiciously. He has obtained first-hand information from the doorless bar. The next step should be to formulate relevant combat plans for those competitors. I took a look at the list of candidates who are interested in participating in the war.mtlnovel.com. In addition to your acquaintance Mordor, there are a few dangerous guys. Luck opened the teleportation channel and walked out of the doorless bar. Your heavy armor needs to be changed. Find a better casting master to increase magic resistance. Strange nodded. He had accepted himself as a mage, but he wanted a line of combat that had flesh suits, stamina and defense. Since the last time he beat a mid-level mage to the ground with his bare hands, Strange seemed to have experienced the joy of close combat. What about Sol? We are going to leave him. The Rocket Raccoon has not forgotten its good friend. Put away your unnecessary worries. He has only Loki in his eyes now, the arrogant and cunning Princess Asgard. Luke smiled faintly. Other people, other things, will not be taken to heart. Chapter 250. This thing is easier to use than a magic wand. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Unexpectedly, Master Hamill is so talkative. He is usually very serious, making a straight face, as if everyone owes him money. Strange came to the sanctuary in New York and proposed to the administrator of the sanctuary to build a defensive heavy armor with high magic resistance and strong enough to participate in the battle of the Supreme Mage. Master Hamill, who was the speaker of the sanctuary in New York, readily agreed, and rarely mentioned the cost of purchasing materials and hiring labor. You know, usually the mages of the sanctuary need to prepare their own materials and pay for forging to build equipment free for nothing. That is something that does not exist. Regardless of the three major sanctuaries and the Carmitage family, their economic strength is rather limited. Master Lao Wang wanted to eat a tuna sandwich, but he didn't have the money to buy it. And Strange, who became the Supreme Master, had to worry about what to eat for lunch. This shows that they are indeed not very wealthy. Hey, if Guyi hadn't opened the back door for you, people might have ignored you. Luke thought silently. Strange is a newcomer with no roots. He wants to successfully win the battle for supremacy and become the new Supreme Mage. The difficulty is probably equivalent to knowing that Wang really can put himself into a cannon, launch it to the sun and play an accordion. The possibility is almost zero. Without Luke's intervention, Guyi would definitely make various small moves to force Strange to support him. Operating in a dark box poses no psychological burden to the old man. As long as he can retire early and end the long period of staying at work, Guyi doesn't mind losing a little bit of morals. Anyway, that thing is not worth the money. Maybe Master Hamill is a good person with a cold face and warm heart, so he will use the best materials for you, and invite the best forging master. Luke didn't point out, and said in agreement. Of course, these words fell into the ears of the insider, and it was a bit yin and yang. Carmitage has a simple folk style, and the wizards who come out are all good people. Strange believed it to be true and said cheerfully, at this moment, he hasn't realized for the time being that he is actually the chosen person, the real protagonist. Template. Those competitors who worked hard for the position of the Supreme Master. They are just experience babies. By the way, Do you need any weapons? Luke looked at the master blacksmith's design drawings, thinking about preparing a big killer for Strange. There are already shields for defensive purposes, and now we need to add some means of attack. The berserker's great axe, the headshot staff. They all seem violent. Luke was amazed by the fact that the wizards of the New York sanctuary were more fierce than the soldiers. Strange scratched his head and asked, "Is there any kind that is more portable and powerful weapon? Let me see. This fits your needs perfectly." Luke looked for the drawings for a while and picked out the weapon he thought was the most suitable. AK-47 Firekill, exclusive for Krypton Gold players. It not only comes with special bullets for destroying magic and armor, but also can be hidden in the shield. When the enemy is unprepared, you can take it out and take a shuttle. The firepower is fired, and it can be kept unexpectedly, and it can have a miraculous effect. Remember, you must say, "My lord, the times have changed when you shoot," or "This thing is much easier to use than a magic wand." This can play a role in damaging the opponent's morale and enhancing our fighting spirit. Strange took the drawing, looked at it for a moment, and hesitated. As a mage, isn't it too mean to use a heat weapon? An automatic rifle with magic damage. This kind of thing is simply the enemy of the wizard. He could imagine that when the two sides were fighting the spells. He pulled out an AK-47 Firekill from the shield, with blue fire from the muzzle, and shot it past, which would cause much psychological shadow to the opponent. On the battlefield, you must be upright and above board, and most of them have no good end. Luke has a long heart, and he is like a life mentor. There is a saying in the East that generals lead the war and will not reject the use of tricky and deceptive tactics or means to defeat the enemy. Stephen, you should let go of your inner worldly moral shackles and look at the problem from a higher level. Strange's face was serious, although he didn't quite understand what Luke was talking about at a higher level. But judging from the serious tone and sharp eyes of the other party, it should make a lot of sense. Soon, the magic resistance armor and the enchanted version of AK-47 Firekill successfully placed the order. A few days later, Carmitage's bronze bell rang, and everyone from the three sanctuaries arrived. The selection of the Supreme Master officially opened today. Mage Hamill, have all the beacons been sent out? The elderly Grand Master asked, raising his head. He is the administrator of the London Sanctuary, a respected ascetic. It's gone. There are a total of 42 beacons, which means that 42 people will participate in this entry game. The physically mutilated Master Hamill nodded and replied. The beacon is a magic item of Carmitage. It is equivalent to an invitation letter, or admission ticket. The holder can enter the competition venue at Dream Dimension, and participate in the first trial. Mordo has entered. Mage Grand looked towards the sky, and a long and narrow gap slowly expanded, like a hideous wound that was constantly torn apart. Behind the pitch-black fissures are the weird and colorful colors, like a canvas mixed with countless kinds of paint, revealing a magnificent and dreamy feeling. That is the arena, the dimension of dreams. A real law loses its effect, and a dangerous world full of bizarre and unknown. It's a good thing that Mordo chooses to shoulder this responsibility, Master Hamill said softly. The position of the Supreme Mage not only represents a powerful force, but also a heavy burden. Emperor Wai-Shan will always give it a test, and the dimensional demon gods are also eyeing the earth. If you don't have enough determination to resist all kinds of temptations, you can't bear this honor. Mordo has been with the Supreme Master for many years. Not only is he outstanding in strength, but his character and morals are also the best choice. This time, he was recognized by the three legendary wizards and signed a contract with the great sage Merlin. I think he has a great chance of passing the final trial. When Master Hamill passed the poisoned milk, he seemed to be full of confidence in Mordor. What about Stephen Strange? He is the second occult wizard Carmitage chose to fight. Mage Hector, who had been silent all the time, asked. He cares more about the rookie Stephen Strange than Mordor, who has received much attention. As the oldest occult mage, Hector once heard Guy mention the choice of successor. That is a chosen son who has the courage, wisdom and perseverance far superior to ordinary people. I heard that the contractor he found was extraordinary, and he was personally interviewed by the Supreme Mage before. Grand Mage shook his head slightly and said with a chuckle, "I don't think there is a contractor stronger than the great sage Merlin. He is the most famous legend. Only one step away can become a god." Half of the beacons have entered the arena.mentalnovel.com. Master Hamill stared at the clear image projected in the hall, and then a touch of anger rose in his eyes. "Casillas, that traitor is here too." Master Grand remained silent, and then slowly said after a while, "As long as he has a beacon, he is eligible to participate. This is in line with the rules of the battle for hegemony." A fallen mage who plunged into Damam's arms, even coveted the position of the Supreme Mage, is really ignorant. Master Hamill looked unhappy and snorted coldly. 10 minutes later, all the contestants with beacons have entered the arena. Many of them are familiar faces that are famous in the magic world. Let's wait and see who will be the winner. Master Hector stared at Strange, who was walking in the dream dimension, and thought, the challenge of the entry level is not low. If you don't make sufficient preparations, you will easily be eliminated.